Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the Challengers coverage here at the Major in Texas. My name is Bryce. Join me here, Enigma. Enigma, how are you today?
Feeling great, my friend. A wonderful day of Call of Duty League action yesterday sends us into a fantastic weekend of Call of Duty Challengers action. Of course, my friend, it's a pleasure to be here alongside yourself.
Certainly is. Feeling is mutual, by the way. It's always good to get you on the microphone with me. Much better than time. But before we get into that one, let's talk a little bit about everything we have coming up today. Here's the bracket for those of you who have missed so far. We're going to be jumping into the winners quarterfinals, and there are some big teams here, Enigma.
Yeah, some huge matchups lined up in front of us. It was kind of almost difficult to get in the candy shop situation, really, about which ones we tune into. Cabal 5 Fears making on through, Team Ligers and Omit Brooklyn, Royal Spartans, and then Team Orchid and P7 White. So plenty of storylines, of course, with the way Challengers works and the fact that everyone mixes themselves up as we go on through the year. Revenge stories galore, redemption arcs indeed. And also, of course, I know that you and me are going to have our eye on that Orchid P7 game once it comes on up, that European clash, but plenty of great action ahead of us regardless.
It certainly is. And as we kind of wind our way through the remainder of this bracket, already going to have some stories that we wanted to tell. I still think probably the biggest one that we'll be looking down the barrel at for the rest of at least this broadcast is the fact that Notorious have dropped a couple of rounds earlier than anybody would have expected. And, well, considering how well they played last time they were on LAN, it is a shock to all of us. But we'll catch up with them later on and see how they get on. For the rest of them, though, no more real excuses. Everybody here trying to prove they are the best of the best at what is coming to the end of their season.
Yeah, absolutely. And once it comes towards the back end of the season, this is when all the prizes start to become that little bit more satisfying. Of course, there's the prize money, there's the pro points. But for this tournament, top 2 qualified directly into champs. Top 1, you take this thing home, you qualify for the Esports World Cup. So much on the line here. And for all of these teams, whether it's time to step up or for some teams potentially falling away, this is a real kilter to how your whole season looks once you start to reflect on it.
It certainly is, of course. And since we're in the winners quarterfinals, the matchups are pretty big all the way down. I know some of the ones I'm looking forward to. Kind of looking forward to seeing Orchid versus P7 White at some point. I know that those two teams have faced off before, but it always makes for a good matchup.
Yeah, does indeed. I mean, with Orchid and P7, you've got yourself there, again, plenty of different stories. Look at like the rosters themselves. That's 8 names that you cast a lot of the European elites, and no doubt you've shouted them all out many a time up at the top ends, finals, grand finals, and so on. Some fantastic players amongst that, and I think that is going to be one that, with Team Orchid, obviously, you've got yourself the 2 veterans there, mixing in with the 2 younger guns coming on through. That being said, Mythics and Henry have been around for a minute and got their own things to prove, but on the other side of that matchup, of course, it is Aspect, Vortex, Cobra, and Denza. A story of whether or not we're seeing Aspect come through as this new young talent. Vortex and Denza, where do you currently sit after dominating in European Challengers for so long? And for Cobra, it's a case of, are you overdue an opportunity? So, yeah, plenty in that one. Really excited to see how that all goes down once we get there.
Yeah, me too. And here's some of the camera action we're going to see coming through the day. You can see the Passion Pit kicking off as well as the main stage. Players just warming up, ready to throw into the action. And I don't know how you feel about this, but that is close. That is close to the monitor.
Yeah, that guy is sniffing his opponents out. That is insane. I know that we've all got ourselves a little gamer pose when we sit at our desks. So, I'm one of those. I get my elbows onto my knees, but that is very up close and personal with your monitor. Anyway, tuning into the series, of course, that we have ahead of us. This is going to be Cabal against 5 Fears White. And for Cabal, this is Rupert, Kuti, Wads, and M4 Skillers. Actually, KB. So he's got himself an interesting gamer tag username situation going on there. But this is the team that everyone saw, or at least a lot of us saw, and myself included, as massive dark horses for this event. You bring in Trix, he comes in for Wads, and you end up in a situation where actually you've got this situation where it's a fully Spanish-speaking team. This lineup, they were forced to skip Miami, unfortunately, largely, and you end up in a situation where it's, okay, what can you do? And beating Team Notorious to get here is a huge statement.
It certainly is. It definitely puts them kind of more firmly on the radar of everybody looking through this bracket as well. It is not a small scalp to take, and we'll have to see if they measure up, or did Notorious have a bit of a slip. But it does mean, obviously, Notorious being in that lower bracket, a bit of a shark in a smaller pond. But we will see. But they are not alone, of course, going up against 5 Fears in this first matchup. We'll see whether or not they have enough to take them down and go even further.
Yeah, now you're looking on over here, and we get our first look in on main at Hixie. Of course, a player who's got so much to prove in terms of bouncing back, and this is going to be the lineup actually of Exceed, Abe, Hixie, and Fire. This is a lineup that, again, you know, so much to kind of like put on them, and for Hixie in particular, you know, I had a conversation with him in Madrid after a disappointing performance, and he himself said he wants to go back into the Challengers Pit, prove himself again, get himself back into the Call of Duty League, and the storylines galore, of course. Exceed, Fire, both players who've been up there before, but in Abe, you've got yourself this young gun that we're all paying attention to, that could come on through and do a little bit of something after a spell on the Stallions. What do you have once you step away into a different roster?
Yeah, that's always going to be one of the questions for these teams they go through. But I always think at this stage of the year as well, just the kind of the pressure mounting. Because if you can win a late game major, or, you know, some of the big tournaments we've got coming up, it really does cement your name for next year. Probably not going to find yourself in a roster jumping into the CDL from this point, but maybe next year, keep that stock high, win a couple, and teams will certainly start looking in the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is, especially once we start talking about the European teams, that becomes even more the case. But for these North Americans, there is a lot of rotation that can happen, but towards the back end of the season, yeah, at the end of the day, this tournament now, trying to get yourself that champs qualification guaranteed and locked in, trying to get yourself off towards the Esports World Cup is the main goal, the huge part of your prize. And one of the things that you and me and a lot of other folks sometimes can criticize the North American teams for doing in challenges is heavily rotating. But once it gets to this part of the season, you tend to see they stick together, they work on a bunch of things, and you see those massive swells and improvements coming from them. So it'll be interesting to see what a lot of these teams bring in when we start talking about this major.
Yeah, I hope so. But as we go through this and talk about what is coming up, well, this is exactly our schedule so far. We've already locked it in. Our first map will be Cabal versus 5 Fizz. And number 2 in the slot, Winners Quarters 2, will be Omit Brooklyn versus the Royal Spartans. So we'll see that big American showdown onto our main stage once again. After that, of course, coming in at, well, I say 4:30 CT. It's a slightly different time for me here, but Winners Semi 1, that'll obviously be determined by the winners. And then we will go straight into Winners Semis 2. And that will give us our Winners Final, which will also be covered tonight. So make sure you are watching all the way through for what is usually some of the very best games of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. There's one thing that Challengers does, and that is it delivers on entertainment. We end up with some games going, and don't get me wrong, sometimes things that you and me couldn't call if we tried to analyze it all damn day, but we also end up with some absolute bangers, bloodbaths galore, and there's always, again, storylines, because all these players have rotated, they've got history with each other, and of course, that big prizing up there of trying to prove yourself to get through the Call of Duty League. Dog Eat Dog World to get yourself up there, and it's trying to prove yourself over the other players on the other side of the table. So looking forward to a very long day ahead indeed, my friend, but again, one filled with action.
Yeah, it certainly should be, of course. Maybe a slight delay between some of these games. We'll get everybody onto that main stage here at Challengers, so it's not individual stations. Everybody will have to get on the main stage to be broadcast. That does change things around a little bit. But while we get those players locked and loaded on those PCs, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, action will be starting here at the Major. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. I think.
Or not.
Not going to a break. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenges. We have the players all locked and loaded, and this is what they'll be playing in the upcoming series. Maps and modes should be with us any second. Now, here we go then. Red Card, Dealership, Protocol, Vault Hardpoint, and Hacienda Search and Destroy. It's an interesting matchup for these two teams, Enigma.
Yeah, I think the S&Ds stand out in particular here. You couldn't get much more different if you tried. Dealership here, obviously that incredibly tightly congested map. Hacienda going to be something that's incredibly wide and definitely more offensively favored. So I'll be interested to see how this series plays out if we get to the 5 maps here with the figuring out exactly what suits who. But we're going to load in, of course, to this red card hard point. Now, this is a map that is either some people's bread and butter or their Marmite, and it's very much so a case of finding out who likes the rotations and setting themselves up early. And in particular, my friend here, playing that 2 to 3 combo in very well. But we're already coming towards the end of Hill 1 here, and it looks like the initial time has gone to 5 Fears, but it will be Cabal in control of P2.
I think a little bit of time for both sides, and as we get this rotation underway, it is going to be a very important game for both of these. And I think for me, see, realistically, it is a huge fight for this P2 time. Both sides flying into it with bodies, but right now just waiting.
KB here, going to try to get up over the top. Helps Tricks out, clearing up. Again, this Cabal team, we've got our eye on them very much so as a dark horse. And have taken down Team Notorious, an important part of checking off that box to get themselves into these winners' quarters. As well, how far you can go. And KB almost snaps on for the second, but Cabal played this perfectly. Spent the vast majority of P2 holding arches. About halfway through, push on out the other side to start that rotation on over to Garage. And this is looking very much so like a set of sequences here as to why Cabal did take down Team Notorious in that last round.
Having a good back and forth. You can see already this rotation. Trying to get here first as well. 5 Fears doing a good job. Fire putting up a couple of kills in towards the middle. Should have slowed them down, but it's going to be a good spawn for Cabal. They'll be there quickly at the back. They're going to try and pile through, and with all of those gunfights going their way, they have broken this quickly.
Have indeed. And they are going to now try and hem 5 Fears into this backside. Fire's going to be the first player to try and play out of this. Keep an eye on Exceed, who might have found a route out to give his team a bit of an alleviation of the pressure, but it's a bit of a pinstripe feed. Not sure who picks up Hixie in there. I'm going to assume that's KB, and Exceed finds one from the top rope. Just trying to find ways to surround this, and it will go pretty well, apart from a team kill, unfortunately. But in the end, Cabal not straying too far away, but 5 Fears also refusing to give this up quickly.
Just making sure they can just bleed this for a little bit more. They know they're going to get a lot more points off of it as well, but they do have the rotation in. Abe will be looking for kills on the exit here as well. Hixie and Abe do exactly that, slowing them down before they get this rotation in. 3 points so far onto this rotation, and 5 Fears should be able to take the lead back.
All about trying to surround this hill. KB gets found. I was about to say he could be a huge part of that play. Goody going to be cleaned up here in the remainder of that fight. Abe going to try and push on out, get a bit of map presence. Isn't going to be allowed. It's a Cabal able to send yet another wave at this as 5 Fears tuck themselves in.
We're a little bit careful, but I'm going to lose that one as well. 26 seconds to go, and I don't think 5 Fears will commit too much to really trying to get that player out towards the bottom. They know it's going to be overwatched as well. The rotation is quite upon us. It will be a contested rotation, but they send players into it as well. But this is the issue. It is so difficult to wrest that control away with so little time remaining. It's going to put them on the back foot for this next rotation, and it will be Cabal who's here first.
I feel like for the one thing for Cabal right now, you're doing a lot of the right stuff on these rotations. I just feel like I need to see something that resembles a hold. 5 Fears happy to walk through your setups. You can't guarantee you're going to hit that rotation every time. But if 5 Fears do start to glue this all together, I start to become more concerned about Cabal's game. But for now, gunfights will leave you in a situation where you can scramble yet again. See, just backing players down. The longer this period goes on where you're finding little purchase, the more of an opportunity you get for KB to collapse on the opposite side, but you finally see a spree for 5 Fears that should open things up a little.
Still a lot of long-range gunfights. Nobody really able to commit to this full time. They try to just make sure they get something going here as 5 Fears continue to bleed this down with the last 22 seconds of scrap time. And Fire just really having a great game. A 2.0 KD at the moment. They are in control. And if they can get a wonderful rotation back to P1 here with those kills they've just made, they can really extend this lead.
Yeah, Trake's just trying to find a way of getting around the outside here, but he may have missed Abe. I think that is on the outside. It is indeed who cleans him on up. Course kill feed. Being a little bit annoyed to us right now because Kuti did not die just there, but Fire does pick up another kill. Indeed, starts off very well, 17 and 8. And right now for Five Fears, just trying to clear out a bit of ground to allow you to pick up a little bit of time on this P1, but right now Cabal will be in for the time and in control ticket.
Still, good job here. My fear is just trying to make sure they hunt down the last few players before they commit to this. They do have bodies inside, but as you can see, a bit of a split all over the place. More and more trays just appearing as Cabal's trying to just get a bit of map control here. Realistically, they know P1 will have a few points, but this P2 rotation, it does pay out very, very well if you lock it down. Cody looking for more kills as he flies around. That's going to be great information for him. Unfortunately, his teammates have lost a couple of kills as well, and now while he tries to back off and play his life, isn't going to get it. Rotation of Five Fears.
Yeah, Cody unlucky there, really. A little bit of timing goes against him, and then the fact that his teammates aren't activating on the other side just leaves him so isolated that he's eventually cleaned on up. That being said, Five Fears, you've had a player pushed out in Hixie. You've also not managed to really lock down those back spawns. You will get the close, at least for Cabal. They're able to push on forward. Trakes will make it at least interesting for a moment. But it does feel like those white arrows are about to swarm, and as they do, clear this point out. It's all about at what point you try and push on out the other side of this hill.
Still holding it. It's been quite a contested game. It did feel like it was going pretty quickly, but so far that clock is starting to dip a little bit. I'm not sure we're going to end on a clock game. If they continue contesting the way they have been, it could very well happen. But, well, Exceed managed to get another kill back onto this one. Going to go for the chow back onto it. Finds the first. Not going to find the second, or he will.
Oh, my God.
Exceed finds another one with the pistol. They'll grab that scrap time, and now it's off to the races. Let's get to the next point here. Probably a little bit unsure, Exceed. He's expecting somebody to have the cuts, but nobody here at the moment.
Yeah, Exceed does such a good job. It's such a good time there. These spawns Cabal really deep. And as such, you've had a hell of a rotation. You do manage to get 2 kills, though, to at least make things interesting. And Cootie here just wants to stay alive, be a bit of a nuisance, have Five Fears guessing, not let them get that setup in place. It would be very difficult for his teammates to break down, and he gets on the hunt. Exceed hasn't seen him. And beautiful work here from Cootie again. And hopefully this time he at least gets paid out. Goes on a 3. Will eventually get shot in the back, but his teammates are here to support.
Just holding it down. They do have a lead, but that lead is always going to be a bit tenuous on this map. If you get a bad rotation and Exceed fighting on the outside, we'll find another one. Really has been one of the most consistent shooters for this team in this hardpoint so far. And, well, there's another one. It's a little bit sloppy that time around. Too much scenery in the way. But he gets it done. 40 seconds of scrap time. Already called this one correctly. The rest of his team coming to reinforces. 3 hit the outside. The smoke, the spray, and will get the trades for his team as A picks up 2.
It's so unfortunate there for Cabal. You end up with a team kill coming on through from a nade. And as such, Five Fears will happily seize that advantage and put themselves into a nearly 70-point lead. Also with control over stage here. Hixie just trying to pick up any exits from Old. I'd be wary though, and I don't know if you are if you're Five Fears. The 2 players playing through mid trying to surround this point. Will be now.
And this game is really starting to run away from Cabal. Like, you felt they were in it for the majority of the time, but so far, it just feels like Five Fears have hit a different gear, and Cabal really haven't been able to react. They've been slow on these rotations. They haven't got the breaks they wanted to, and that time is just ticking up more and more for Five Fears. They're about to cross the 200-point threshold, putting them well within lethal range of ending this on any particular hill. I'm going to ask, where's the Cabal from the first few hardpoints gone?
Does feel like it has just been an endless spree of success for Five Fears. You will get a little bit of scrap time, but it's whether or not it was worth investing anything into that. 2 players are going to still be on over at Old. You've got one trying to hit a bit of a rotation now in through the bar, but if Ixie picks this up, you've got quite a bit of a spread here for Five Fears. You're feeling comfortable on that hill. And just delay and soak time.
Exceed is having a wonderful time on this map. Just over and over again, we are seeing it look more and more casual. Cabal have almost felt like they've just really let this one go as more and more kills. He picks up his own 3 as well. They are running into the gunfire of Five Fears, and they have not been given a breath to work with. And this could all be over again one by one into the gunfight, into the kill feed. Fire will find his 3. He's on a 5 streak as well. 4 seconds to go, Enigma. And Five Fierce make a statement in the opening hardpoint.
A strong statement indeed. Again, a lot of people are looking at this Cabal team as a major dark horse. You bring that sub in, you bring in Trix, you're finally a fully Spanish-speaking roster. That could well play into their performance, we feel. And then you pick up that win against Team Notorious, and everyone's kind of like, okay, all right, everyone, turn your eyes towards what this team are potentially doing right now. Come out, map 1. Couple of good opening hard points. You mentioned it there yourself. But at the start of that second rotation, Five Fierce took over and did not stop rolling. Beautiful stuff from them. Fire in particular and Exceed on those ARs, absolutely lighting up everything and letting their SMGs roam free.
And that's exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, there was a point about halfway through, I thought, realistically, this could go down to a clock game, but unfortunately, Cabal just stopped contesting. They really weren't able to get into any points here, and that is something you have to keep an eye on too. You cannot afford to let the other team continuously get those early rotates. I mean, yeah, some good contests going through, some good trades in the middle of the map, but if that's all you're getting, you aren't getting the points, and you could see them basically stop dead about halfway into that second set of rotations and just really not get a lot more going. Then the slaying went away from them as well, and like a house of cards, once one card fell, they all did. And now going into the S&D, they're going to have to hope this is going to be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where you have to build your way back into the series. And, well, the Five Fierce White team containing a player like Hixie, I'm looking at him and thinking, you know, he's been able to do many a wonderful thing in S&D. He's brought into teams in the past, particularly in the Pro League, not necessarily for his ability to slay out and light up scoreboards, but it's his understanding of the game. So he's going to be a difficult player to get on by. But for Cabal, you absolutely must. And taking a look at this team, I'm eyeing up the 4 here in Rupert, Kuti, KB, and Trix. And I'm saying to myself, like, who is it who's going to step up here? You come off the back of that win against Team Notorious. You're hoping to carry that momentum into this series. It has been stopped dead. Dealership, at least, it's a map that a lot of teams don't have a lot of reps in, Bryce, and it's an opportunity if you are one of those teams that has a very solid setup around how you like to just maybe defend more over on A, nade over the other side. That has been something that we've seen success with, but either way, whatever Cabal want to do, they're going to have to come out strong and early. Otherwise, Five Fierce feeling absolutely great.
Oh, 100%. And I think, for me, going into Dealership is a weird one. It doesn't really play like a lot of these maps. Very tight, a lot of cars going onto it. Really have to make sure this is all locked in for you as well. But here's an update of some of the other games we've got going on into the challenges here. This is going to be Cabal and Five Fierce. Of course, we just saw, I think, Omit and the Ligers also facing down. But as we walk through it all, you can tell that is a bit of a showing from Omit.
Yeah, this is an absolute rolling right now. And we do get a bit of a look as well, of course, at how Five Fierce and Cabal went down. Some just fantastic work. Exceed came alive towards the back end. Fire felt like consistently started well. At one point, we were talking about him 16 and 8, and he maintained that throughout. So consistency there for his team as and when they needed it to get them through in map 1. But yeah, Omit are taking Ligers apart in the other matchup. So again, anything under the name Omit, Rafi picks up teams and they often step out and deliver. So always got our eye on any team that is under that banner. And right now, Team Ligers will be wishing that they weren't squaring up against them, considering how map 1's gone.
Yeah, realistically, there is going to be maybe sometimes a little bit of a mismatch in some of these games, but I always say this, S&D, that's where it's really at. And speaking of that's where it's really at, we are underway and rocking into it. That bomb has gone down. Five Fierce have got it, but they've lost a player to do so.
Cabal here trying to set up that retake. You've got one player hitting vents, 3 in through the middle. Hixie will find 2. It's the vent player manages to get 1. Abe, oh my god! Starts us off with a little bit of extra sauce. I was worried for a second there that the player that comes in through vent was about to split this team apart, but Abe locks in for the final 2. There's 1. How are you, KB? And a little slide cancel, a hop, a skip, and a jump. And a beautiful finish to round 1.
Well, that's what you wanted to, and it's always going to be a bit more difficult for maybe the attacking team onto that one to really actually get it done, simply because if you are the attacking team, first round, no trophies. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare to get into it. And Abe, well, that was a wild chow from him in the end. Out of cover, onto the gunfight. Could have lost it very easily.
At the top of the show, sometimes challengers players do things that doesn't matter how much we try and break it down. It's not going to necessarily be the play call that we see at the top level, but it still pays off sometimes. What I will say, Cabal here, nervous about moving forward. And it's allowed 5 Fears so much map pressure. Complete B control. A player in mid as well. And Exceed, well, he's got his feet up over by A.
Rotate will be coming over here, though. Since Cabal weren't able to get into that point over towards B, they will have to back off. It is a nightmare scenario if you cannot get the space. And now, slowly but surely, taking away A. They know that this is going to be a bit careful for them. Can they get the bomb down? Trophy's already down for them as well. Exceed on Overwatch. A little bit of a love tap long range. That bomb will go down for Cabal.
It's all about the retake for 5 Fears. And, oh, that'll be a great way to open things up. Abe also activates on through. Fire finds another. And Cootie then left in a 1v4. You do have bomb down at least, but how quick is your footwork and how much does your timing pay on out? You at least find the player on the bomb. Do you get away? Yes, but only for a moment, surely, as you are cleaned on up. The bomb will be defused. And, well, it's a fantastic effort from Cootie, who I feel like in map 1 was probably the standout player. Did a lot of the routes, a lot of the hard work, which wasn't really getting paid out for it. And here in map 2, seeing his teammates fall so quickly with that bomb down, it just doesn't leave him with much in the way of room of being able to do anything.
Yeah, like I said, this is a bit of a collapse once they got into it. You could already tell they were feeling a bit of pressure as they try to get back through. But 5 Fizz seemed very well drilled on this. That first stuffing at the B site, and they had to go for the rotate. And while they did get bombed down and took some space, nowhere really to run. And Abe feeling himself, just taking gunfights whenever he feels like. And I wonder if they're going to go for an aggressive A plant or a B plant here. It's already over towards B. Will they get the space first?
It's incredibly aggressive indeed. AB here happy. You don't often see defensive players get flooded up into mid here. This office area. Such a death trap if you get this wrong. But KB wants to control this from the window. Nade goes on out and the stun. Connecting with very little, so everyone just slowing down for a moment. 60 seconds still on the clock. 5 Fears are going to have to make a decision about pushing this. And it looks like they're going to fight for mid control, and that is why you don't see too many players straight in there.
Oh, Trax is going to get caught as well, just in the crossfire. 4 versus 2. They have taken the B control here already, though. Cabal are going to try and get this through mid, but the fire is just ready for it. And this is the issue. Once you lose the control, the retake is not a lot of fun to get. And, well, where do you go from here?
Rupert can get shot in the back as well, so it just gives him absolutely nothing. And he will then be cleaned on up as 5 Fears players swarm on the intel that they have gained. Right now, the worrying thing is, Bryce, apart from round 1, this has been not even remotely close. Feels like wind being ripped out of the sails of Cabal. If the map 1 didn't do it already, 5 Fears sucking the life out of their opponents. So efficient on these first bloods as well. See that moment there where KB's in mid, just holding things down from window. 5 Fears set it up to retake it from him. And from there, set themselves up for a beautiful A plant.
So far, Cabal really struggling to get those gears meshing onto this one. And here they go again. Trophy's already going to be out. It's a deep trophy as well. Every single nade is making a car explode, but that will give them a little bit of cover, a little bit of an opportunity to get through. And here it goes, a bomb down again. Last time around, this didn't work out for them. Here comes the RCXD. That's from Abe, and Abe doesn't get anything from it other than a little bit of information, but does give him some space, hoping to get back into it as well. First blood there for Cabal. Abe, again, has been magnificent, and he will continue to be so. An 8 streak eventually going to drop, but that is going to be Cabal finally getting one back on the board.
Yeah, thank God you had a player on the wrap there. Otherwise, I think it's all curtains. Abe just slipping, sliding. The fact that he's initially engaging on the player on the deep side, the AR, but then has to drop because of the player that he didn't recognize was up close. The fact that he stays alive in that situation, then checks off to his right and has the composure and decision-making to slide out to his left and find the second. Incredible stuff. A man who's clearly feeling himself coming into today. 8-1 right now. Also has himself a Hellstorm, so an opportunity to use that potentially on some sort of post-plant situation. Cabal, though, do at least answer back from that heads-up pinch coming on through.
We'll see if this continues to slide towards Cabal or Defy Fears. Still hold the dominance over this map. Exceed not quite able to drill him. But they have got a little bit of control here. Exceed will want to get some more. They've got a player left into the hook. It's going to be fire. Exceed really trying to take as much space as possible and still find the kill. Going to go for the reach out as well. That is so much confidence flowing from this team. And now with KB towards the side of it, they get nothing. A Five Fears round, and they are running through Cabal.
Yeah, Exceed there just gets given so much space for free. I think he finds the final kill as well. He does. And the fact here that, again, you're just able to push on up. There's no intel gain. By the time that you recognize Exceed is there, he gets the first blood, is able to push out the backside of the bomb site. So even if all the bodies hadn't fallen, if you're Cabal, the retake would have been outrageously difficult. Trying to get around from so many different angles in time. And every round so far that's gone the way of Five Fears, it just feels like it's been done in style. For Cabal, they had to scrape it through. And they will have to find something to build themselves into not just this map, but this series.
Try again to be a big push here. Hixie's going to come under some serious pressure. Nade's already going out to it. He's hoping his teammates have got his back, but he still finds the kill. Hixie, even with a pre-fire, won't be able to get out of there, but Fire's got his back again for it. Down to a 2 versus 2. Fire looking for him and just misses the bullet. And, well, Abe's going to go for it because, of course, he is. Finds it. Easy kill for Abe. That makes his 10th, and now KB left alone.
Maybe gonna get some of the worst timing, I think, and it's just so unfortunate right now. A couple of moments in that first map where we said the Cabal were unlucky when it came to timings and whatnot, but Five Fears took advantage of all of that, and it feels like here, while Five Fears are running amok a little bit, also one of those for KB. He's sitting there on that deep side, hoping to catch a potential pinch coming on through, give intel to his teammates, except Five Fears never bother with that. They just send it straight through the front door, push on out through arches, and pick up so many of the kills. KB dying in mid as... Sorry, not KB dying. Trace dying in mid as well just leaves you in a difficult situation. And KB so isolated, not able to be a part of the fight until it's too late.
And with that, Five Fears have maybe put the final stamp onto it. They are looking for one last push here, and oh, there's a bit of a back off here from Abe. He might have got caught there for a few seconds, but sometimes a little bit of luck does help out. Absolutely no map control over towards B here for Five Fears. Cabal have backed off completely as well and are reshaping for an A retake.
There's a different strategy coming in here through Five Fears. So passive. Cabal didn't really know what to do with it. Almost walk into your opponent's guns. Oh, and with the nades, Exceed will be taken out by something of his own there. I think maybe the trophy takes the nade out, which then blows up the car and takes him with it, which is very unfortunate. And Cabal won't care. They swarm. Find 2. Abe will still be alive in the vents. Surely not. This man has had a map so far. Finds 1. And no, shut on down by Kuti. But if that had come through, it was on the cards to close things out. The man who's 12 and 2 right now finally slowed. The bleeding finally stemmed. But you can see, for Five Fears, they're relaxed. They feel like they've got this one completely in control. And Exceed, just unlucky there in that first blood situation. His trophy does the work, but unfortunately takes him with it. Otherwise, for Cabal, that may have been a far more difficult retake. I love the strategy, though, there that comes out, Bryce. The slow, passive defense. You don't see it very often, but it's just going to leave Cabal with a couple of questions every time they step on up towards them.
Well, now as Cabal, the only question they really got is, can we make another 4 rounds on top of the one we've just got? They're going back towards A. You can hear the RCXD coming out as well. That's already been deflected. Got another nade from Exceed. Over the top. I'll slow them down again. Trophy will deflect that one as well.
And a bit of a trading blow. Maybe he's got a huge job on here. He's watching their backside, and, well, a nade will come on through. A kill from Hixie. And they swarm, and Five Fears just make it look so simple. The bomb doesn't even get down, and yet the retake comes on through all the same. That landmass well and truly smothered in white as Five Fears closed this one out 6-2. And if map 1 felt like it was simple, Bryce, at least we saw an early exchange of blows coming back from Cabal. There, I'm not sure we saw much of anything.
Wow, I mean, Abe, got to be the story. Just so much confidence on dealership every single time you saw him taking them. Don't get me wrong, some of them a little bit reckless, but the truth is it works out. And 6-2 is the final score. 13-2 for Abe as they destroy Cabal on that dealership S&D. And now, feeling like the heavy favourites, Five Fears will be looking forward to the control.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be feeling really good going into this. They've got all the momentum, the wind in their sails for sure. You've outclassed on the strategy side when we talk about search and destroy. You've outgunned when it comes to the respawn of Hardpoint, and there's been so little in the way of an answer. It almost feels like Cabal have left everything good about their play in that series against Team Notorious. So difficult to build a case for Cabal getting back into this. And you're right to talk about how it's the Abe show right now. He was a big part of their victory, of course, in map 1, but 13-2 there in map 2. A ridiculous scoreline. This man picked up top 6 in Miami with the Stallions, of course, and therefore just looking to improve on that here, get him on through. And it will be that protocol that we go to next to decide whether or not Cabal do have a bit of life in them, or if this is one of the cleanest 3-0 sweeps we've seen in a minute.
Well, we'll have to find out. I mean, there's still a good amount to go. Realistically, Cabal could maybe swing back into it, but Five Fizz are a very solid team going through it as well. And now I'm quite curious what happened in that Notorious game, because we'd expect maybe a little bit more of a fight from Cabal coming into it. I mean, they had a good, like I said, first set of rotations maybe onto the hard point, and there's been some good rounds back and forth. But if anything, Five Fizz have gained confidence over these last 2 maps, where I feel like they're going to be very, very aggressive coming out of the control.
I agree. I think as well, one of the things that you're seeing here from this Five Fizz roster is a deep strategy book. We saw different offensive plays, defensive plays. We saw that they were willing to mix it up a little bit and just leave Cabal guessing. And when we move into control, hardpoint, I feel you are sometimes limited in terms of what you can do differently in terms of offensive, defensive plays around hills. S&D, you get to be a bit more creative with that playbook. And when we see that come on through, I'm thinking, okay, well, do you have something stored for control? Right now, you don't even need to play the biggest tricks up your sleeve if you have them as a Five Fierce team. You can walk into this one just feeling like you can outclass this Cabal team regardless. I mean, we've spoken about all 4 players on that lineup and how confident they're feeling. We tuned in with them for a minute on live stage. They feel like this one's in the bag. And, well, I guess right now, it's all about whether or not Cabal have an opportunity to breathe some signs of life into themselves.
100% true. Well, we'll find out. Control is coming up next here at the Major. But for that, we are going to a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be right back after this.
Love a broken kill feed.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers Major here in Dallas. Of course, these two teams throwing down already, Five Fears and Cabal. Well, if you're a Cabal fan, it's not been a great time for you. Five Fears have been running the first two maps. Dominant Hardpoint, more dominant S&D Enigma.
Yeah, as indeed. There was a moment, there was a flicker of life at the start of the hard point. We saw a tight first set of rotations. Once Five Fears got a hold of that map, they did not let go at all. We go into the S&D. Okay, Cabal, can you answer back? Show us how you beat Team Notorious and show how you want to progress on through this tournament. The answer was a swift no. You end up losing 6-2, and one of those rounds was when Exceed's trophy blew him up. So, I mean, it's a case of what you were handed, you did very little with. And for the worrying thing, of course, becomes for Cabal, whether or not you've managed to use this little break that you've had, your IGLs, have you managed to sit down, speak about what it is that's going wrong, and come out here with your chest sticking out and willing to fight for it. For Five Fears, we spoke a little bit about it before the break. They're looking plenty relaxed. They look like they've got a deep playbook. And when we talk about protocol control and the ability to flip-flop this map between the two different zones, we know how important that can be.
Well, we will find out as we get into it. The team's already throwing a few bullets going through. Abe being very, very aggressive. I said he was going to be off the rip. You knew that it was all going to be about that confidence from those first two maps flowing into this one. But a good start from Cabal. They've already stopped some of that pressure here. Fire up top. Just trying to see if he can find a kill or two. Hasn't managed to quite yet. But fortunately, Five Fears haven't fallen into the spawn trap yet.
Haven't indeed. It's an interesting strategy from KB to put himself literally on the point. I think he was worried about a push on out through Heli side. Maybe he wants to push on through and just stick those spawns on B side as much as possible. But for now, we'll be happy if you're Cabal. Apart from the fact that you've let Abe slip on through. We saw how much he tore up in the previous map. If he gets complete control of Grandma's relatively uncontested, he could be very dangerous. Trakes and Cootie trying to do the same thing on the opposite side of the map. So your map is basically flipped right now. The chessboard's all over the place. And a huge win from Fire to find Trakes.
Holding pretty nicely, Abe. Doing what he's been doing so far. That clock will be stopped in 20 seconds. Abe trying to get some more kills into the spawn isn't going to work out for him. So far, they have just a little bit of map control. Got to be careful. That trophy working overtime to try and lock this one down for them. As Abe comes back off that respawn, by the way, and finds a kill almost instantly. Fire looking to thread the needle through the window. Hasn't quite able to either. Got to be careful. They want this extra minute. They've burnt so much time already. Any trade that goes against them could be a disaster. Pixie looking for a kill. Finds the first. Waiting for the player onto main gun. They'll go down as well. And this might be the end of it.
Pause. A breath. Five Fears. Do you come back at this? Abe will find one, but it's going to be kills in favor of Cabal. And that will be all she wrote. So just the 2 ticks. And I got to give huge credit to KB. In that moment where you see Five Fears finally get onto the point, you start to see that progress. It's easy sometimes to panic and think, okay, all the hard work that we've just done can be undone. But he takes his time, slowly works his way on through mid, and then just wraps to collapse the point and clean up what was remaining of that Five Fears lineup. So, shout out to him for that work. Just meant that his teammates then could scramble into positions that would allow them to see off the round and limit the damage the Five Fears could inflict. Now then, is that a flicker of life from Cabal? Is that them resurging into this series? Shutting Exceed down to a 0-5 will be a great way to start that, but this now, your offensive round, must look good off the start.
Well, this is where it does become important. If Cabal can keep that one going, they'll be very happy about it. You are right. They shut down Five Fears early. It got them the round win. They now need to do the same thing. Haven't taken a lot of map control yet. Drake's just trying to stay alive for as long as possible on A. Isn't going to manage it here. Key thing is that they don't lose another wave of kills and let Five Fears run around the spawn.
Yeah, and the problem is Abe's just going to slip on through. Just splits your line in half entirely. Makes some noise as if he's coming up the zip. Will eventually head on up. And then wins the gunfight on top. So gets himself control of trips. And all of a sudden, Cabal are sent packing. And this is the worrying signs. Cabal did such a great job in round 1. But if you continue to let Abe run amok here, you run the risk of just being hemmed in for so long. Not a chance in hell. Abe goes absolutely massive. And with that, Cabal trying to pick up the round and put it back together. But with so little time left on the clock.
Still opportunities to stop it. They have to find a couple of key kills. They need that wave to get out of here. See, gonna look for another player, shut them down now. We'll go back into the spawn. This is what they don't want. They do not want the enemy team here. Hixie almost makes the kill, but as he gets shut down, a door of opportunity opens now for Cabal.
Ruby here just trying to stay alive for a moment. You have Cootie pushed on through back Grandma, so if he can get control of Grandma's or at least support, the problem is Abe is going to be up here relatively for free, and he's just getting to shut down these Cabal players. Will finally be picked up. So Trix then able to provide support from Grandma's, but Hixie then just undoes the foundation that you're trying to play on out from, and well, a couple of kills will start to burn what's left of this clock down. And if that kill onto KB, that should confirm this round. Just the one tick to answer back if you are Cabal. And we asked coming into that round, was it a case of Cabal finding a footing, or is it just a bad round out of 5 fears? I think and I fear that we just got one of our answers.
Well, who turns the tide? That'll be the question. It's all tied up on the control. Cabal still have an opportunity. Obviously, the first 2 maps didn't go well for them. At the moment, it's pretty much even. But the problem 5 Fears had first time on their attack was they were shut down almost instantly. Never really got going, never had the map space or the time to get things done. So we're looking for a better break here.
Something last time that gave 5 Fears a little bit of something at least was being able to get players underneath the map and in Grandma's. Interesting to see if they lean on that again here, but you find 3 kills and Hixie's going to get pushed all the way through up towards Castle, so this becomes a situation where Hixie can just cut off players coming out of their spawn. That's going to be KB found, and well, Cabal, it looks like they've already decided to send a couple of investments over towards B. You do at least have Cootie pushed on through, who's going to try and get back towards this point, but I feel like that's a huge fight. Otherwise, well, as he's found and cleaned on up, 5 Fears continuing to make progress. That's 2 ticks already, and Cabal, I think you're having to invest already over towards this B point and just give up what you've already lost.
Well, he will do if you keep running into Exceed. Start off 0 and 5. Really having a much better time on this attack. There's the extra minute. There's a bit of extra time. But A is usually the easy one. B is not that easy. You have to get a good amount of kills and a good amount of control before you commit to this point. Fire's doing that. He's waiting for the fights to come through. Teammates don't have top control yet either, so it's not worth him pushing.
Dixie potentially with a huge kill here because then that will isolate Trix, and oh, he doesn't finish. He does eventually finish that kill, so that will then give you tower control and then presence onto the point. 2 players coming off respawn. It's all onto Cootie. It's all onto KB to activate in through Trip's side and collapsing through the boat. But that's 1 tick already on through, so you don't have much time here, 5 Fears, to set this up. You gotta go.
XC almost gets the spray transfer. Not quite. Might have been a bit of a turning point, but this will be KB. This is huge. He stays alive and finds the kills. That's exactly what he wants. Continue to put them on the back foot and not quite able to make the second. Able to get it, but there will be a trade coming through as well. And they have managed to push them back into the spawn. For 5 Fears, this is all about survival. They have to play TDM just to have another stab at the map.
Ripper will be found in mid. And Cootie falling over at Heli there will allow you to push your line further forward if you are 5 Fears. One thing for Cabal, you do have at least control over bottom mid. That will let you up into trips to try and control the middle of the map. But right now, Exceed's trying to work things on your spawn. You get tower control here as 5 Fears. That could spell disaster. And how Exceed comes on out with 2 there, I don't know. But 4 in a row. Feels like he's come alive. This will give you tower now and an opportunity to swarm.
I see. We'll go down there eventually, but A will find the kill back as well. And you are right. They're going to go for it. A will know where this player's going to be, and that's an unbelievable shot. They will now commit to it. That 3rd tick is rocketing forward. Hixie trying to play peekaboo, but he knows he just needs to stay alive, and they take that round. And 5 Fears, having a wonderful time on that capture, will now take the lead in this control.
Just that instant break-off that was so impactful from 5 Fears. You get that wave of kills, Hixie pushes on through, and once you get to a situation where you're already starting to control the spawn that early, it pushes Cabal so far away. There was a decision made as well from Cabal that I can't quite wrap my head around, and that was that they invested very early in making sure that they were protecting B, and then once A fell, they started to send more bodies to A, and ended up basically giving up B and never getting a proper defense in place. So an issue there around transitions. The last time that Cabal attacked, the one big thing that they were not doing was getting themselves underneath or around the map and into Grandma's. They've got to change that here if they're going to unsettle this 5 Fears defense.
See, it's a big kill. Should know he's coming as well, but hasn't been worked out for him, and this is the disaster. That blender is starting. 5 Fears are pushing their way into the spawn here. Abe's going to be around the back. Going to try and farm these players off of the respawn over and over again. They're looking for Abe, and, well, he gets caught on the jump up. Fire will get his trade, but they've opened this up just a little bit for them.
So far pushed forward if you 5 Fears, but Cootie has done what I asked you to do. Get underneath the map, get yourself into Grandma's, flip the situation a little bit. And that information, Exceed will therefore be finished on off. So Cootie then with an opportunity to squeeze his teammates up, drag them along into this fight. And it does feel like if there is a player from Cabal who can hold his head high, Cootie, I feel like he's the one that we've spoken about so positively. Drake's just trying to make sure that you keep a hold of trips here. And right now, kills largely falling the way of Cabal, but you've just not got nobody on the point, and 30 seconds left on the clock. You've got to start to slow that down.
Cootie is going to have to make a very impactful move. They're all getting towards A. They're all going to try and get this one done. Get that extra minute. Recuperate already. Players been taken down, and slowly but surely they are just getting them from every single angle. Cootie is trying to fight from the back foot, but falls as well. One last player onto it, and down they go. That's going to be a wipe with 18 seconds to go, and they are streaming forward. 5 Fears smell the blood in the water.
Indeed, and Fire here is going to find Trakes. He's just going to tuck himself into this arch side and just make himself even more of a nuisance. And the fact that he comes away with another one is ridiculous. Abe cleans up on the front as well. You can get one last push here from KB, but Abe throws a shoulder and doesn't even fire back. It is as simple as you like. And somehow, I mean, the team that we, again, built up here, are they dark horses? You've seen off Team Notorious. A lot of people turning their eyes your way. Bow out with nothing but a whimper here into that loser's bracket. 5 Fears, you are feeling absolutely on top of your game after that one. Felt like if there was an answer back from Cabal at all, you had all the answers in the world yourself to counter it. A team clearly stacked with talent, but also with a deep playbook and a great map pool. Maybe these are the guys that we should be paying a little bit more attention and putting a little bit of respect over to.
I'm on that control for most of it. It was a bit back and forth, but I think maybe 5 Fears are just a cut above them. That's the truth I would take away from that series, is that Cabal, very good in this bracket onto our semi-finals, our first team to do so, and that puts them in a very good position. Certainly a team to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fire and Exceed, in particular in map 1, looked absolutely ridiculous on the ARs. Just controlled every lane that was available on that red card map, and we know how important that can be there. The S&D was all about Abe. Here, as well in the control, like you saw an input from all 4 players, and you know, you and me, we've been around the business for a while. That's what makes top teams, when every player can step on up to the plate. You're very rarely going to see players good enough to drag underperforming teammates on through, and right now, with everything we've seen from 5 Fears, admittedly a very quick series where we didn't really see them tested, so we don't get to find out about that part of their game, but feeling very confident about where this team can get to. Exceed, by the way, amount of times he's strung together ridiculous kills, winding back the clock. Feels like recently he's been transferred onto that AR, but picks up that SMG, Bryce, and he still knows what to do with it.
Looks like it. I mean, that is a very dominant scoreboard as we go through the maps for you. And if you didn't catch the beginning, 250 to 111 was pretty even around the midway point. Unfortunately, Cabal just really stopped being able to get anything done and got shut down. Leadership always looked more confident for 5 Fears. Abe just having the time of his life, running at them and winning gunfights. And onto the control, realistically, Cabal, they had a good first kind of defense from them, but not a lot after that.
No, not a lot at all. And there was a couple of things that was brought up there as things that weren't particularly happening. You weren't being creative enough. There wasn't, you know, falling in those initial engagements and just seeing 3 or 4 dead pushing you back towards your spawn. And in moments like that, we saw it yesterday, actually, casting all the Atlanta phase and C9 moment where we're in this control and they're bullied all the way back to the gates. They lose the first 2 opening waves hands down. And then they get together as a 4 and go, okay, all 4 of us hit this direction, clear it out, and allow us to punch on out. And then in those moments where there's that panic and you've got to get yourself that ice, that composure, we just never really saw Cabal put together a game plan to come back into things. And that, for me, is probably where you're seeing the difference between them being a potential dark horse and being an actual contender top team.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if they bounce back the way that they might need to on this when they go into that lower bracket, of course. But as you can see, as the rest of this starts to populate, 5Fizz, our first team to go through, they will fight the winner of Team Ligers and Omit into that semi-final. On the other side of it, Omit Brooklyn and Royal Spartans, that's a massive game, and so is Team Orchid and P7 White. We were discussing this actually before we came live. P7 and 5Fizz got about 85 teams in this tournament, so you'll have to keep an eye on which team is which.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that the 5 Fears that we just witnessed was 5 Fears White, but someone is welcome to correct me there because you and me indeed have been in the back alongside Study trying to work out exactly who is who. So at least we do find out there that that is P7 White, we think. Going up against Team Orchid, that should be an absolute bloodbath. But of course, Omit and Team Ligers, I believe that was 1-1 last we tuned in there. Omit absolutely smashing their way through the hard point. But as opposed to the series we just covered, Ligers do at least answer back in the S&D. So plenty of action, as we've said, coming on through our bracket. A lot of top teams, of course, as we start to get to the business end of challengers. But for our first series, Bryce, this was not the finest example of that, an absolute smoke show.
Yeah, a little bit of a stomping. There's no real other way to put it. Cabal just didn't have a good time. 5 Fears just having a great time into this one. But we're going to find out how this continues on. Many more teams, much more gameplay, and about 1 billion bullets to be shot across that main stage. But first, a little break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the Major after this. Sorry, there, Bonnie, you're a little bit quiet. I might miss.
second series. Enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah, nah, it was fun, man. Whenever you, like, usually the cast always relies on the gameplay. If the gameplay is good, the cast should be good. You know, so the fact that we had Game 5 Grueler.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Open here at DreamHack. I'm Enigma, I'll be back in with you for this one, but I've got someone new alongside me this time. Jeremy, my friend, you got to tune in to that first one. How'd you find it, and how much are you looking forward to this second game?
Hey, man, Cabal let me down. I thought with the victory, the way that they got it over Team Notorious and all the way into game number 5, you were going to be ready to rock and roll versus basically a brand new squad in 5 Fears. But Exceed, a guy who's always found a lot of success here in Challengers, continues to shine. A clean 3-0. They move on to the semis, but nothing more important than the match right in front of us because we have 2 absolute studs on the NA side going at it.
We do, indeed. By the way, fully aware I just called you by your first name, which threw me off, but I looked at your app for a second, it caught my eye, and that's where my brain went. But yeah, taking a look at this bracket, confirmation, of course, there that 5 Fears cruised past Cabal, and Omit made pretty light work as well of Team Ligers. But it's the bottom half of this top portion of the bracket that we've got to settle next. Omit Brooklyn against Royal Spartans, and Team Orchid against P7 White. It feels like almost like a NA clash and then an EU clash going on at the same time. We, my friend, will get to talk about this Omit Brooklyn against Royal Spartans matchup. very much so looking forward to this one. I think that out of the 4 up at the top here, well, the European in me very much so has my eye on that Orchid and P7 White game. It is this one here that I think is the cream of the crop. Omit Brooklyn, of course, going to be Brack, Standy, Prolute, and Yuli. And for me, my friend, this is a team that should be looking to get themselves all the way to the end. And I know that you've got your eye on this squad.
Oh, yeah, this is a nasty squad in challenges, man. These guys have been in and out of the league. Every single player has had an opportunity up in the big boys. But when they have to figure it out in challenges, you go through roster changes left and right. So a couple players were on different lineups. At the end of the Elite, it was Brack and Standy rocking the Omid GG tag instead of the Omid Brooklyn, but they got 4-0'd in the Elite Grand Final. So that you needed to make some adjustments, and they pick up the right player in Prolute, who was the guy that beat the hell out of them in that Grand Finals on 3 days of practice, because all the other players that originally were on that Omid Brooklyn squad, they just started getting called up. But you add a player like Prolute to the mix, who is phenomenal in Search and Destroy, can switch between the AR and the SMG. He's going to be a lot to handle, but my biggest player to focus on is going to be Yuli, because I've always loved his playstyle. He's always had the objective mind in front of him, and then when he's able to provide you also with that slaying, he's one of the toughest SMGs to take down in the challenger scene.
Yeah, no, I love the 2 players that you're bringing up in particular. Of course, so many star players there to talk about. But yeah, with Prolute, it's been a bit of a redemption arc as well through the back half of this season after getting top 16 in Miami. To then come out and win the Elite last time out was a phenomenal effort from him. And it's good to see him back up in that kind of form and standing atop a podium again. But on the other side of things, you've got yourself the Royal Spartans. Now, this is going to be Dak, Cruz, Wiz, and Neum. And this is a team that, and you and me, we talk a lot about how these guys have been around for a little bit of time, especially Cruz. He's a player that we always see stepping up towards the later stages of tournaments. Do you think that this team has the capability here of taking this series?
I think they definitely do, because every time I talk about this squad of players, like between Dak, Wiz, and Cruz, who have been a dynamic trio basically this entire season, they just haven't really showed me the consistency in their gameplay. They can have pop-off moments. They can have takeover series, but it's just the consistency versus the top teams is usually when they tend to struggle. And they also made one big roster change as well, because Mamba, who was originally their 4th throughout this entire season, he actually went up to the Omid GG lineup, so they had to fill that gap with a new young man in Neum, who went from an SMG player last season into an AR player this season. He calls me Unc, I call him Nephew, and when I watch his gameplay, I'm able to understand, like, just the way that he's breaking down the game. He's always had raw talent, but to see his adaptive personality to changing his playstyle from an SMG, aggressive SMG at that, to a lockdown AR, he's going to be a lot to handle as well, because he can do it in both if he finds that SMG on the floor.
Yeah, no, I mean, Unk status, by the way, being absolutely confirmed as we celebrate your birthday recently, of course, my friend. Man, but Neum, of course, yes, we do love to see the mindset of a player who's willing to work extremely hard, not just to become one of the best players in your current role, but then to also change on over on the other side and pick up that AR and work very, very well with it. We're going to take a look at our maps and modes here for this series, my friend. Hacienda Hardpoint. Then the Red Card S&D. Got a double stay at Vault for the control and the hard point. And if we get there, of course, we will close things out back where we started. The sunny Spanish Villa, Hacienda, the S&D. You take a look at the series. You know the players here, my friends. You know the maps and modes. Anything standing out to you here?
The Hacienda Hardpoint, obviously for Omid Brooklyn, I'm thinking that they're going to be heavily favored on the map #1, because you have players like Brack who are always thinking about that rotation. If you can dominate rotations on a map like Hacienda, you're going to have yourself a very wonderful time. But for the opposite side, for the Spartans, I'm definitely having that red card S&D circled up, because the way that Dak and Wiz play, they can be the 2 dynamic players with SMGs or even ARs in hands that can single-handedly win you a Search and Destroy. But on the same hand, they can also single-handedly cost you one, because they take too many risks trying to take some unnecessary space. If you're going to fall short in this map #1, the S&D needs to be an absolute lock. But I just love the rest of the maps, the back-to-back vaults and the map 3 and map 4. And if we have to get to a map 5 on Hacienda, that is going to be a mix fest.
Yeah, I mean, we were treated to an absolute banger of a series yesterday, of course, having casted over that Falcons victory.
Jesus.
But then I think that if we do end up with, you know, maybe we get that map 1 going the way of Brooklyn, we then end up with Spartans answering back in SD, and that sets you and me up for potentially another absolute barn burner here. But of course, a lot of pressure leaning on that map 1. You spoke about it there and how it might suit Omit Brooklyn. They are a team that, I mean, any squad that comes in under the Omit banner, we think is going to put up a hell of a performance. You look at the 4 players available there, you definitely expect them to stand up tall in the respawns. Coming out strong and absolutely smashing a team apart in map 1 seems to be a bit of a theme at the minute at DreamHack, but it's teams being able to answer back in map 2 in the S&D that seems to determine whether or not we get a blowout series or something that really lights up everyone's screens.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about DreamHack. Like you said, there's been some insane games so far throughout this entire weekend. We just saw the biggest hardpoint blowout that we've ever seen, and also in the same series, saw the biggest hardpoint choke that we've ever seen. So DreamHack has been full of surprises, and you got to expect the same thing down here in challenges because it's not as clean cut as the pros play it. A lot of people tend to scam in certain situations, give up your life for free, not really value your life in certain power spots, and those things can come back to bite you. And this is the thing, if you're a challenges player working your way up to the pros, that you have to iron out because you know how important this event is, right? Enigma, you win this event, you get your ticket already booked for EWC. So challenges got a lot to play for. You got to be locked in.
No, absolutely. You're right to talk about the stakes here. We are getting to the business end of our season. Our top 2 teams here are guaranteed to get to go and play at Champs. And of course, our winner, as Tuddy just mentioned, will go on to Esports World Cup glory in Saudi Arabia. So much on the line. And that's before, of course, we talk about the prize pool, the pro points, and everything else that comes along with it. And as you said, a lot of players here trying to prove that they deserve opportunities to step up into the league. A quick look over our schedule for the day here on the Bravo stream. It's Cabal and 5 Fears that we started off with. Me and Bryce covered over that one, and that was one of the quickest series I have ever cast over. There was a little bit of life in map 1, but other than that, good lord, 5 Fears ran amok. Omid Brooklyn and Royal Spartans, of course, me and Sully will be covering over this one here. Then we will be covering 5 Fears against Omid. My friend, that is going to be, I believe, you and Bryce. You just said banger there. Looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah, without question, man, because Omid GG now have the one single-handedly player in Craze who has won every single elite throughout this stage. He's been waiting for his call to get up to the pro leagues. Every single one of his teammates have gotten the call to get to the pros. So he's just trying to end out the season as strong as he possibly can. And with the additions of players who were recently just in the league, and Vivid and Mac, that is a star-studded lineup. So I'm excited to see that matchup when we get to it after this one.
I love that you mentioned the Crazy situation there, because we have a similar situation in Europe, of course, with Cobra, where he's watched all of his teammates from when he dominated kind of jump up and go into the league, and he never got his chance. And you always wonder what that's going to do to a player's mental. Will that see the fire in them burn out a little bit? But with Craze, seems like he's very much so continuing an impressive spree. But, ladies and gentlemen, we, of course, have our own series here, Omid Brooklyn and Royal Spartans to settle. And what we're going to do is just give the players a couple minutes to get themselves sorted. I'm going to grab a drink of water because I am parched. And we will get back to you after this next break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenge Open here at DreamHack. I'm Enigma, alongside me, Studdy, and we've got ourselves a series set up, Ultimate Brooklyn against Royal Spartans. We've done a little bit about talking around the rosters and, of course, the maps and modes that we are going to be playing here today, my friend. But we are looking straight down the barrel at this Hacienda hardpoint to kick things off. And you said it yourself that Ultimate Brooklyn are a team that could very much so exceed and run away with this one a little bit. But it's all about if the Royal Spartans can stay in the fight, and we will find out as we break off of Hill 1.
Yeah, Spartan's got to come out firing in this map, number one. Cruz, a guy who just recently got engaged. He's probably going to have a little bit of a buff, knowing that the fiance is watching back from home. But already into this P1. 25 seconds already done and dusted. Spartans currently have the spawns that they want over towards the spiral side, but this battle through topside open is going to be everything, and Ultimate Brooklyn are able to walk with every single kill. Now they can soak up a lot of this time.
Can indeed, and also it will give them a complete free push through to P2 if they wish to make it, and Royal Spartans recognize that, so they decide to floodgate instead. Standy going to be met with a lot of force, and that counter from the Royal Spartans to just seize control over those P2 spawns. Maybe we'll reward them in a moment, but Dak has actually spawned on the opposite side of the map. So as he starts to come back on through, we'll pick up a little bit of time. And spawns absolutely everywhere, and I don't know how many people are going to read that Brooklyn just spawned well.
Yeah, this is the thing about the way that the Spartans like to play. It's just non-stop aggression. Right there, they're thinking, okay, we can set up a pinch. They're going to be spawning over towards Rock, but get it a little bit too aggressive, and all of Ultimate Brooklyn now have the back spawns that they want. They now have the numbers as well. 4v2, make it a 4v none in the hard point. The break is good, and this is a good chunk of time to fight for. If you're the Spartans, you need to get a break and get it quick.
Indeed, huge fight potentially in the back line, but Standy will be picked on up, and you've also got Neum holding Rock in order to stop Ultimate Brooklyn getting out. So it's whether you can surround this, collapse on this. Yuli's got a big job to do at the stairwell. We'll get damage to pretty much everybody, but kills nothing. You get a push on through. Pinstripe feed indeed, and Prolu, well, he will be the last to fall. No, he will not. Standy gets there just in time, coming back off the spawn, finds Cruz, gives Ultimate Brooklyn a good chunk of time, going to stick them up about 50 points, and begin that rotation over to 3 where Royal Spartans have set themselves up.
Yeah, and that's already an issue right there for the Spartans, for a team that basically cut their losses at P1, gave up about 25 seconds. You were banking off the rotation over towards the P2, but instantly get broken on the first attempt because we're simply getting too aggressive, trying to do step 3 instead of step 2. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite you. But now you're fully set up here at the P3 hill. You have top plat control. You're also showing presence in towards office, and you are effectively still finding trades and blocking those back spawns to force all of Ultimate Brooklyn to hit the front.
Nice kills there from the Royal Spartans, unfortunately. Not enough initially done at the front to make sure you keep a hold of it, but that will get you control back over the hill. We'll keep an eye on Yuli, potentially looking for a wrap here, but Dak looking to just hold on the tower, just contest for a moment. All that's going on now, it's another pinstripe feed here, as both teams back and forthing. But Brooklyn into the hill, potentially for some scrap time, and, well, building themselves up a little bit of gap at the start of this one.
I'm telling you right now, your hands are going to be very, very full if you cannot shut down this young man. I told you before the series starts, this guy is usually focused on the objective, but then when he brings it into slaying, he is just way too much to handle because the brains on that guy, he knows everything about the game. So still a 40-point difference, but a phenomenal start here from Yuli. He's had 2 different 5 streaks, make it a 6 in a row. He's waiting for the numbers, but screw it, let me just do it myself.
Yuli finds 7 and 8 on the board as well. Looking for number 9. Slows, caught by a stun, still stays up. It's going to let his Brooklyn teammates get in here to support. That is number 9. Finds himself a spare jackal on the ground. Number 10 comes on through. Yuli, what are you doing into this Royal Spartans lineup?
Dude, he is 4 times positive. But the only thing scary about that is they're only up 28 points. We need to get some more time with this young man doing what he is doing on the map. And at least Prolu's still making it very, very mixy to end out this Rock Hill. Yuli's going to invest the streak. Unfortunately, the double team kill comes in, but it's still your team sort of holding on to the final junk time until Brack falls.
Yeah, a little bit worried about how much Yuli's feeling himself there. Definitely an unwarranted hellstorm being brought on in. Maybe thinking, well, I'm playing so well, I'll get myself a second anytime now.
Yeah.
But picks up 2 of his teammates, gets himself killed as well in the animation. And as such, you're right to call it. We have ourselves a relatively close game considering Yuli's dominance right now. Young man absolutely taking over as we head back to P1. Royal Spartans keeping themselves within touching distance.
Hey, man, they're playing some good Call of Duty. Besides that one mishap to start off the game at the P2, they have kept themselves into this game with Yuli, like you said, having the performance that he's currently having. Still a 20-point difference. The spawn's in control currently. have at least one player on the side of the Spartans, but now he is banking on everybody else to at least get them off the time for now before Dak sets up this pinch. He finds kill number 1, puts down shots on kill number 2, sets it up for Neum, but with only 15 seconds left, it's a battle for the spawns, and the Spartans have it again.
Kuji just looking for a way to set up some sort of collapse onto P1, but he will be found, so Royal Spartans will cut their losses, back on off for 2. Cruz spawns out, actually, so potentially a couple of turned heads here if you are the Royal Spartans. A little bit concerned, but Omit Brooklyn will get Standy actually into the hill for free as he hits the water route. Will be found by Wiz, but that then sets up a little bit of a trade fest, but not for Yuli, who answers with 2 and nearly for 3. Potentially a little bit too hot on the third challenge. That will continue to allow Brooklyn to flood at this, but Royal Spartans, despite Yuli's prowess, will swap that one away.
Yeah, that's fantastic from the Spartans to be able to manage that chaos and still be able to hold on to the P2 because they need a good chunk of time here to get themselves back into the game. But the gunfights initially has to go your way. First 2 go in favor of Brooklyn. They have the numbers. They're going to swarm their way back in towards the garage and find all 4 kills potentially for the final 30.
Prolip just going to cook a nade as Royal Spartans aim to draw up not only the control of the rotation for 3, but of course controlling the exits as much as possible from it, Brooklyn. But Brack, well, he will do his best to punch a bit of a hole in this Royal Spartans lineup. Finds one, and of course, that then spreads the Royal Spartans defense very thin. And also, with some beautiful shots, gets help from Yuli, and then cleans up Cruz. And that is one of the easiest rotations you've seen from 2 to 3 on Hacienda in a minute.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that easy, though. Like, Brack finds that initial kill through top hallway. That guy's going to spawn out. But you still had players in positions to play for everybody else off the cutoff. And just Cruz gets some really bad timing there. He was a player watching over towards well, lets one slip on by. Your teammates thinking, all right, my back is safe. But no, I die from behind, and then Cruz tries to play for the trade, and instantly he gets taken down as well. But even without the successful hold initially to start the hard point, they are still contesting this all the way to the very end until Omen find 3. They find the break for a good chunk of time.
The Royal Spartans do well to stabilize it for a moment, setting up, collapsing on around, but then immediately get broken. It feels like right now Royal Spartans capable of breaking hills, but their rotations and actually holding onto things just not really something that we'd expect to witness from a squad that is very capable. Dak here, trying to find a corner to tuck himself off into. Going to try and control the doorway. Doesn't manage it. Yuli gets out and finds one. Wiz going to be here trying to do a bit of work and will not find it. So the kills fall in favor of the team in white as they get ever close to that 200-point marker.
Yeah, you can't do nothing about that. Like, you're rotating early. You're thinking, all right, we're fully set up. We have every single angle watched. And then Yuli just slides on and hits you with the slide prone and finds the opening kill. That's massive there for Omid Brooklyn because they are playing with the utmost confidence. AR's also starting to come alive. Brack just holding down the pre-aim over towards the garage side. Knows that he has 2 lined up right in front of him. Gonna get some assistance, but be the finishing touches on 5 in a row. You cannot win it here, but you can get pretty damn close, and they're just continuously dominating on map 1.
Brack turns and burns there as well. I'm not sure if Standy had managed to injure Dak before that, but Dak basically had the initial fights in that for free. Proloop finds 2. Yuli finds 1 more. Starting to find a way to set you up for P1. And you can close it out here. Typically a difficult hill to get a lot of time on, but you don't need much of it because you're going to be 7 points away from seeing this off. Do the Royal Spartans have anything to answer back?
Oh, well, Cruz at least finds a double and Neum finds a 3rd, so I don't know if they're going to have enough to set up a comeback on this map number 1. It'll be an absolute miracle, but it is DreamHack. And we've seen some miracle things so far throughout this weekend, but the Hellstorm being invested, Cruz isn't missing them out of the sky, and now Omid Brooklyn only needs 5 seconds, and they're going to close it out here.
Wiz, well, he will do his best to try and turn and burn, and the fish rate feed gives Spartans a moment, but you feel for Brooklyn here. They're happy to just keep their heads about them, stay composed. We can send someone late in for that P1 if we wish, or just send someone over for this P2. And Yuli trying to make a little bit of noise here towards Rockside. Just spread this Royal Spartans team around. Stun goes out. Stun will catch. Will let him push up. Basically, to find kill 30 on the board. And while his teammates are going to be bullied back away from that P1, the kills are on the rotation, and surely then this will be all she wrote. Yuli, 30 and 14. Doesn't get the chance for the 31st, but what a map 1 from a young man that moved on over into this roster from Team Warren. Well, there was a lot of raised eyebrows due to the rivalry, but a lot of raised eyebrows because of how it might level this squad up. I'd say it's done exactly that from that evidence.
Yeah, that is one of them whoopers there, map number 1 there, Andrew. And it doesn't get any easier from the way that Omen Brooklyn came out swinging. Like, Yuli is going on multiple 6-3 after 6-3. He's turning and burning on people whenever the hell he wants. And the Spartans just didn't really have a good team-coordinated hardpoint. We're talking about finding early success off the rotation to P2. You're instantly getting broken because we're getting isolated on gunfights. Then we rotate over towards P3. We're supposed to be watching cuts, but those cuts are still open, even with players in the positions, and that's not really leading to success, man. That's just not the way you want to play hardpoint, especially against this Omen squad, because they have a fantastic coaching staff. I feel like everyone that has been a part of this Omen organization, they understand what it's like to win and what it's like to do it on a consistent basis. With Ricky Turo standing behind these young men, he has seen so much success throughout this season, throughout every single stage of the Elite, and he's continued it here at DreamHack.
I mean, a lot of love for Ricky Atura, of course, another person who was once a part of the CDL. Of course, along behind the Mutineers back in the day. But quick look at the scoreboard here. It won't be pretty looking over at the Royal Spartans. Let's be straight about that. Dak, probably your brightest light, 19 and 22. With 12 non-traded as well. But for Omit Brooklyn, there are, of course, two players standing out here. Brack does very well with 25 and 17, but it would be, I'd be remiss to not talk about Yuli there. 30 and 14, a 10 spree, breaking hills by himself. And the thing is as well, it would be one thing to sit here saying 30 and 14, and sometimes we see those scorelines, my friend, where players have popped off in little sprees, a little streaks, or it's an AR kind of holding down lanes and letting his teammates play in front of him. He wasn't doing that. There was plenty of moments where he went in first, broke hills. We talk about that P4 where he slid through the door and led down. That's the kind of thing you want your SMG to do to make things easier for you, but he's just in takeover mode.
Oh, yeah, it's as simple as that. He's in takeover mode. Anything that he does on the map, he's going to feel the utmost confidence doing it. Even when he's sliding and gliding, one shot does not matter. Yuli was on point there in that map number 1. I think the biggest stat when we looked at the scoreboard was his objective kills. For a guy who just dropped 30 with an SMG, he had 15 of them on the objective. This is what I'm talking about. When he is in that level of play, always put in the objective first to always play for the W. But when he's picking up the kills as well, this guy's just way too much to handle. And he was just way too much to handle there for the Spartans in that map number 1. They're looking now for the bounce back on the search and destroy.
Named after a god from a culture that, well, he is very much so bringing that on in. It's an impressive start from Yuli. It's an impressive start from an Omit team that, when you and me said it ourselves, we've kind of, looked at this roster. This is one that we're expecting deeper into this tournament, very much so. Anything under the Omit banner, and especially this Brooklyn lineup, very strong. But we talked about it a little bit. Brack, Standy being that core duo. They drop wins after that stage 3. You bring in Prolute, you win that Elite 3. And then you end up with Yuli coming on over from Team War. And it feels like a little bit of a Avengers Assemble moment as we get 4 incredibly talented players. This first map, one of those statement pieces, it feels like. Again, we've said it, DreamHack, we've had a lot of those so far. It's all about whether or not teams can answer back in map 2. I'm going to quick look there at that S&D that will be coming on up. For Royal Spartans, feels like if you don't answer back here, it's maybe seeing this series disappear off over the hill.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, because you're going to go into a vault control where I've watched basically all of Omen Brooklyn find a lot of success throughout the entire season on that map, regardless of what the roster looks like. So their search and destroy needs to be the answer here. I'm definitely looking at Wiz and Dak. These are the guys, like I said before we went to break, these are the guys that are the game changers. It's as simple as that. They love to play as an army of 2. They love to take space away from the opposing team and give those comms to their teammates to where the player is going to go down. But it's just certain situations sometimes they just get caught slipping, or they just get caught isolated in the gunfight and give up a free first blood. That cannot be the case here, especially down 0-1 versus his Omen Brooklyn squad with a player like Prolute on the other side, who is a phenomenal S&D player.
Yeah, I become a little bit concerned as well because some of the stuff we saw in map 1 was not necessarily 4 players on the same wavelength in that hard point, which is exactly what you're going to need here. Of course, alongside Dak and Wiz, you're going to see Cruz, who's just come off the back of winning the CCL and getting engaged, so a huge congratulations. It's been an incredible time for him right now, but you'd love to carry that momentum on through into a big series here against Omit Brooklyn. And then Neum, we mentioned before, this is a player who has been on that SMG, has moved on over to the AR and cemented himself in pretty well for this team. And all 4 of these players are going to have to be on a wavelength here if you are going to counter this Omit Brooklyn team. Because as you said, I mean, there's 4 players there that we just line up. They've got a coach in behind them as well. There's a huge brain. We'll have them well drilled and ready to go. But Prolo, he is truly an S&D mastermind. So it's a lot about shutting him down if you're going to stand a chance.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this Omit Brooklyn squad, even though they do have S&D players left to right on the stage, they usually tend to play with like a really slow pace. And on the opposite side for the Spartans, with the fast pace that they have, if they can set the tone early on and force the hand of Omen Brooklyn to start to play at their pace with the aggression, then that could probably be a big difference maker to how the search and destroy is going to play out. Brack loves to be camping over towards the A site, watching over towards stage. Prola could be right alongside him. But if you allow Standy to be like the X factor of sneaking on through, winning a one-on-one, because he loves to be in those clutch moments. He loves to have those SMG one-on-one battles and be the difference maker. If you allow that guy to basically shut down what Dak and Wiz are going to do on the other hand, oh yeah, GG, you're probably getting 3-0.
Yeah, it would be a tough way to roll out of map 2. Again, we've seen plenty of moments where map 1 has been won by the team we expect to come out and look really good in the respawns. And for a lot of these squads, you come in, and for a lot of teams, you recognize that you're not necessarily able to go toe-to-toe with the very top squads in hard points. You work hard on your map pool and your strategy playbook when it comes to S&D, and that's where the Spartans have got to really find something. Of course, we are going to be loading into that red card. Once we get there, a couple of players here just sitting back, getting themselves. I'm seeing a couple of headsets shifted, a couple of leans forward there. So fist bumps going out, my friend. So ever closer. The Spartans looking to get themselves back into this series. We've talked about what it is that they have got to do. And no doubt they have internally as well. But for red card S&D, it is not a map that will reward you if you're not playing correct fundamental cards. Such a large map.
Yeah.
Particularly on your defenses. If you're not picking up those opening jewels, my friend, I fear for how thinly you get spread.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very difficult map for the Spartans because their playstyle in Search and Destroy is aggression. Like you said, on a map like Red Card, you don't really have a lot of opportunities to instantly take some space away because all the crosses are going to be watched on the opposing end. But already into the round number 1, Omid Brooklyn going to be the team on the defensive side. A couple stuns and nades getting invested over towards heads. I don't know if Prolo's able to gain any information, but Brack is the next line of defense. Spots him and is going to back on out.
I'm just slowing things down here as Spartans try and find a way to encroach on the map. Brack actually checks on out and we'll see Wiz, so that will give the game up just a little bit here. We're not seeing an overly aggressive play, at least from the Spartans, but now they'll begin to activate. Wiz gets damage out. Nade goes as well. Should have seen that there's 2 players here. Zombie Brooklyn and try and find a way to surround this. Still no bomb down, and well, it's instantly traded. First blood. And Yuli, oh, he might have the wrap on.
Oh, but Yuli just doesn't finish playing with this food there. And he was surrounded by players on the side of the Spartans. They take it slow and steady on the opening offense. Put pressure over towards Hedge. Trying to get a read on what Omen Brooklyn is going to throw at them. But a big shout out to Wiz, man. It was the objective play right there. Spots out 2 players on the backside of soccer. Allows his teammate to at least find one. And the trade comes in. But then wins the big one-on-one gunfight. So eventually secured that side of the map. And allows the Spartans to open up with the opening attack.
You said it yourself. Sometimes the Royal Spartans get a little bit over-aggressive. We said that that might be a big problem for them on this map. Patient, steady play. Round 1. We will love to see the adjustments coming on through. Potentially an evolution from this team. But a long time to go yet. It's Omid Brooklyn. Stack multiple bodies towards this A point. Wiz throwing a shoulder or 2. We'll get a lot of information that there is indeed a party to be had here. But actually, off those warning shots, Omid Brooklyn backed down a little bit, so maybe considering a change up here.
Yeah, with Wiz giving the comms, he tried to send in crews potentially to find that first blood, but not able to hit every shot there. So it's still going to be a 4v4 with 50 seconds left to play. Standy now starting to take some space over towards heads, but he is going to be the player with the bomb in hand. He's just trying to time this slide over to the A site, spots crews. Now it's time to go.
And he actually decides he's going to get aggressive off the back of this and finds crews relatively for free. Gets in. Should be able to get the bomb down. I'm a little bit worried that you've missed Wiz here, and well, he pops the shots off. Doesn't really get any purchase for it. We'll back Pro it down at least, but it is bombed down. And in a 3v4, difficult retake for the Spartans.
Oh, yeah, Standy's going to be sitting right on site, but is going to get taken down. Does not change the outcome of this round. Neum in a 1v3 with 30 seconds. He knows he has to clear out the top trips window, but is going to walk right into the pre-aim of Brack. And basically a mirror to what Royal Spartans do with them in the opening attack. Omid Brooklyn's do it a little bit better.
It felt a little bit cleaner there from Brooklyn. Also willing to play the slower game. I was a big fan of the adjustment. You get backed on down in the engagement with Wiz. and almost fake a timing to suggest that you might change up your strategy. That just moves the Spartans around a half second, gives you that entry back into the bomb site. Once that bomb goes down, once you find that first blood, so hard for the Spartans with the fact that they haven't managed to send anyone in on the pinch. As such, we'll tie everything back on up. The Spartans, different break off here. Something more centrally, something actually towards B.
Yeah, this is where you want to get your SMG activated. In towards the cafeteria. Brooklyn, though, are able to get a read. They're getting aggressive on this side of the map, so we're changing up our corners. Yuli prepared for a gunfight, wins the first snap, almost good for the second, but he tries to set up Sandy, and he's not able to get the trade, so the Spartans, off the back of Wiz, now have the man advantage and full site control.
We get to see it basically in third person, but Wiz turns and burns for a moment there. A little bit nervous about trying to get this bomb down, however, and that will give an opportunity for Proloot, Brack to try and set something up here. Proloot gets a little bit of intel and recognizes that that could have baited someone out to play, but no one arrives. Brack, what can you do trying to collapse in? Cruz has read this. Bomb's going to start to go down, and Cruz does the correct thing to back on off. For Proloot, though, he will get one handed over to him for free. It makes the retake much more manageable, but that moment there, Cruz checking back out for Brack, puts all the pressure onto Proloot.
Yeah, now Proloot left in a 1v2 is not going to stand a chance, but the Spartans gave them an opportunity there to potentially take that round away, because it takes so long with the man up to get the objective planted. I know you were looking for the information of where these players potentially were going to try to retake from. You already spotted out Proloot, and then once you gain the info on Brack, then you commit on the bomb plant, but thankfully, Cruz is able to isolate onto the one-on-one and leave Proloot with his pants down. As the Spartans, with the aggression on that round over towards B, take the advantage in the search and destroy by 1.
Attacks on top right now, 3 rounds in a row. It's all about who can draw up a decent defense. First place largely going the way of Brooklyn, just not managed to convert on those, largely because they've been instantly traded. Yeah. Oh. Gets backed on off.
Oh,
Wiz, yeah, I was about to say, does he get the timing? But no, he does not. And he will be cleaned on up. Only Brooklyn with yet another first blood here. That bomb hasn't moved very far forward is the only saving grace I have for the Spartans right now. But it's a coming, and it's headed towards B.
Yeah, and that's just one of those plays right there that I was talking about with Wiz. Like, he gets good timing, takes a lot of space away from hedges, but tries to get a little bit too over-aggressive, thinking that he had some good timing there. And unfortunately, you gift that free first blood to Omit, and now Standy makes the most of it. Finds a double in towards the B site. Cruz now left in a 1v3. You should instantly get this objective down. What are we waiting for?
There's the lack of intel here that potentially have Brooklyn a little bit worried, but as that timer hits 30 seconds, Cruz here, you have an opportunity. Oh, I was going to say, if he finds Standy in that moment, if there is a bomb plant coming on through, the timings could have worked out for him, but in the end, found, cleaned on up. Standy will snap. We'll get to watch it back, of course, and that will tie us back up. Again, attacks here just having a field day on red card. 4 rounds in a row. Anything you're seeing right now, my friend, where a team could step up defensively and change the course of this one?
Yeah, I just think realistically, you just need to spread back. Like, if we show face or at least gain information early on where the pressure is going to come in, let's take space on the opposite side. It's not been a rotation game. If they're showing presence on one side, they're committing to that bomb plant. So just be quicker off your rotations to have the numbers in these fights, because you're just simply getting isolated in certain situations. And Wiz gets a little bit too aggressive in that previous round to cause his team there. But all tied up at 2. Spartan's going to slow down the game drastically, but look at how aggressive Wiz is getting towards the B site with bomb in hand.
Yeah, a little bit worried about the player with bomb being so isolated. Standy brings out the RC. And we know how ineffective these things can be in this title when it comes to getting kills, but it's largely just to burn through the clock, delay the timer. And the team on offense will then be forced into trying to rush for a bomb site. So maybe that is how we end up with the offensive teams finally being stalled. But you do have this attempt coming through at B, and actually, as you see Yuli get on out, that will hand the site on over.
Yeah, I would expect that in Brooklyn with the RC car getting invested over towards Hedge. There's no one here. We should be stacking over towards the B site, but they were saving their stuns and their nades, has everybody weak. Now we're going to fly on in for the fights with Cruz and Wiz. They start off with the initial 2. Yuli's able to take down 1, but with 25 seconds left, Yuli's able to find a double to 1v1.
Yuli, can you clutch this on up? Sees Dak, pushes him back. Dak's going to have to push forward here. He is on the attack. He's going to clean this up. Yuli goes huge. to find 3 in the round. And we were a little bit concerned. I was right there with you. You use the RC, you back players down over towards hedges. Why are we not then set up in bar? It's pushed the Spartans over to the place where you have the least numbers. Hands them the site for free. You have to break back in and try and retake it to stop that bomb going on down. And Yuli goes huge, finds the first, tucks himself into the corner. The health comes back through. The second one is glorious, but the third on screen, looking every bit the player we saw in map 1.
Dude, this guy's everything, bro. Like... we need to shut him down. As simple as that. Yuli was the only player in the beginning of that round isolated over towards B, but he's the last man standing because he continues to make play after play regardless of the game mode. Now up by 1 is Omid Brooklyn. Information game with a little bit of aggression over towards the B site that we can potentially isolate onto Dak. But now you're just going to simply force the Spartans to change their defensive look. And at the same time, still this 2-2 split. With Wiz in his position, he could be the difference maker if the rotation comes in.
A little bit worried as well about him being picked up for free.
Is he spotted?
Standy, yeah. Cooks the nade, puts it on out. I'd have thought that would have tagged, but apparently not. Unless Podcaster's lying to us, but no. I think that Wiz somehow avoids that nade, which means the information isn't given on up. And he can just continue to hold for now. Could be something to come back to later. The one thing for Brooklyn right now, you're down to 30 seconds. You got to move.
Yeah, and they're ready for this push in towards the B site. It's going to be into the hands of Dak, and RC Car is going to get invested just simply for the information of how many players are going to be stacked in over towards the cafe. But with 20 seconds to go, Dak just trying to finesse his life. He is going to fall, and now in a man-up advantage. Omid Brooklyn, let's plant the bomb.
Yeah, Dak trapped between a rock and a hard place there. Decides to just stick it out and clear up the RCXD. But Yuli finds 2, leaves Neomon up by himself, and Omid Brooklyn then with our first set of back-to-back rounds. We said that it might be a defensive round coming on through that might change the course and dictate where we go next. And with Brooklyn then answering again on an attack, we see our first gap form. Difficult moment there. It feels like if you're on the defense study, I'm sitting and thinking, okay, well, you've burnt down all this time. You're forcing Brooklyn into something that you don't want to be in. You've taken the fight on your terms, and then you just give up that bar far too easily.
Yeah, we're just not ready for these pushes. Like, I know that we had Wiz over towards the stage shots in a very, very good position to stop anything that was going over towards A, but they just can't get the jump like the way that they did on Dak. Like, Dak's got to be able to at least finesse out with his life, or... no, that's it. Just finesse out with your life. You don't want to die in that situation. Once you give up your life in towards the site, and you basically give it to them, they're fully set up. They get the bomb planted. And it's an easy round there for Omid Brooklyn. Up by 2. Back on the defensive side, but Wiz already takes a lot of space over towards A, trying to make the same play he made in round 1.
Brack is led right next to you. In this moment, neither player has heard the other, or at least if they have, they've got nerves of steel. Prolute will be backed on down. Brack has decided not to move a muscle. He's hoping his teammates can activate over the top here, and he can be a bit of a landmine, a surprise in the step. And, well, he starts to move, finds one. Can you stay up for the second? No. You get damage in that will help Yuli then trade it on out. So the impact is had from Brack. You have around 20 seconds to get to this bomb and defuse it. And Yuli's on the hunt. And Yuli has not fallen to many so far through this series. Continues to go. The pistol gonna need to be reloaded eventually. But for now, he's happy to take the fight. And as he pushes on forward, the bomb just gets defused in the back. So much work there. Great stuff from Brack, of course. But Yuli, a ridiculous hunter out there.
Dude, that guy's delusional. We're talking about running out of ammo. Okay, the first pistol kill is good, but to not reload the weapon or anything like that, just to keep Neum focused on you while your teammate was sticking to the defuse. Telling you, the guy is playing outstanding so far today. On 7 in a row. Maybe you're a kill and a half away from earning yourself a Hellstorm. And with the Spartans, like we said before the series started, you needed to have an answer here in the search to destroy. Because the way that they are coming out, they can do no wrong.
Brooklyn here, putting themselves onto map point. Launching off the back of this man yet again, a 7 spree. And hugely impactful moments as Brooklyn slow things down yet again on their offense. Have won every single offensive round so far. Been impervious. This is partly why Spartans struggle sometimes for this information game. They struggle with the fact that Brooklyn are willing to dictate it so much on their terms. But Yuli, he will finally pick the pace up a little bit. Finds his way into connector. Brooklyn here, I actually think that the one thing is you actually don't have much intel of your own. You don't know which way you want to send this. It looks like a call has finally come through for, again, another B hit. So for the Spartans, 2 players inside, 2 looking to hit that long wrap. The timings might be awful.
Yeah, but they at least find a trade, make it a 3v3, and I could potentially isolate onto Neum, who's playing outside of the cafe. And with only 25 seconds left, eventually someone has to commit on the objective. You better hope to God that Sandy's in a good position to watch the pinch. Unfortunately, he does get caught, and now if you're the Spartans, you know you have the man up, and they're trapped in sight.
Beautiful stuff from Spartans there. Get those 2 players on the wrap. And Brooklyn, unfortunately, you just delay for so long. And while that has worked for you so much through this map, timings do indeed just go against you. Forced to flood on in. And while you do your utmost to take that control, those players wrapping in through the backside just mean that you have nowhere to go. And the bar becomes your graveyard. Spartans answering back then. Omit Brooklyn, off the back of their first defensive win of the map, went on a little bit of a spree. The Spartans are going to need to do the exact same thing here to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, round by round, one at a time. And figure out what Omit Brooklyn have been throwing at you, and that's usually been a 2-2 split on their defensive setups. Aggression led to some early success on your attacking rounds. We're going to go right back to the thing that worked. Let's go 4 over towards B. Back down standing from his position. We know that we have the numbers. Let's try to find that opening duel.
Yeah, Brooklyn are here, though. Brooklyn, we're happy to take this fight at bar. Yuli will find the blood. Doesn't need to get over-aggressive in this. Chal just needs to finesse his life for a moment and, well, unfortunately, runs into another waiting Royal Spartans player. So Standy probably needs to call out that everybody's here, and as he falls, you do at least get coverage on over from Brack. So a 2v2. Bomb not down. 50 seconds on the clock. Right now, the bar belongs to Spartans, but, of course, for Brooklyn, it's all a case of timings. I'm just trying to check this bomb plan at the right time as Neum looks on over his teammate.
Oh, but now it's going to be a 1v1. Neum has it lined up with the AR in hand. The guy is shooting straight nukes out of that Amos. Spartans now rallying together. These last couple of rounds now to make something out of nothing in the search to destroy. The aggression was the answer to find the opening kill, or at least the trade after Yuli starts off. But then just isolating onto Standy, putting yourself in the man up, turning into a 2v2, and everyone being prepared to play the trade. Neum, the young gun, is able to secure 4. And that extends the S&D a little bit longer.
And the decision there, instead of planting the bomb, let's just surprise Brooklyn, push on out and fight them. Catches on with Brooklyn with the pants down, and Spartans will eat it on up. Neum. Or Spree, we've talked about his prowess with the AR, how good he's been since moving on over. Right now, you've actually got Dak potentially being overwhelmed in the bar. He's going to need some support, but also a huge fight potentially off screen as Wiz manages to get by Brack, so that could be a moment. You're just looking to delay here. If you're Dak, you get in, you at least find one well. By virtue of team kill, you at least make things look a little bit more interesting 2v3.
And now this round is all on Wiz. Wiz goes unnoticed on the pinch, is able to locate Luli, make it a 2v2. And now continuously just try to finesse. Teammate is going to be sitting right next to you. You know that Prolu has to be somewhere nearby, but Brack on the pitch takes care of Neum. Now it's all left up to Wiz to stay alive in the S&D.
Brooklyn have made a call. They're rotating this bomb on over. Wiz on the hunt, chasing on after. I'm going to worry about noise. Actually sees one crossing on out. Takes shots. You are, of course, keeping an eye on that timer at the top of your screen. 25 seconds. And that is why you're going to see Prolu dive the bomb site, but Wiz has wrapped on back to at least find a Brack by himself. 1v1. Prolu will get the initial damage in. Wiz is going to put out the stun. Sees Prolu check left. And a moment here where Prolu just trying to buy time, delay this engagement. Wiz might decide to instantly hop this bomb here. We'll see Prolu top right. Surely, and no. Prolu repositions, finds himself at the stairwell, has the angle on the bomb that he planted, and cleans it all up.
That is a massive, massive clutch right there out of Prolu because the Spartans were starting to come alive in the search and destroy. I thought once Wiz was able to sneak by the flank watcher in Brack, he was the deciding factor to how that round was going to play on out. But his teammates just don't stay alive in towards the cafe. They don't allow him to be the impactful player on the round. And then even though he was left in a 1v2, makes it a 1v1. The plant spot good enough for Pro Loot to reposition, finesse with his life, put himself over towards Hedges with that AR in hand, and line up a freebie to close out the S&D. Now Omid Brooklyn go up 2-0 in the series. And this is now going to be very, very tough for the Spartans to fight their way back in.
Yeah, certainly some answers back, at least from the Spartans, to make this more interesting. We saw Wiz go 10-8 here. Neum was 7-6, although went on a 4 spree that was hugely impactful in the moment. But of course, it is him again. The Greek King, Yuli, 11-5, dictating so much to do with this series right now. Very much so. Impressing every step of the way. And, well, I guess for the Spartans, as you stare down the barrel of being dumped into the lower bracket, it's all about trying to figure out how to shut down a man who seemingly is able to operate regardless of the map, mode, or weapon in his hand.
That's just probably looking very difficult to do. Like, I don't know if they're going to stand a chance. Like, the guy can currently do no wrong. Every single one of his timings are going correct. When he's needing to line up a double, he's able to find it. Yuli is just a man on a mission right now, trying to make the way back over to EWC. He was on one of those challenges rosters under the Omid banner last year to end up at the EWC event. Not really showcase what he wanted to, but here in year number 4 or 5 of his career, he has just started to take over in certain modes, starting to really stand out here in the challenger scene. If he continues to do this, though, I'm telling you right now, Andrew, his call is waiting when he gets back home, back into the pros.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what it's about, right? We talk a lot about the prize pool, the pro points, the opportunity to qualify for the Esports World Cup and for champs. But of course, for some of the players, for a lot of the players standing there at the top and saying, where's my opportunity to mix it in the Call of Duty League? Well, none are shouting that much louder right now than Yuli, who is putting on here as Omid Brooklyn take a 2-0 lead in the series. We've spoken about how the Hacienda would probably lean the way of that Omid team. They did indeed deliver as such. For Red Card, it was more of a back and forth affair, but they still closed it on out. You've told me a couple of times, my friend, about the way this vault control goes. Do you see this being a 3-0 or Royal Spartans somehow finding a way back into the series?
I could definitely see this being a 3-0, especially with the way that Omid Brooklyn is shooting. They're not losing gunfights. Yuli is winning every clutch one-on-one gunfight that's walking in front of him, even if it's a 1v2. The guy's simply not missing bullets, and if you can't get a trade, you're most likely not going to win. But the only thing now that's going to change this is the last time that I was able to watch Challengers players play on Vault Control was pre-patch. Now there's a new update to where you're consistently getting a defensive spawn on the backside of P4. We have to figure out how to value our lives even more on the defensive side because offenses are now preferred on a map like Vault. So you got to figure it out if you're the Spartans, at least on your attacks, so where and where not we can be aggressive.
Yeah, we talked about aggression previously in the series and how Royal Spartans like to play with it. You're saying that may be the key to a couple of teams here on this new patch for the Vault Control. Let's see if they can find a way into the series or if this is all over very, very quickly after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Challengers Open here at DreamHack. I'm Enigma. Alongside me, of course, fantastic Study. And we are casting a series here that, although a little bit more life than the first one I did today, my friend, it's not been by much as Omid Brooklyn take a quick 2-0 lead.
Hey, just because it's not a grade A ass whooping, it's still a grade Z ass whooping, I think you can say. Yuli is doing whatever the hell he wants so far in this series. Dominates in the map number 1, drops chopsticks in the map number 2, and he can currently do no wrong. Now, if you're the Spartans, you were looking for potentially the reverse sweep, and it has to start on a map like Vault, where obviously the updates come in, the new spawns are hitting, and you need to figure it out on the attacking side. And for the teams on the defensive side, you realistically cannot scam as much as you could before because you don't have close spawns to reinforce immediately onto the map. But I just think, you know, sometimes after a little bit of a break, you're able to reset, talk with your coaching staff, and go into this next map fully locked in. Because if you're the Spartans, you know you are playing a lot more than just for your pride here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a mental dagger, of course, as to not only then falling into the lower bracket and with your tail between your legs and coming up against a very good team at this stage of the tournament, but it's also a case of if you were to meet up later, just how much are you looking at a team across the table that you're thinking has your number. Talking about the fact that we've had, obviously, a quick break here. This is one of those moments, and you've been a pro player, my friend. You're probably looking towards your IGLs, your locker room mentality, and people to kind of like sit you down, calm you down and go, okay, don't worry about it. It's just been a bad start. We can get back into things here.
Yeah, and they have a great coach. And my friend Trav, a.k.a. Mr. Joker, who was a part of all of Omid Brooklyn's success on the opposite side throughout the elites. He has 3 championships technically underneath his belt, so he understands what it's like to play some winning Call of Duty. They just have to put it together right here, right now. There's no more time to be wasted. You lose this, you're going to be knocked down to the losers bracket. But so far, every single roster that I've ever been able to cast under the coaching staff of Mr. Joker, they have yet to be 3-0. So I'm expecting the Spartans to still show some fight here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things sometimes. It's one thing to judge a person based on how well it's going when you're doing well and how they respond to that moment, but also when you are staring adversity in the face. Do you stick your chest out? Do you have something about you, some resiliency, some steel? Well, for the Royal Spartans, they're most certainly going to need it. You've mentioned that we're going into this vault control next, and it's all about aggression. This is something that they like to operate with, and we see that sometimes in their S&D to their good and to their bad. But here on the vault control, with these new spawns, with this new patch, an opportunity for them to try and turn the pace up a little bit, build their way back into the series. For Omid Brooklyn, it is to rinse and repeat and make this another map business as usual and punch on further towards that grand finals where you're expecting yourselves to be.
It's only a couple of maps standing in front of you if you're Omid Brooklyn to make it to that grand finals. But you got to get through this one. The Spartans are not going to roll over and die. You got to take it from them. The nades over the top, able to back them down from the aggression through the mid double doors. And I love the slow and steady approach from both squads to start off on the break-off, because usually the break-off is everything in control.
Indeed, and you will find a lot of red in the feed. So Royal Spartans then seizing control of A. You're also going to kill over by B, and I love the decision from Neum. He's going to move over here to try and drag these Brooklyn players over, but you need to stay alive for a little bit longer than that if it's going to have the impact you wish. Cruz will get all the intel as he sees 3 players cross. Should be able to call that that's hitting outer, but Prolu will shut him down as well. Information at least gives Dak 1, and 2 ticks have come through already as Dak and Wiz become a very aggressive SMG duo.
Yeah, now Dax just wants to get lost in towards Art. He knows that if I can put myself in this power position, everybody else can just overextend right up through the street. We can add some more segments to the tally, but Dak's information is already going to be gained. The flank from Standy good enough to locate that kill, and now Standy's just banking on his teammates to find success in the middle of the map. Thankfully, Prolu, sitting on the top side of Cat, is able to lock down a double, and you have the numbers to reinforce your way back through mid now.
Just don't know how Spartans don't die at this point. Make more progress there in the situation that they are in, but take a moment. 30 seconds left on the clock. They reset themselves up, go again back towards this point. Huge gunfight, 3 in the feed. That will then surely allow Royal Spartans an opportunity. Stanley doesn't want to fly in here, aware of the likely capture coming on through, the extra minute being added, and Wiz, well, he will actually get himself onto the point. So as Brooklyn try and get themselves a defensive setup in place and find 2 kills at least to slow the Spartans' aggression, we'll see the chessboard reset. 3 ticks done, B next, minute 20 on the clock.
Oh, that's massive. There for a moment to Be able to stand strong on that defensive hold, but already in your face is going to be Neum on 5 in a row, getting me killed number 6. I told you the young man could use an AR and the SMG. Now he's playing the cutoffs, make it 7 in a row. You're going to be uncontested onto the B point because of what Neum was just able to get done. The second segment already gets locked, but you got a double stack, and it's still not good enough. Omen Brooklyn off the back of Standy. He's able to find 3.
Standy comes in with a ridiculous 3-piece there to break that entire hold apart for the Spartans. Neum will answer with 2 of his own, who's been on a tear. But Standy says, I want every piece of this fight as much as you do. Whereas Dak will find more kills on back. Proloot will be shut down as well. So the Spartans dive again. That tick's coming on through. Yuli, you've taken over so many times, but you will not do it here. The Spartans with a ridiculously successful offensive round here. All 6 ticks, incredibly quick. That aggression that you said you wanted to see, my friend, delivered in spades.
That is beautifully played right there from the Spartans. Big shout out to Neum, who goes between an AR and an SMG every other life that he is spawning back in. But an 11-4 start, all the pressure that he found through mid-line, all the successful kills that he found on the backside of Art Control just led to his teammates getting a bunch of free segments at both points. And that just makes their job a whole lot easier when you're bringing it in the sling. Now Omen Brooklyn has something to make up for. All 6 segments they need to account. They also need to bring it into sling as well, because Brack up to a 1-5 start, Yuli up to a 4-7. Not the start that you wanted.
No, especially not on defense. They are like Brack. You usually expect him to be able to stare over a couple of lanes and pick up more than one. Well, Yuli has been the difference maker, the X Factor so far in our series. Looking to be a part of that again here, just to quell the Royal Spartans upsurge. And Neum there with some beautiful shots. Will be supported on over from Wiz as well. Standy will at least get one, but surely then found. Omen Brooklyn will have to figure another attacking wave together here as Royal Spartans do a great initial job on their defense.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy because Dak is already behind enemy lines. Now you're looking for players in your spawn while you're still trying to push out of your base. And it's only going to allow the Spartans to continuously knock down this game time. 45 seconds left on a round, not a single segment earned on the side of Omen Brooklyn. They are now forced to work their way through the OE because spawns are being blocked over towards Ammo's side. You're going to have Proloot able to sneak his way over to the B point to put the game clock at a pause, but he draws some players from the Spartans on this side of the map to potentially open up at A.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. He makes the Spartans shift themselves around for just a moment, trying to destabilize this defense, but when Neum's shooting like that, it will do absolutely nothing. Cruz, well, gets the worst timing in the world. Sees a couple players slide underneath them. Up by 4 right now for the Spartans. Just 20 seconds left on the clock. Wiz will find Standy. So Omen Brooklyn with one last effort here to regroup, find a way into this, and clean up these segments for the extra 60.
Oh, but that situation might already be done and dusted. You lose the 2 initial gunfights. Standy has to pop a double or a triple here. The team kill is going to help, but it still does not matter. The SMGs are starting to hit for the Spartans. The game clock was paused, but it doesn't make a difference. Only 5 seconds left on a round. Wiz is going to end this one on 6, potentially 7. But the Spartans only give up 1 segment. Now they're heavily in the driver's seat to close this one out and extend the series.
We said, could they find a way to get themselves into this series? It's been lackluster so far. You get that break moment, and you say to yourselves, okay, well, who's taking that opportunity then to just calm themselves down and figure out whether or not they want to go down to the lower bracket with a whimper or with a bang? And Wiz comes alive there. Neum in round 1. 2 players saying that they want to fight this, starting 17 and 7 each. Omen Brooklyn stunned, shell-shocked, and on the verge of a 3-0 here in the control.
Oh, man, the Spartans, they're just looking for the aggression plays. Every time they can do that and find multi-kill after multi-kill, this is where they tend to shine. Now we're going back on the offense with Dak finding a double. Have the numbers around that mid-map area, and nowhere near is going to be Brack to potentially contest this. First segment locked, second one might be guaranteed, and Neum on the other side is already playing for spawners.
Wiz and Neum are having a hell of a map here as Omen Brooklyn are just figuring out what has happened to them as 2 more ticks come on through. This will guarantee a defense if we somehow get to around 5. Wiz finds yet another. Wiz finds yet another. On for 8. Surely not the 9th. Finally stopped by Brack, who actually answers back with a beautiful 3-piece. Will finally be cleared out of lights. That will delay the A capture for now. 2 ticks are in and half of the 3rd. And as Yuli looks over from the top cat, just going to try and slow things down here and give his squad a moment to breathe.
Oh, yeah, you really just need to win that one-on-one. Now you know that you still have the numbers around this mid-map area. We just need to keep on playing trades. Just not allow them to extend the time, but you're going to have Neum overextending through B Street. He's able to find a one-on-one. Now you're putting the game clock at a pause, and everyone from Omen Brooklyn, who was set up around 4 mid-push, they have to rotate their way on out right into the preems of the Spartans.
Yuli here, going to aggress down the street. Just trying to collapse in through the middle here as his teammates take one last hit at A. It's a bold strategy here, but Yuli will get in. Find one, surely not. No. Linked on up. Standy here to continue to contest this, and contest it you have. You see at least a little bit of movement over towards B. That's going to force Standy to dive the point. And great work by Neum to at least alleviate this defensive setup that Brooklyn have. But with 25 seconds only on the clock, Spartans have got to go. They will find at least a kill onto Brack to let them in.
Massive.
2 in the feed. And, well, right now, Brooklyn, I don't know if you want to continue to send at this, because if you capture this, you've got an instant transition on over to the point, and Brooklyn don't have the defense in play.
Yeah, not yet, at least. Those spawns coming in on the backside of P4. You're not going to be fully set up with your ARs, but thankfully you already have some top art presence. Yuli's roaming around the mid map. You find the initial 2 kills and the trade onto Neum. So you're able to stabilize on the map, but you can't really play trades from this point on. 7v7, a minute to go.
Royal Spartans here with that extra 60 seconds can slow things down if they wish, and Cruz will hold palms. Reads pro loot like a book after backing down Brack. That will allow him onto the point. Teammate has found one elsewhere, but Yuli's found a flank through the mid. Finds one. Damage into the second. Just trying to stay alive for now. Can my teammates do something elsewhere? Second 6 going to come on through. Yuli slides right. Finds 1. Finds 2. Support in from Standy. That will clear the point for now. A 3v4. But still 50 seconds if you're the Spartans, so plenty to work with.
Yeah, plenty to work with, but not that many lives. So it's going to be on to Dak, who's working this overextension, potentially find something, but at least for now, he's able to get out of dodge. Brooklyn just need to hold strong. You have the numbers advantage. You have all of B Street control. ARs are watching down the long range. Just need 30 more seconds to hold.
Probably backs on down. Liz will get on the point. Yuli's going to slide it, and oh, it's an unfortunate team kill, but Dak will answer back by finding Yuli, so a 2v3. Standy considering hitting mid. Dak's going to try and control that for a moment, which is going to leave Cruz out on his own at palms. 15 seconds to go. You gotta hit. You gotta go. Dak is dead. Cruz then in the 1v3 will fall. And Omit Brooklyn answer back, though barely, by the skin of their teeth to force it onto a round 4.
And now Brooklyn, if they want to try to close this out in a clean 3-0 fashion, have to do it on back-to-back attacking rounds on Vault. They just need to be able to find kills in sync, because the SMG, Standy, can pop a multi-kill, but on the opposite side of the map, 2 of his teammates fall at the same time, so it's basically for nothing. You just need to always be in the number situation if you are Brooklyn. Lackluster in the slaying. The only one positive is going to be the stand man. But on the attack, we just need to figure out our break-off, because we're losing initial gunfights off the rip. But if we can isolate onto a couple players, put ourselves in an early numbers advantage, stack the point for some early segments, that's your best shot.
Yuli will find the first. Standy's stun will give him the second. He will then
Big
also
2.
find the third. The fourth slipped on up towards the catwalk. It was Neum, who's just about to stay alive, looking to wrap through lights, but Standy here, punching a hole on this initial break. You said you wanted to see better. You most certainly just got it.
Yeah, but I still don't like the game plan of Omit Brooklyn. No. Instead of stacking a point, we're so spread on our approach on both segments to where it's still going to be scattered. And realistically, you should have already had the time being extended, but you gain 1 segment at B. The second segment is going to be locked in at the A point, and you're currently up by 4 lives as well. Should be able to extend this extra time. You're going to have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with, up by 4 lives.
I'm with you. The strategy, high risk, high reward, but at least this time you will get the A segment through, and Yuli will clear out your spawn as well. So you at least start to get over towards this B site pretty quickly. And actually, it's a beautiful transition. Prolute, who seems to have finally come alive in this matchup, started 10 and 19, has found his way in. Also gets art control. The one thing you've got to worry about is Cruz in your own spawn. But Prolute, he can play spoiler as well here, top art. Oh, but he will be cleaned up quickly.
Oh, yeah, Prolute is a very crucial position, but unfortunately he gets caught. Just checking too many different angles, trying to keep his teammates alive, but still the game clock is going to be paused. Brack is going to fall. Last player standing is going to be in towards the vault doors. And Dak being stunned, knocked down to half HP,
Yuli
was trying to commit on the gunfight, but so many SMGs on the side of Omid Brooklyn allowed him to win all the trade fights. Last man standing is going to be Cruz. He gets shut down, the double stack is in, and if you're the Spartans, hit a stun or nade or something.
How the hell Yuli stays alive for so long, I don't know. Feels like he was in a 1v2 forever. Does enough to not only find kills, but get his teammates into the fight to provide backup. Proloop with a huge fight here in mid. So get yourself some control. A lot of dead for the Spartans. You've got to fight this by yourself if you're Cruz. You at least find one. You've shut down Yuli, who's taken over this series. You find a second, but the team kill might delay this yet again for Brooklyn. Standy with 2. So the Spartans then trying to push on out and find some semblance. You've still got a minute and 20, but we're running low on lives for pretty much everybody.
Oh, yeah, but 10v7, you can slow this down and play a little bit of TDM if you are on with Brooklyn, because you got a lot of time to work with. You know that the Spartans are going to be stagnant in their spawn off of the respawn. The only player that sneaks on out is going to be Cruz, but he gives him this positioning. He's going to fall on the pinch. That's already 3 dead. Wiz last man standing. He's also going to fall. And Omid Brooklyn are able to force the round 5.
Not like this. Study, not like this. After 2 convincing rounds from the Spartans and almost the perfect 3-0, Omid Brooklyn with a beautiful transition from A to B off the back of Proloop, who's built himself into this matchup in this 4th round, will send us on to a game 5. Spartans will get the defense at least. I'm not sure how much comfort that is, considering how much these 2 teams love to attack.
Yeah, I don't really want to be the team on defense anymore on Vault Control. Going into round number 5. But the break-off last go-around from Omid Brooklyn was everyone through the mid-doors. You hit your stuns, you hit your nades, you find the opening double. Now we're going to switch up the approach, try to take some cat control. Wiz is knocked down to half HP. He's able to get one before falling, but the numbers now in favor of Brooklyn. Game clock pause. Segment should be earned.
Those are not just numbers, but the momentum in the hands of Omid for sure. You'll find one pinstripe feed, but largely benefits Brooklyn in the end as Brack finds another. First tick already through, making good progress towards the second. The moments like that, just Brack just staying alive, not falling, not being an easy kill, just keeps his team a pressure on for the Spartans team. And they try and dive. You lose one, and honestly for me here, Spartans are putting a lot into trying to set up for this A, and I'd rather see them set up for some exits instead.
Yup, we need to play for exits, and that's exactly what they do over towards the B Street side. Cruz and Neum are able to line up all 4. You take ammo positioning away, so now you're consistently spawning Brooklyn over towards the pool area. They're going to waste a lot of time to fight out of their spawn, and this is playing right into the hands of what the Spartans want them to do.
Oh, Neum tries to get a little bit fancy with it. Will be shut down. That's 3 dead, though.
No.
And that's going to give you a free run on over towards the B site. You've missed Wiz, so you've got to keep your head on a swivel just a little bit, who will get himself into trophy. But Brooklyn have jumped onto the point, have 2 there. Cruz in a huge fight, finds Proloop with Dak to at least clear out Art. So an opportunity then for Wiz to pinch this, find Standy, and stabilize for a half second.
Yeah, and the segment does not get locked, so potentially Neum could slide on in, decap that one a little bit. But he's just more focused on holding down the Vault Control. Now going to send it in for the kill onto Bragg and get out with his life. Currently up by 2 is going to be the Spartans. They're really slow in their spawn. You're giving up a lot of map control to Omid Brooklyn. They just need 1 set of kills, and this map's theirs.
Wiz going to try and draw his line in the sand, but it's not solid as Brack finds him. Van goes up in flames as well, so that can no longer be used against the aggressors as Brack finds top Art. Cruz then just trying to stand his own fight, but you've jumped the point. If you're Brooklyn, you're stacking it. It's going. It's going. Spartans have to move, and it is gone. Omid Brooklyn with the reverse sweep in the control to 3-0 the series. A dagger to the Spartans, who had finally shown signs of life off the back of the break. My friend, this Omid Brooklyn team, we've waxed lyrical about how good they've looked all the way through this. But not only when things are going well, but when they are put against the wall and have to come out swinging, they have no issues doing so.
Hey, you got battle tested in that control, but you were able to rally back, understand what did we need to do as a team, and that's just slow down the game at the right times. Some people were just getting caught out off guard, isolated in certain one-on-one gunfights. You don't want to play control like that. If we have the numbers, we need to play to our advantageous situations every single time, and that's what Brooklyn were able to do after being down 0-2. SMG start to fire on all cylinders. ARs are picking up the clutch kills from the arc control all over the B Street. and it was just way too much pressure on the side of Omid Brooklyn, who now definitely preferred the offensive side on ball. I tell you right, that was the first time I've seen it between challengers ever since the update, and without question, if you're the attacking team going into round number 5, you're going to stand a pretty better chance at closing out the map. But the Spartans gave themselves the opportunity there, Andrew. They were able to find every single kill off of the exit, take a lot of space away, but when you take so much space away and you don't value your life the way that you're supposed to when you're coming off the respawn, then it only makes your approach back over to the B point a lot more tougher, because the ARs are already ironed down onto the power spots, and if you're not able to find that initial kill off of your rebreak, you stand no chance.
Absolutely, and we get to see plenty of that, and I'm fully with you there on offense now being favored for Vault. So a couple of players there, a couple of things sorry to mention off the back of that scoreboard. Neum dropping 35 and 24 for the loss. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow, considering just how good he was through parts of this series. A shining light for the Spartans, and a player that we're keeping our eye on after moving on to a different role, looking very comfortable in it. Not an easy thing to do at all, but looking across to the other side of the scoreboard, I mean, everyone stands up and is accounted for. Prolu off that slow start has himself a ridiculous number of assists, so maybe the scoreboard is being a little bit unfair to him, shining a little bit of a negative light. But I think Yuli, MVP of that series for sure, just stood up, made sure he was accounted for, and took takeover mode at points in map 1, being the difference maker in map 2, and just a consistent thorn in the side. I think in that moment when he's in the water doorway, stays alive, stays a constant presence. That means that Rose Spartans can never set up that defense. The fact that he gets a kill at all throughout that process as well, insane stuff. And of course, a recap of that 3-0 series there, my friend. And although we didn't get treated, you and me, to the banger that we got yesterday, for 3-0, it wasn't too bad.
No, it definitely was not too bad. Besides the map number 1. The map number 1 was a smoke show. Like, that was just the Yuli show. The Surge and Destroy, even though Omid Brooklyn went up early on 5-2, the Spartans start to show some fight. They almost were able to force that round 11 if Wiz was able to clutch up on the 1v2 scenario, but Prolu gets the better of him there. And then you get into the ball control. You have a great start to the game, but the difference is, on the side of the Spartans, that was all individually being done. And on the opposite side for Omid Brooklyn, it was the teamwork aspect, because without Neum having his pop-off moments, that would not lead to a round win. It's as simple as that. Wiz also had the same exact scenario on his aspect on the defensive side, where he just goes on 6 or 7 in a row. If those guys don't have those big individual plays, they probably get 3-0 here on this map number 3, but Omid Brooklyn, they did not worry about it. Even down 0-2, they understood that we already lost the segment battle, but now with the updates after that new patch that comes in, we want to be the team on offense, and they show why.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for this Royal Spartans lineup, because you mentioned there about how sometimes it's individuals stepping up rather than that teamwork. The core of this roster has been together for a bit. You've brought Neum in. On the opposite side of things, Brooklyn are kind of like pulled together from all sorts of different places. Neum's looking great on that AR, and even with that in mind, the Spartans just don't seem to be a segmented unit at the moment, a cemented unit even, apologies. Whereas Brooklyn looking every bit the team that we thought they might be when they came together. And we get confirmation there, of course, that they will move on, awaiting the winner of Team Orchid and P7 White, currently tied up at 1 apiece, and marching on forward, staring down all the teams around them and looking to get themselves, of course, into that winners final. A squad that definitely puts that standard of being there on themselves. And the rest of that bracket, 5 Fears up there at the top alongside the other Omid roster. Some incredible games ahead, my friend. We've sat here, gone over this game. This is one that, you know, we wanted to get up here on the main screen. Has it answered a couple of questions for you in terms of who's going to be contending when it comes to the deeper stage of our tournament? Who might get that Esports World Cup qualification?
Hey, I think Omid Brooklyn stand a pretty good chance at it, because they show that they're good in basically every single mode. You have the S&D players who can bring it in the most important mode in the best of 5 series, and then for your hard points, you have the Slayers who can go with that as well. They're going to be a tough team to try to take down, because they have a lot of LAN experience. These are guys who've been playing challenges for years now, but I just don't think that the other Omid squad are going to allow them to just walk all over, because you still got players like Craze, who has found so much success throughout this season. He's waiting to get his hands on whoever is going to be stepping across from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure at some point we'll get to find out how all that settles. So many storylines in Challengers, as there ever is. And even though we've got a couple more lines in our book, there's still plenty to settle. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll be everything for this series. Pleasure, of course, casting the series alongside you, my friend Study. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get everything set up, get everything ready to go for the next one. And we'll see you after the break.
Be a while for this next one, isn't it? To get him on the stage again. How is this one still? How is it still going? Like, I feel like, Jesus, they're really hanging it out today, aren't they? Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We're waiting for the semis, but it is not to be. We are going into a map 5. P7 White and Team Orchid have fought their way here. History of these two European teams, as deep as it is wide. But Study, they're ready to lay it all on the line.
Oh, yeah, this is everything right now. Obviously, you were pushed all the way to the distance. You want to be able to ice up in the game number 5, especially versus your brethren squad on the EU side. But already into this round, Mythics and Denza are going to fall. 50 seconds remaining. The bomb is yet to be recovered. And all of Team Orchid, they're currently just playing their lives valuably in their spawn. They're waiting for them to run into them.
Well, trying to get out of it now. Find live and Bant will find Vortex. This where both teams just still posturing for position. Not committing quite yet as more players going down. 1 versus 2.
Oh, now Aspect has to recover this bomb. Doesn't really have a lot of time to play with. 25 seconds. We got to work our way towards one of these points. But he's already going to be spotted. Lucifer is going to hit him with the flank through top secret. And that's an easy round there for P7 White to open up in the game 5.
Just massive from them in the end. And you could tell both teams really knowing at this point what they can expect from the other. Bitter enemy. Well, probably not that bitter, but definitely well-played enemies. They've played so often against each other, and technically P7 White are the underdogs in this one. Team Orchid, of course, having a recent string of good events.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were victorious, right? In the final elite. They were to knock down Team Notorious, not allow them to three-peat. And now you just want to make sure you have that same exact performance here on land. Already off to a slow start in the Search Destroy. Now it's your turn to make up for it on the defensive side, with Lucifer having a flawless start at 3-0. He gains a lot of information. It is non-stop aggression through the middle of the map, so let's just back on down. Again, allow them to run into us.
Bant's just trying to stay alive as much as he can. Mythics is holding it down as well. Bant is going to play this late island play over and over again. Fortunately, he's pretty handy at it. He's in White, though, looking now to close it down. They've got a good amount of map control here, Study.
Time is still ticking, and Bance eventually is going to be able to strike for a kill, but instantly going to get traded by Vortex. So still 30 seconds remaining. Henry's going to have a big one-on-one. He's able to secure it and get out of dodge, but time's still ticking. 2v2.
Henry looking for it, and unfortunately not to get that kill straight away. Too many bullets, too many bodies. And that'll be a defuse. 1-1 between them. A good retake there. And you got to say, I mean, you saw as soon as you split the map and kind of get control over a bomb site like that, unless that player on the flank can really make that big of a difference,
yeah,
it is difficult to hold.
Yeah, that's just tough, man, because if you're Benjamin Bance, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to set up this late pinch. I already found an opening kill, but I don't know if he was able to get out of dodge and finesse his life instead of getting traded there. But if he was able to get that kill and then just forcefully, continuously put Team Orchid in a situation where they had to try to locate where he was, he would have been able to stall out a lot more of that game clock. But the aggression from Fences allows them to retake with their numbers and tie the game up at 1.
Let's see how this break goes here. Denza. Cobra go for a lot of lower mid control. They're going for this. Is quite aggressive if they can make it, and Cobra slides across in front of Mythics. Gives them heavy A control as well now. Might be a fast plant for them.
Oh, yeah. You instantly get this bomb down. You worked your way right through mid-fountain, but the only thing is, since you worked your way through mid-fountain, no one is going to be watching mid-connector. Thankfully, the bomb carrier does not fall, but Bance finds the first blood.
Second one as well. Too many ways to aim here as they got pinned in just a little bit, but Cobra brings it back into the realm of possibility. Unfortunately, he's going to go down very, very quickly, leaving it 1 versus 3, and Aspect cannot even find the first gunfight. There will be P7 White, and you got to give him credit. That is a fast reaction to the information they had off that break.
Yeah, that is unbelievable reaction time, because once they gain that info, spotting the player crossing through mid-fountain, they know that the play is going to be committed over towards B. They do not hesitate on their attempt off the retake. They instantly take a lot of space away, and as soon as that bomb is planted, they're already into engagements. Bance strikes for the first, and then they instantly also find the second kill, and it allows P7 White to be successful again on the defensive side. Up 2-1 here in the winner's quarters. Trying to advance their way deeper into the tournament. Team Orchid now looking for a response on their defense again.
Cobra just trying to hold Vortex might get a little bit of timing. Doesn't get the information, but doesn't get the kill he wants. Will he back down? Keep an eye as well. Bance is trying to play maybe a little bit of aggression through the middle of the map, but if they're waiting for him, he's going to have to make it worthwhile.
Oh, but Bance might have timed this to perfection. He's climbed his way up through the middle side, but is going to walk right into the pre-aim of Cobra, who's able to find that opening door. But Lucifer instantly with the response still makes it a 3v3. Now, if you're Team Orchid, you know we have all of top mid. They're most likely not going to rotate back over towards B, so let's stack at A.
Oh, Mythic's a little bit unhappy with the shooting there. Somehow stays alive and gets out. It's gone down to a 2 versus 2, but time has been burning. Can they even commit to this now? 1 versus 2, that's a huge kill! And Cobra now looking, and will he make this? Clutching up as well, Plaster's flooding along. Won't reach in yet, and Cobra does not care! That is unbelievable. They just did not let them breathe.
It was Cobra to start the round there, Bryce. It was Cobra to end the round. The fact that he gets the read onto Benjamin Bance for the first blood and is able to be the last man standing. He was also the player that was working his way on that pinch through Spiral, and even though Mystic was able to get 1 kill, he was able to get out of dodge. He understands my teammate just dies over at steps. I trade this kill. The last guy has to be committing to check this bomb defuse from well side. So just plays it to perfection, secures the kill, and then the defuse. Cobra finds 3 in the round to tie the game.
Let's see if they can continue to do so. Here's a big push. This is massive. Trophy's just working so hard to deflect this. Mythic still finds 1. However, it goes in favor.
Big nade. It's a big nade there from Benjamin Bance. Makes it a 2v2. And now you're able to slow them down on their approach after at this B site. Bomb has been recovered. But everyone's just going to slow this round down.
Patience. It is a virtue in these situations. Vortex will get this one down. I will just point out here, Team Orchid and P7 White teams are the wrong way round. Orchid is the team with Vance, Mythic, Lucifer, and Henry. And, well, Mythic strikes there, as I say, something about it. Denza looking for this one as well. This is a hard gunfight to take.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to stand a single chance in it, Bryce. Once you plant that bomb and they're instantly in a position to retake space over at Rock, you gain the information that they have given up the Rock control. And that allows Mythics to fly on in, find that kill, and to keep that last player trapped in towards the Lambo side. So, technically, it does say that P7 win the round, but that's Team Orchid up 3-2.
Can they continue this momentum? Right now, not feeling like either team is dominating the other, and they have gone back and forth throughout this entire series. Grenades flying out here. Expecting go from P7, trying to get the defense going through. Mythics is waiting to thread the needle. Bance is going to be here as well. Anybody peeks in the courtyard, they could fall a victim.
Damn, Bance is just waiting for his teammates to give him some kind of information before he decides to hit this hop up through closed window. He's made so many impactful plays so far throughout this game, number 5. He catches the timing, clears our top secret. Office doors are not open. We have all of mid-map control. We just got to work towards one of these sites.
So much mid-map control. They have no side control. That player.
Look at Cobra.
Cobra. He's waiting. A misstep here from Team Orchid could prove disastrous, but they're split 2-2.
Oh, and they're able to set up Bance with that kill onto Denza. So now with the man advantage is going to be Team Orchid. Cobra has to now be activated off of the pinch. 25 seconds to go. You have to move quickly because most likely they're already going to be working that objective. Bance is able to find his second kill. Aspect with the trade, and that's going to be Bance finding kill number 2 on the round. It's a 1v3 for Cobra, but he's in a good spot, Bryce.
Oh, he's got to try. And
that's a big nade.
And that'll happen for him as well. A nade pays. And Cobra causes tears on the side of Team Orchid. A 1 versus 3, technically.
Dude, this guy can't keep making plays like this. We're talking about the earlier round where he was able to find the opening kill on some bands, hitting an egregious route. The fact that he was able to read that play is beautiful, but then clutches up on the one-on-one. This time even better, the 1v3 for Cobra. Thankfully, the time was on his side. They had to commit onto the bomb plant, but he puts himself in towards top secret window, hits the stun, hits the nade, finds the opening kill, and the nade finds a second, and there's just not enough time to get the bomb replanted. Tie as the game is going to be Cobra. And this is the most crucial round of the map right here.
Oh, I think they're waiting to bait this one out. Look at that. They haven't given any information away. On the other side of it, Denza pushing up towards A. They can make a bit of noise, pull them all over this side. They have an opportunity. They've waited for this one so they didn't get hit by any nades, any stuns, nothing. Easiest plant of your life.
Oh, yeah, they're going to plan it for office side as well.
Vance found unbelievable timing there. He has messed up the entire push of P7.
Now he can continue to roam. He's going to spot a couple players on the bottom side of Wine. He knows that they eventually have to commit on a bomb plant, but Team P7 are currently trapped in a position that they don't really want to be in. You're in a man disadvantage with only 30 seconds to go. Someone's got to win a one-on-one.
Cobra's going for it straight across the middle of the courtyard. Nobody looking over him as all aspect. Can't do the same thing. They're going for the bomb plant here as well, but already Denza's fallen. And Cobra will go down at the same time, and that'll be a wipe for them. And that all fell apart after the play call. Vance finding the tiniest bit of timing to find the bomb planter just threw everything into chaos.
Yeah, it's just easy right there for your Team Orchid. You get aggressive as hell through top secret. You realize, okay, they're not here. So we can start to wrap our way back over towards B. And by the time they get back into that play on that side of the map, they're instantly spotting at least 2 to 3 players. The objective is going down. And you're able to get a kill and get out with your life. So you keep the man up. You force P7 and try to make up for it with someone trying to make an heroic play. But they all just get caught. Now Team Orchid have a 1-round advantage. And the aggression has to be the key. So let's do it again.
Already a couple of kills going down. Oh, more of an advantage. Now already a 2 versus 2. Everybody throwing out for him.
Oh!
Mythic's get away with a little bullet out of the pistol. Cobra, he's been their star so far, but will be caught this time. Does not check the corner deep enough. And that will be map point.
Oh, Mythics. The fact that he walks away with that gunfight through top secret hallway is insane. Because I thought it was, okay, we didn't finish our food. We stopped shooting at the guy, and he was just going to run away and play his life. But he goes back for the chow, and the pistol is good enough with the wall bang to execute that one, put them in the 2v1, and then Cobra, you're not going to be able to clutch this round up. Team Orchid, now at game point.
Can they find one more? Still not an easy prospect. Here comes the push, and they may have called this correctly. Nade's going over the top. Do they get any information here? Henry will know now because he's in a lot of trouble and will go down.
It's a big opening kill there from P7. Now you have the man advantage. Everything is currently being watched, but we do not want to rush this objective. Someone pick up the pinch because here comes Benjamin Banks working again on the flank. He's going to spot at least a couple players on the outskirts of the outer fence. But this is where Vortex on the opposite side is going to reflect them and catch them off guard.
Oh, Mythix is going to fall. And Pants will have to try and pull off his own 1 versus 3. Finds one. Makes this a lot more doable. Surely he's not going to get timing for the second. He does.
No way.
Looking for the third. And the gunfight is just off. Does not pull the angle correctly there, Study. And fails after 2 wondrous attempts into this 1 versus 3.
Oh, man, if Vance would have clutched that, Bryce, I know your headset would have been all the way across the room there. But he almost makes something out of nothing. Thankfully, Denza is lined up with the Amos in hand. He's prepared for him to slide on through the head glitch. And is able to stop Vance from having a massive moment to close out this series. P7 extend the map a little bit longer. And now on the defensive side, it's been all of Team Orchid just consistently working their way through mid-fountain. If we could just slow the game down, because they really haven't worked the objective once, let's just allow them to run into us.
Lucifer as well. Lucifer is wall banging absolutely everything here as well, but that's going to be first blood. Looking for it as well, but the trade does come through. A 3 versus 3. Man's ready to strike. That Nate got out for a bit of information, but it shouldn't grab any.
Realistically, if you're Harry in this situation, Bryce, yeah, I would plant the bomb. Like, we had so much space over at this A site, but now Vortex is able to take care of Henry. Man advantage now in favor of Team P7. And with only 40 seconds to go, does Benjamin Bance have another big moment?
At the moment, they're still playing around for these kills and information. I'm not sure they know. P7 White, they've done this quite well. They split the map around, and if you're Team Orchid and you're Bance and Lucifer, you have no idea that technically you go to the other bomb site. It's going to be a little bit too late as well. Vortex hunting down Bance. He's going to know where he's going to be. That is called out. The gunfight is easy. And, well, they've got that round onto it. We're going round 11.
Oh, man, round 11. There's no better way for this series to close on out. They have gone back and forth throughout this series. You take a map, I'll take one. Oh, now all of a sudden we're dancing into game number 5. But with all the pressure now at its highest level, in around 11, Team Orchid right there just had to take advantage of what's given to them, Bryce. There's no one contested you at A. You can get that objective down and then play your post-plant scenario, but when you're waiting for a gunfight and then you lose that gunfight, you're only shooting yourself in the foot. But no mistakes needed here in this round 11. Who's going to get it done?
Oh, this is a big hit. They're going straight for it. They're going to go for the A dominance. Already a trophy coming out. No information, and Team Orchid have called it wrong. The last time around, they did a good job of spreading out for a retake. Can they do it again?
Oh! It's big timing there from Lucifer to strike for the first blood as soon as that bomb gets down. So now you have the man advantage. We just got to approach every single angle because P7, they're looking for a one-on-one isolation gunfight.
I'm ticking away, and wow, Lucifer catches an easy one on the Vortex. 2 versus 4. And now it's a much tighter thing here. Bance is going to get taken down by Aspect, though. Aspect will have to look every single direction. They know where he is. Down he falls, and Denza a 1 versus 3. He makes it 1 versus 2, but this time they have the player ready to take it. And that will go to Team Orchid. Ignore the scoreboard. Ignore the names at the top. Team Orchid will continue through on the winner's side of the bracket.
They had so many crucial moments on their defensive rounds where they're just taking the space away on the complete opposite side of the map. But when they need to hit the rotation, when they get completely blind countered, they are instantly back into the play as soon as that objective gets down. Big shout out to Lucifer, who was the deciding factor in that round number 11. He's able to obviously find the first floater onto the bomb carrier, but the route to go right back from secret, back to office, work your way in the backside of 10 to find that second kill, consistently keeping the numbers on your side, and Team Orchid are able to move on to the winter semis.
Well, they've done an incredible job. Realistically, that went so far down to the wire, and, well, that's the reason we kind of jumped into the game, if we're being honest. We knew it would be very, very tight. Of course, that was not the game we were scheduled to see. We are going into our semi-finals, and those ones are coming up. But let's have a look at the maps and modes for the game we are meant to be looking at, and it will be already that hard point has blistered through a 250 to 218 study.
Oh, that is massive because I know Omid, they got a whole new roster. I know Craze has been on every single Elite squad. He's been successful in every single Elite, but with players consistently getting called up into the big leagues, some players are bound to fall down. So he's got Vivid alongside Mac sitting right next to him with Mamba being their main AR. They're able to answer the call in that map number 1. Craze has always been a phenomenal hardpoint player, and even though it was a 250 to 218 scoreline, they were able to edge them out by just a bit. So Omid GG, currently up 1-0 in the series. Gotta be feeling fantastic as well because Protocol Search and Destroy is Craze's playground.
Wow, we'll find out if that rings true, of course. I mean, both of these two teams, an awful lot of pedigree and an awful lot of expectation kind of coming into it. And I spoke with this a little bit about Enigma, but realistically, towards the end of the season, it's about as competitive as it can be. The excuses are no longer there. It's no more, we'll catch you next time. It's now, you have to show out.
You need to, Bryce, because this is everything for a lot of these Challengers players. Your careers are on the line. If you want your chance to not only make it into Challengers champs, but also EWC, you need to get yourself a top 2 placing or potentially win the whole goddamn thing, because your pro points aren't the most that you have out of everybody in Challengers. So every single player has a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They understand how crucial this DreamHack event is going to be for their careers, not only now, but going forward as well, especially if you want your chance to make it into the big leagues and play with the top dogs.
Well, we'll have to find out. Now, fortunately, we're going straight into another S&D here. Protocol S&D is going to be up next. And we'll find out who gets this one away. Study, how are you predicting this one? What do you feel?
I'm feeling Omid GG might stand a good chance of going up 2-0 here. Exceed is one of those guys on the opposite side for 5 years, though, who is like a playmaker in Search and Destroy. He's able to weasel his way through a couple of cuts and potentially be the difference maker to how this game is going to turn on out. But again, the scoreboards are going to be flipped. It's 5 fears on the right side and Omid are on the left. We're on board here with Mac, the guy who just got dropped off of his Cloud9 roster not too long ago. And he's trying to rewrite the wrongs in his career so far.
That's a big first blood. Here it comes. Exceed looking for a bit of a fight, and gets into the bomb site, but he's worried about the players around him going down, and now a 1 versus 2.
Oh, wait, and Vivid's just able to walk in and catch the free 1v1. Now only with the pistol in hand is going to slide back on out, but Abe is ready and waiting with that Jackal and is able to secure the round there. 4-5 fears. Starts off at the back of Exceed, obviously getting the first blood onto Craze. But when Exceed just walks right into comms and he's like, hey, guys, they're not in the site. They have to be playing from Spiral. They have to be playing from Zip's side. So as long as we are outnumbering them in this position, we're going to stand a pretty good chance of closing out the round. And A puts the finishing touches there for 5 fears to secure the first.
That's what they want. I mean, how do you feel about this 5 fears roster? Because coming into it as well, I think maybe a few people were rating them a little bit lower than some of the other squads in this tournament, but obviously we watched them in the last round, and in this round, not doing too badly. A close hard point and an opening S&D first round.
Hey, I like this roster, man. With Abe, he's been one of the shining lights throughout all of Challengers. A young gun with that SMG in hand. Has so much finesse to his gameplay, and they add him alongside a vet in Charlie Hixie and Fire, who have been in and out of the league multiple times and exceeded Mr. Challenger. So he put together a pretty good lineup here, and already into this round, it's not looking as well as it did in round number 1. Fire now technically left in the 1v4, instantly going to get shut on down, and that's an instant response there from Omen to tie the game.
A good reply. And I always find this map, it feels like adjustments happen quite a lot faster than some of the other maps, and I suppose it's just because of the way it's built. Realistically, if you're not going underground for a big hit or trying to work the map to get around the other side, then there's not an awful lot more you can do. So teams really do call very, very different breaks as it goes through. I'm curious, what'll be the adjustment now? How confident are you feeling?
Yeah, I think if you're Team Omen now, you have Chovich's to work with. Hit a couple nades over the top to make sure there's no aggression through top mid, but the play might be developing over towards this B site. All the 5 fears are stacked here, set up in towards the bottom side of comms, but you get a little bit too aggressive, and Mamba's able to make you pay for it, not only with 1, but with a double. Now you have a 4v2. Let's just get the objective down.
He's all the way around the outside and finds a player. There we go. There's the elimination. Didn't even catch the last one. Didn't need to. Omen having a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah, that's good stuff right there from Mamba. To spread out from his teammates. They were playing for some information early on, so round dropped on towards Zip. Don't spot anyone on bottom comms. Your AR's walking through top mid, with the nades also connecting. But Mamba edging out over towards tower, reading the pressure as you see gets a little bit too aggressive. Is able to find that kill and immediately find the second as well. So now Omid have the advantage. Scoreboards have now switched. Big shout out to the production with Mamba on 5 in a row.
See how he continues to play this at the moment. Bit of a passive area for him. Might be an underground hit, but they haven't committed into numbers yet. Hixie trying to play for a bit of information. Already slid in, and well, that's going to be a very quick plot. He knew it as soon as he got across the threshold. We're getting this down. 3 versus 4, though.
Yeah, Exceed is going to drop over towards tower side. When you're that island player setting up for the repinch, you cannot afford to be the first player to fall. Thankfully, Hixie's able to make up for it. Abe trying to commit over towards the spiral. He's going to back down Mac from his position, but Mac still has a lot of HP to play with. He's going to get good timing, put them in the early numbers advantage, and now it's a 3v1.
And you got to say, he kind of sold Hixie down the river there. I don't know where Hixie was looking either, but
yes, he did.
kind of just let him die. It's like, oh, I've got out of here. I'm good. And Hixie obviously was waiting for the gunfight and just wasn't looking in the right direction.
Yeah, it's just tough because Abe's thinking, all right, he's gotten me weak. Like, Mac puts down a good chunk of shots on him to force him out of that repositioning, and with Mac still having 80 HP left in the clip, like, he just slides right back on in and is able to locate Hixie with his pants down and find a second on the round. So now Omen's starting to take full control of this search and destroy. Currently up by 2, going back on the attack. And if you're 5 Fears, you cannot consistently keep giving them that first blood.
Let's see how they adjust to this one. Oh, Mamba almost catches the first blood. Not quite going to do it, though. And now you're seeing a lot of pressure being developed. They've got some downstairs control. They're looking to see whether or not they can do any more with it. And nobody really ready to commit. You can see that Craze has gone quite deep.
Yeah. That's the guy who they're waiting for right now, Bryce. He's trying to time this pinch over from the spiral side, waiting for everybody to at least get close over towards B, but they have yet to clear out towards Heli, so Exceed is in a crucial position to make a big-time play.
Exceed is backed off here because he thought they had seen him, but they haven't. They actually still don't know Exceed is going to be here. Exceed is probably currently wondering what on earth has happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Bryce. Like, he thought that he was just spotted, but now time's already dwindling, and eventually you go unnoticed, and now you make the big-time play. Finds the double, Abe finds the third, and now Craze, the guy who was the only man standing on their side of the map, is also going to fall. So big shout-out to Exceed to be panicking at the right time, but then to realize, okay, they didn't see me, so let me make the big-time play.
That's 100% a furious backpedal, like, oh, they're going to jump me, they're going to jump me. He's probably screaming down the comms that he's in trouble. And then all of a sudden he's like, wait a minute, nobody has even peeked over here. They've planted regardless. And then he's like, well, I've got perfect timing now. They have no idea. Picks up 2, everything falls apart. And 5 Fears saying, thank you very much for the round.
Yeah, that's massive there. And big shout out to Exceed, who's been in the last 2 rounds the player that was first blooded. He almost got caught there by Mamba, but he's able to put himself in a great position to secure the round there for his team. You stop the bleeding, and now you go back on the attacking side, where Omid, they've been doing a lot more of just taking top mid away. They don't want to allow you to go over towards B. They say you can get towards bottom comms, we'll retake it, no problem. But this time Mac gets aggressive through both sides. And now he has full A-side control. He's going to give the comms to his teammates. All right, the play's not here.
Exceed taking a lot of space. Not perfectly set up for this one, but Exceed actually checks down below, but gets caught. Craze will find it as well. And Exceed is going to get catched as well. And everybody down. 2 versus 2. This becomes a much more fluid game state as Craze picks off another one. Somehow he's just finding kills across this map. And nobody is getting the trade on him.
Dude, he's a madman. He's just jumping over the ledges, finding a player on bomb, throwing an extra shoulder, setting up his teammate for the second. Now it's Fire. Left in a 1v2. Is able to spot Craze, make it a 1v1, but he only has half of HP. And Mamba is in a position to play the trade at the right time. And would look to be a great offensive strategy there from 5 Fears. Craze just breaks them down with his aggression.
And sometimes those plays work. I mean, it's so high risk.
Yeah.
When you do it, you feel wonderful when you do it, but against some teams, it just doesn't work. Some teams are a little bit more structured, can set up and really counter it, but if you're finding the gap, if you're in that groove and you're like, you know what, I'm tracking, I know where everybody's roughly going to be, I know what plays I can make, it looks reckless, but sometimes it's just the right thing to do because it throws the enemy team off so much. We haven't seen a lot of big commits downstairs yet, Stud.
Oh, no. I don't think it's going to start now because Craze already puts himself in a flank position, finds another first blood onto Exceed, who currently has like 3 or 4 first deaths on the map. It's just tough because you're wrapping back to absolutely no information. And there's an SMG player who is specifically your old teammate in Craze. You know he knows your play style. So man advantage, Omit. They get the bomb down at B, but Abe finds one to make it a 3v3.
Checking every angle. Nobody in the helicopter. Where are they? What can we do? Abe's gone all the way around. They are looking for players left, right, and center. This is a deep hole by Omid as well. Hixie, though, already finds one. And a second. That's huge for them. Just not able to get anything going there. I mean, Hixie just finding those kills without being traded allows 5 Fears back into this.
Yeah, if you're Omid right there, we have to do better in our post plants. Like, we just gave up so much map control. Didn't really have an angle to watch the defuse if it was to come in. But we were just put into instant child positions. And with the way that Hixie was playing, taking top mid away, you know that you have them trapped on their side of your spawn. Fire was able to put down shots, force them to change up their setups, and they walk right into the preamps of Mr. Charlie Hixie. So he's able to secure the round there for his team. Now only down by 1. But every single time we go into a search and destroy, and that tally says 4-3. There's no more important round than this one.
Here we go. At the moment, Omit. Mamba again looking for it. To see Hixie as well, and Hixie almost just a heartbeat too slow, but gets away with it. It's not really going to matter though. They jump onto it, making it 2 versus 3. And Abe will probably get this bomb down quickly if he can find the angles.
Yeah, and there's no need to sweat about it if you're Omid, because you have the man advantage. There's only 2 players alive, and there's 3 entrances in towards the bottom side of computers. So someone on the side of 5 Fears needs to try to make a play. Abe going to work his way through Spiral, but information already gained. Now all of Omid rallying through Big Door.
Oh, that's a nade. That's a huge nade as well. So much damage on the fire. They can challenge whenever they like. Takes so long to regen in this situation. This is going to happen, and Abe just sees a sliding menagerie of players flowing past his screen. You cannot hit them. They're just too quick, and Omit go 5-3 up.
Yeah, you stand no chance there. Like, it's as simple as that. Once that nade is able to connect, you know that you are heads on a swivel. I'm going left and right. I know I'm one shot. They're most likely going to commit on a chow, but with the numbers on the side of Omid, go for the double chow to secure the first kill. Then Abe isolated over towards Spiral Steps, but again, another first blood in favor of Omid onto specifically Exceed. He has like 4 to 5 deaths first blooded in this map. You cannot have that to be the case here versus a squad like Omid, because they're going to be able to take advantage of it every single time. They got players who were just on pro teams 2 weeks ago. So they have the reps. They understand what it's like to play in crunch time.
Well, have they got enough backbone, 5 Fears, to stand up and be counted when it matters? They need 3 back-to-back just to tie the series up. Throw it. They're feeling confident around about now, but no mistakes must be made.
And if you're Exceed, let's just not die first. So far, that's been the difference maker in the game, and unfortunately, that decision is already going to be made for him. Gray said, "You are my former teammate, and I know everything that you're going to do on the map." Finds another first blood. Man advantage in favor of Omen. Mac already strikes for kill number 2, and Craze has got the last one lined up right in front of him.
Fire, good night. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next map, and easy in the end for them. Omit rocking, rolling, and going into the control with a 2-map advantage study. And, well, I won't say it, but you did cast a curse on just a little bit there at the end.
Hey, bro, like, cast a curse, smash a curse. Like, we gotta learn what we're doing on the map. We can't have 6 first deaths in a game 2 search and destroy that was on the chance of going to around 11. Exceed's got to understand, you know who you're playing against. You were just teaming alongside Craze a couple weeks ago in the Elite. The guy is non-stop aggression on a map like Protocol. I don't know how he's consistently always able to weasel his way through the cuts and get behind enemy lines, but every time he does that, he is making impactful play after impactful play. A 10-6 map number 2, 8 non-treaded kills with 4 first bloods. Look at the other side, Bryce. Exceed got 6 first Fs. You ain't doing nothing for the team, man. You're down 0-2, but now you got to bounce back.
It's quite a lot of first deaths, admittedly.
Yeah.
Probably more than you would like. 2, and the series isn't quite over yet. That's the one benefit. They can fire back into this. The problem being is as that S&D went on, Omit looked more and more sure of themselves. The plays were more and more confident. They were more and more structured. They knew what they wanted to do, and they knew how they wanted to do it.
And now this only gets more difficult now for 5 Fears, because going forward, you're going to be playing on a map on Protocol Control, where obviously Craze is already able to get behind you in Search and Destroy with only 1 life. Now he's got a bunch of respawns to do it, so you best believe you have to account for him. SMGs are the difference maker on a map like Protocol, and if Exceed is consistently losing those one-on-one battles, yeah, we might have another 3-0 here on the Bravo side.
Well, let's see if that's the way it's going to play. Of course, 5 Fears won't want that to happen, and considering the last respawn, it was pretty close, to 250 to 218. There might be still more gas in the tank that they can find, especially with a good team talk. That might just get them to play their own game and lock it in.
Yeah, well, you're going to need something, Bryce, because right now nothing is working. You're trying to throw different strategies at Omen. They're clutching up on rounds. They're getting behind enemy lines. They're clutching up in their one-on-one gunfights. We just need to go to the bathroom, have a couple of these conversations with our coach, and let each other know, like, we're not playing what we were playing, like, to get in this position. We need to simply lock it on in if we want to stand a better chance of coming back in this one.
They certainly do. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. Control will be coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. I'm going to the toilet.
All right, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers coverage here at the Dallas Major. We are going into our map number 3. It's 5 Fears versus Omit. Omit looking pretty after 2.
Oh, yeah, they're slamming them, bro. Like, the S&D was picture perfect. The SMGs being nuisances, getting behind enemy lines, they see having 6 first steps. That's never going to cut it in Search and Destroy. But now you find yourself down 2-0 versus a really, really tough team in Omit. They were able to be victorious on the opening hard point on Rewind. We're not able to see that game, but a 250 to 218 difference there. But a 6-3 on the Protocol Search and Destroy is what we were able to spot from start to finish. Craze was the difference maker, and now you're going right back to Protocol, where you need to be aware of the guys that are getting lost. You cannot go forward at the wrong time. You need to have good breakoffs on every single round, and you need to be able to bring it in the slaying versus a powerhouse lineup on the opposite side of the stage. Omen is just way too much to handle right now, but I'm literally looking at Abe. Like, this is a guy who in the beginning of the season, when he was originally on that Stallions lineup, every time Protocol was into the mix, he was always Mr. Takeover. So if he can be that SMG, the difference maker here, to add a little bit of a spark to the 5 Fears lineup, he can be the reason why they potentially push it all the way to the distance.
Well, let's see. Players ready on the main stage. The team talks have happened. Everybody's getting ready to go again, and seeming pretty relaxed here, this Omit squad. Not too much pressure on them, realistically. Maybe if they lose a couple of maps, they'll feel it.
Oh, 100%. There's definitely no pressure, though, as like you said, because Mac and Vivid are usually playing against Hydra. Like, this is a whole different level of gameplay for them. So they are calm, cool, collected, just ready to lock themselves back into the series and take care of easy work on the opposing side. They know that they deserve to be into the big leagues. Like, have you seen what has happened to Carolina ever since they dropped Vivid? It hasn't looked good with Dillarex in the lineup. And even with Cloud9 making their roster change for Spartan and Capsule, Mac is still sitting here shining because Cloud9 just got bebop booped here at DreamHack. So now it's just on Mac to continue to write his own story, and he has to now do it through challengers. But if you can be that individual to potentially walk away with this event, that gives you your best shot of working your way back in.
Let's find out. 5 Fears, all the pressure of the lower bracket is cooling. If you don't clutch up here and find a new gear to get into, the control is upon us. A good break, especially in this first round, is what you are looking for with no trophies in play.
Oh, yep, and it's already a better break there for Omit. The team on the attacking side go 3 for 1 in the trade fights, and you already have a lot of space taken in their spawn. Look how aggressive Craze is over through the backside of Grandma's. He is forcing them to completely overextend their way over through both sides, and they're walking right into the preems of Omit while they're already getting segments at A.
Looking for it as well, but at the moment they are not winning these gunfights. They are having a horrible, horrible time. Whew. Only 3 kills so far for them as well, and I think they've gone for it. They are saying, all right, we're going to have to just make sure we lock into B here. Fight our own corner. Get out of this point before they can, but they're still not winning the gunfights they need, Study.
Oh, they are getting destroyed right now, Bryce. It's as simple as that. Vivid can do no wrong. Even a ladder stall is leading the kills. A is already done and dusted. You got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to close out this offensive round. And finally, 5 Fears with the double in the kill feed can stabilize on the map. But you need to find the last 2. Thankfully, the trade comes in on Vivid.
Oh, it's not been great. I mean, realistically, that B point hasn't been taken yet, but the kills are so far out of them, and they are feeling it in abundance. It's now 22 to 11. Second point is going to be in. This is a whooping.
Oh, man, Bryce, I'm thinking about throwing in the white flag. Like, it doesn't get any easier than that for Omit. I'm over here trying to sell the dream like we always do, Bryson, for 5 Fears to potentially hit the reverse sweep, but that is instantly going to get shut down. What a magnificent opening attack there from Omit without any trophy systems at that. It's just non-stop aggression from their SMGs and their ARs holding down the lanes. They get that round done in like 40 seconds. And now, if you're 5 Fears, you got 6 segments to make up for and a lot of slaying as well.
They need a better break. you see just all the fear just evaporate and slough off of Omit. They were like, hey, wait a second. They aren't even shooting back. I think they only got 8 kills across the entire round, and 5 Fears, I think they're more afraid of their own shadow than anything else that they can possibly do. Look at the kills that have come through, and they need to really hit this with as much fire as they just got hit with.
Oh, yeah. They need to make up for it in the segments column because you don't want to be the team on the attacking side potentially going into round number 5. But at least off the break-up, you go 3 for 3 in the trades. You don't allow Omen to completely take control of your spawn and make your life a living hell off of the exit. It's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, and we still don't have a segment earned to our name.
Crazy on a 5, and this is where it gets dangerous. Into the spawn. Oh, so stay alive, and Mamba is there to pick his trade up as well. That's so frustrating for 5 Fears. And Craig's still going. There is no stopping them now, surely. Still not dying! Still not dying!
Oh my god!
He will fall! Having to use 800 rounds just to get Craze is a little bit insane. And 5 Fears study, they're fighting for their very lives in this, let alone getting a point.
Yeah, it's been hell. It's as simple as that. Now you only have 20 seconds left. You need to put the game clock at a pause. We need to find gunfights, and we only are able to find one. So the only player unaccounted for is going to be Abe. But he's in a situation where if he hops that point with everyone coming off the respawn, he is instantly going to get melted down. He's the last man standing. 9 seconds left on round. Him and Fire able to combine for 2, so you're going to prolong this round a little bit longer.
Just need to hold it. He's not over yet. The kills are still there. You need a little bit of time. But they do have to step it up, and just not going to find anything. This is gone from bad to worse very, very quickly, and that's a hot 2-0 in the control. 5 Fears, no gears. They cannot get rolling.
And it's insane to look at like the body language inside of Omit, because the guys who obviously have already been in multiple situations like this in the Pro League, out the Pro League, Mac and Vivid, they're just calm, cool, and collected. You see all the energy in the opposite side between Mamba and Craze, knowing that this is just way too damn easy. If you are 5 Fears, you need to start to show some life here, because this is one of those matchups. I know we're in the winner's side, but just to get dominated the way that you currently are, it's very tough in a LAN environment to instantly have that response back in your loser's bracket run. So you need to try to show some life here. You're back on the defensive side, the preferred side, on a map like Protocol, but the start off needs to be the factor.
Grace. Big kill. 5 Fears. Got to call something different. Call anything different. Play slow, play fast, play together. Just anything different on this control is what you need. So far, a little bit better than last time around.
Oh! A little bit better, Bryson, but it still don't matter. You're not gunning with these guys right now. That's already 3 dead in the feed. The double stack is going to be at the A point, and now if Abe is not able to get anything done on this pinch, then it's basically a GG here at this A segments. But thankfully, he opens up with the initial kill. Exceed off the respawn finds a second, and Abe was able to find his second on that pinch. Crazy on the other hand, though, is still making their lives very, very difficult off of the respawn, as Omen continuously having opportunity after opportunity with him consistently slaying.
And the afterburners have been lit. You can see they're trying to fight through their spawn. This A control should be completely gone now, and
Slam.
It will be secured. An extra minute to go. Is this the last minute or so of 5 Fears in the upper bracket?
Oh!
They are just not having any luck in these gunfights, but a couple of kills cleans the lines for them.
Dude, we are getting gunned, Pricey. The guys just hit him with the Mission Impossible. The movie just recently came out, and Mr. Mac is already being inspired. A is going to be done and dusted, but 5 Fears have been able to stabilize on the map. They're currently up by 3, and now Omen have to waste a little bit of time working out of their spawn, but not as much time as they were thinking. They already found the initial 2.
Oh, here we go. Signs of life. Start the blender up. They are fighting back. 5 Fears. This is a huge gunfight to find. Just can't get it. Fortunately, more reinforcements exceeds. Are going to go down as well. Opportunity for Omit. Down by 1 life. 49 seconds to go. It's a big gunfight. Vivid is going to find it as well. 9 health in the Dream. Teammates making a couple of kills as well. Can they push this one over the line?
Yeah, you're just consistently trying to play trades at this point on.
Oh, no.
If you're Omit, you need to stay alive on this side of the map, but Exceed was killing himself. Now in the control, just giving up his life for free, and now Omit with all mid-map control. Still put the game clock at a pause, but 5 Fears consistently are retaking through top mid, not allowing Omit to be fully set up.
5 versus 6, 29 seconds left to go. Big kill there by Abe. He
Big
locked
win.
this one down for them on a 4 streak. Mamba finds 1, but 9 health in the Dream. He finds Hixie,
Oh!
but unfortunately, Hixie puts one through his eye before he can do any more damage. A 2 versus 4, and 5 Fears, short of a disaster, have held on to this round. 1 versus 4, Mac. You're good. I'm not sure you're this good.
5 Fears able to put one on the board there, Alan. So I'm talking about there, Bryce. This might have been the first time I've ever called you Alan. That was that was very tough there. But 5 Fears shows some life. SMG starting to come alive. 8 had so many big moments throughout this round number 3 with that SMG working these pinch angles. He's able to find multi-kill after multi-kill, never allowing Omit to get fully set up through that mid-map. And we're just keeping them on their toes and every chance that he got. But now with all the segments that were secured on the side of Omit, if you are 5 Fears and you want to try to extend this series, it has to be back-to-back attack rounds.
Oh, that's not a good start. Hixie already down. They need to get out of their spawn. Find the trades. Find the kills. Do not allow them to push you back into here. Abe, magnificent on that defense. Everything they needed, and that's the wipe. This is the disaster. Push the power button. Start the sound effects. The blender could be upon us. And there's so little room to maneuver.
They just need to get out. They just need to get out, but there is no space to work with. Already 3 dead again in the feed. Craze is lining them up even with the pistol. 25 and 11 on 4 in a row. Only 40 seconds remaining on the game clock, and you're down by 8 lives of your 5 Fears.
And this is what you don't want. You do not want to be in the spawn. You do not want to allow them to just bang you over and over again. And this is what they're fighting for. 28 seconds. Got to win the TDM. Got to check the corners. Got to find them. But Matt gets 2 again. And, well, this round might be over before it even begun. There's another wipe.
Wow.
And Omit continue to pile on the pressure. 15 seconds, 11 lives. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, they can't leave the spawn, Bryce. This is the last hurrah push, and they find the opening double, but Mamba in the perfect position is able to line up 2, make it 3, and now it's a 1v1.
And Mamba's like, all right, I'll take it. Vivid stolen away. How could you? That is the end of 5 Fears in the upper bracket. And Omit now celebrate as they know they just ran over them. That was not close as soon as that first wipe came in.
And again, looking at the body language on the side of Omit. Mamba instantly getting up out of his chair, letting the opposing team know you guys are awful. It's as simple as that. That was way too easy from Omit on that control. If you are any of the challengers teams left in this tournament and you are potentially going to run into this squad, yeah, that has to be an auto veto. We can't allow them to be as comfortable as they were. AR's locking down lanes, Mac and Craze running around as that dynamic SMG duo, and it was just way, way too much for 5 Fears to handle.
Not an awful lot to break down to that one. It was a bit of a one-sided affair. A little bit of a flurry on one of the rounds, but as soon as they lost that wipe in the last one, that was it. You could see Omit pounced and pinned them in about as well.
So devastating, Bryce. It's gotta be. Because you were expecting, if you're 5 Fears, all right, we just took care of a massive squad in the winner's quarters. We're sitting comfortably waiting for Omit spawning against us. It's not like this the first time you're scoring up against a roster like this. You have played these guys all season long. It's just the difference is you didn't really get a lot of chance to play against Mac and Vivid because they were in the Pro League. Vivid was unbelievable with the AR. I know Carolina are desperately wishing the 3-eyed Raven was still on the lineup. But with him and Mac, the experience they had, you added with 2 young guns into the scene. You're only bound to see success at the very end. Just way too easy there from Omit as they advance through the semifinals here at DreamHack, and they're waiting to see who their opponents are going to be when they get to that winners finals.
And that's going to be the key as well. Obviously, such a promising fight for them. Omit feeling unbelievable confident, especially at this late stage of the tournament. You expect the games to get tighter. Somehow we are seeing a lot of 3-0s, and we did see, fortunately, we kind of caught that map 5 between P7 and Team Orchid. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen any.
Yeah, it's been, what, 3 straight series here on
Yeah.
Challengers broadcast. Every single one has been a 3-0. And I promise you, Bryce, like, if these series are online, like, we'd be going to Game 5s every single series. But it's just some people are just not as comfortable as they are in their gaming chairs at home in a LAN environment. And unfortunately, for Team 5 Fears, they're going to be knocked down through the lower bracket side. Omit are going to be the first team to move on to the winners finals. Omit Brooklyn, their brethren squad, are going up against Team Orchid on the opposing end. That's going to be a fun one, but I'm not going to lie. If I'm either one of those squads, you better be on your best stuff to go up against this Omit lineup.
Well, I certainly will hope so as well. Both those two teams, obviously, looking for that winners final, hoping not to drop down into that lower bracket where you can be eliminated with one more loss. But who gets there? That's going to be the real question, and you are right. That current Omit squad, it looks dangerous.
It's just way too much to handle, man. Like, the way that they play in Hardpoint, which has always been unbelievable, their search and destroy is a whole lot better. And if they got controls locked up like that, I don't understand what game mode you're going to be able to capitalize on them. You're just going to have to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Well, so much more action to come today as well. All the teams getting ready for this next one, and so will we. Right after this break, we're going to have Omit versus Team Orchid. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers coverage here at the Major. So far, we've been waiting for the second semi-final to get underway. The players have been pushed into their seats, but before we get to the gameplay, let's take a little look at where we've been so far. The bracket has been full of thrills and spills, Enigma.
It has indeed. And we're going to see that it actually started off with quite a few 3-0s up here on the main broadcast. And that was, of course, continued with Omit just absolutely walking straight through a very good 5 Fears roster, who also walked straight through a very good Cabal roster, who are making great waves through the lower portion of the bracket. So many different storylines crossing all over each other here. But of course, Team Orchid, they have just been moving on, continuing to knock little hurdles out of their way. But coming up now against a very different force in Omit Brooklyn.
Well, we're going to find out. Can they keep on going forward? Of course, Team Orchid, having that last elite under their belt, certainly put them as one of the favourites for this tournament. But speaking of favourites, Omit Brooklyn also one of those. A very heavily favoured squad by a lot of the community to go forward and do serious work at this one. But with a double Hacienda, Revolt, Rewind, and a dealership, can they get it done?
Yeah, it is concerning because Omit Brooklyn, they have looked phenomenal when we've had them up on the main screen here. They've looked every bit the team that we thought they would be when they came together. It's, of course, Brack and Standy, that duo that have stuck together for quite some time. Yuli comes over from Team War, and Proloop moves over from Omit well, I guess still here, technically. Brack and Standy coming over from actually Omit. But that's how this kind of comes about. You've got here a lot of players who have different stories in terms of the Opens. Brack Standy was 3rd in Miami. Yuli was 2nd. Proloop, top 16. So it's been a bit of a redemption arc for him, especially with where he wants to be, considering where that result left him. So for this team to now come together and look like a squad that should punch on through to grand finals, this is an opportunity to do exactly that, but it's a stern test from Team Orchid.
Well, let's find out. Initial break into this P1, bit of a kill box, so both teams should be playing for that upper balcony control.
Should indeed, and you will get shut down with 3 kills on the board for Brooklyn. Mythics will be the one to stay alive. Turns and burns. Yuli will eventually be picked on up, but stays alive for long enough to let his teammates get back into the fight for these top corridors. Of course, such an important part of the map, not just for this P1, but setting up yourself for any rotation on towards P2.
Sandy having a good time so far. Playing his life, getting a little bit of a soak going through. Both teams really now looking for that positioning over towards P2 and Proloop. That's beautiful. A huge double hit up, taking out the ARs of Team Orchid.
Yeah, and Proloop finds those 2, which then leaves Henry alone in the back line, and he will be cleaned on up by Standy to flip the spawns at the right moment for Omit Brooklyn. An early statement being made there. Felt like Team Orchid should have had that locked on down, but Proloop has that impact through the middle, and Omit Brooklyn will set themselves up in Lambo here, awaiting the Orchid hit.
Not a good hit so far. Really unable to get past some of the guns here of Omit Brooklyn. This will eventually find a little bit of a gap, but instantly gets cut down as well. There comes the trade, and it's still all trading and all good for them. They're going to have a bit of a difficult time if they can't get away with kills, as Omit Brooklyn happy to soak this.
Just building off of such a strong rotation at the right time here. Soaking it all up. Mythics will try and push in through the front door, but it's just impervious right now. This setup from Brooklyn. Collapsing in from that back line as and where you need it, providing coverage over the top. And now you get potentially even worse for Orchid. Thankfully, Harry's going to be there with 2 as Yuli and Standy try to apply pressure. Not sure why we're hitting this for old, I'll be completely honest with you, because the rotation's on and it's now going to be 2-2 in numbers.
At the moment, Team Orchid are technically here first for the back spawn, but they don't have the bodies to get this win. Realistically, the slaying so far out of their control at the moment. It's more just trying to hold on to the position that they've got. If you don't start winning some gunfight, it's not going to go well for you as Omit Brooklyn continue to turn this flame up. Standy having a world star of a game already as we get into P3.
Quite ridiculous start at 11-2. And the thing is, Orchid are there first for those spawns, but without the numbers, they're unable to punch on through Brooklyn, who fight it from fences. So Orchid will just stand up nice and tall here off the back of a great rotation into 2 and a successful one that they should never have been handed into 3 and ascend themselves already into a 75-point lead. There is a bit of an answer back from Bance to mop up some scrap time, but that then means that the rotation will be handed also over to Brooklyn. Henry needs a bit of timing to go with him, doesn't get it, we'll have to find a different way to hit this hill.
They've got all 3 different angles covered for them as well. And, well, they're just going to completely break through. One last player going in, and Henry finds everybody. Somehow, Orchid orchestrate an unbelievable break onto Rock.
Henry just staying alive in that moment, wrapping back through mid, and as you said, allowing the rest of his teammates then to hit him through those different angles. made sure you had the collapse. The pinch play comes through, you get rocked. The problem is, Brooklyn then paid out for the great work earlier on as Standy brings in the Hellstorm to break the hill wide open. Yuli with 2, Mythics is shut down, and Brooklyn get the hill back in their hands.
That's going to go down as well, and you are right. That earlier has paid out. Standy completely shuts it down with the Hellstorm and still going. He really is slaying his way around this one. They're looking for the contest. They just can't find it in time as everybody sliding around the rock in the middle. But at the moment, still Omid Brooklyn, still in control.
Right now, if you're Orchid, looking at an end of the first set of rotations down 70. And in moments like that, it just feels like the first kill falls to Brooklyn, and then there's an instant trade-out situation where Orchid are just never coming out on top. And as such, Brooklyn will lock in for P1 again. Of course, a very difficult hill to hold. We're not expecting you to keep up with the lion's share, but last time around is Brooklyn's understanding of when to start to hit through for 2 that really started to separate these teams. Look to see if they do that again here.
Well, this really has to be a better rotation for Orchid because only 50 points on that first set isn't really anything to write home about. They are very far behind. Now Henry trying to soak. He knows at some point he's going to go down. There's just not enough cover really in this point a lot of the time, and Mythics will fall as well. Henry backs off because he knows he has to try and stay alive for as long as possible, but cannot penetrate that fountain in the middle.
Won't want to watch those shots back. They're not some of his finest as he gets thinged on up. Potentially would have been wiser to just invest in the rotation because some of his teammates already have gotten on over here. They will win out the gunfights. You do have Prolu who could potentially upset things over at doubles. So Harry's got quite a bit of work on his hands here. Started pretty well himself, 12 and 10, but needs a couple of impactful moments as 2 players push on through lobby towards that hill.
Here comes the push. Henry finds somehow both. That is ridiculous and shuts down the pressure. And really, who's left alone? And with that, they have an opportunity to really soak this deep. It could be the way back in for Orchid. Omid Brooklyn have dominated this game from the jump, but now finally being rebuffed.
It's an early rotation that finally gets held onto by Orchid that's going to give them a bit of a lifeline here. That being said, they lose a couple of gunfights in the back. It's going to be Prolu who activates to find 2. Mythic's then a lot of work to do and doesn't get any such breathing room to even turn into the second fight. So Brooklyn break. It will be for scrap time, but considering their lead, they're more than happy to take this. Also, considering last time how good they were in that 2-to-3 rotation. And well, here it looks like you're going to be setting yourselves up again with a 2-to-2 numbers advantage. Potentially even better than that.
Looking for the exact same scenario, and that's the biggest issue they've got. Trevor's already going down. Prolu gets caught for a split second, and, well, that's exactly what Team Orchid wanted on this rotation. Get in there first, try and make sure you've got control. Right now, they don't have control of platform, and it's what they're worried about. Mythics is flitting about this hill, checking every single corner he can. Omid Brooklyn, slow and steady, trying to put this squeeze on from a couple of different angles.
Oh, Henry has been incredibly impactful as he finds 3 in a row to cut down any Brooklyn players that dare push in towards the front of the hill. Continue to just allow Orchid to string points together here. Then again, he will fall. Brooklyn approach this from the front. All-man conga line squaring up, deciding to run straight at this. Pinstripe feed, however, will just mean a contested hill for a moment, but that's a great nade over the top to send Yuli packing.
Oh, there's 3. Now, can they get, again, what was a wonderful rotation onto rock? They just managed to break it last time and got broke back off the back of a streak. This time, maybe not the same trouble. They are here in numbers. Lucifer's going to be a bit of trouble, though, as well. Cannot thread the needle for that kill. They find themselves on the outside after having worked back so far. And, well, that unfortunately catches the teammate in the explosion. But has it cleared it enough as everybody throws their nades back into it?
Yeah, honestly, I think Mythics will want that cruise back, not necessarily because of the team kill, but because his teammates already done enough work to break you into the hill. Bans goes huge in the middle. 2 kills from Prolu will just continue to ensure that Orchid don't have as firm a grip on this hill as they would like. Trying to set up some sort of hit, but as you lose Brack, it's going to bottleneck you in through this doorway, and Orchid will clean up 3 more kills.
We might be looking at a lead change for the first time. Here comes a bit more pressure from Brooklyn. They've got players. It's a headbutt. They've already got 2 down. Bats will find 1, but he's so weak for the second he will fall. Lucifer does all he can, but he's outnumbered and outgunned. And it will be Brooklyn to hold on to this lead as we head back towards P1.
Do indeed, but it's a far slender lead than it was last time out. Brooklyn suddenly realize that they've got to stick their chest out here really fight for it, but somehow Harry walks away with both. You for sure thought that Prolute had the trade on there. Harry with 3, and that means that his teammates will be able to mop up the rest. But Mythic's here being squeezed out towards Office, trying to control these spawns coming in, give the information over to his teammates, get them a couple of seconds on P1. But again, it's about that P2 rotation. First time out, they were poor with it. It made a gap form. Second time, they locked it in, and it got them back in the game.
The players wake up here, and Mythic's going to try and pick the both up, and it does exactly that. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates have gone down. Mythic's picked up his 3rd, though, into a row here. Now with a bit of a backpedal, looking for that 4th player. And over Brooklyn, wisely decided to jump right back onto the point here. Mythic's is super weak and will fall. And while I'm at Brooklyn, we'll be crossing that 200-point threshold. It's Orchid who will dig in and put all of their eggs into the basket of these P2.
Huge fight here. Huge fight, and Yuli comes out on top. And that's going to leave Harry in a spot of bother because he's going to be pinched in from the back. He will fall. And in that moment then, Brooklyn may well have finally broke the tide in which Orchid were gaining ascendancy here. Brooklyn trying to set themselves up. They don't have lobby control, though. 2 players looking to hit the stairwell. Prolute's going to find the kills in the front, and then Yuli activates for 1. That will leave Bance alone on the hill. He will stay alive for just a moment, trying to get his teammates back into this, but Brooklyn are within touching distance of winning this, and they can do it here.
Brack throws an A down here as well, and they're really backpedaling to keep this one into them as well, and they are doing a wonderful job of holding this P2. It has not been Orchid's strong suit in breaking it as Vance runs straight into the point, goes down. They know where Lufus is going to be as well, and with 8 seconds to go, it is a headbutt from Orchid that is their only saving grace potential, but just kill after kill, falling for Brooklyn, and down they fall. Omit Brooklyn take map number 1.
Just a slow start that undoes Team Orchid, to be honest. They showed great signs of life through that second rotation, but you just can't hand over an 80, 90-point lead. Try and stand up to a team like Omit Brooklyn and just hope you can claw that gap back and then ascend consistently. Felt like it all came back to that P2 rotation, regardless of which set of rotations we look at. In the first one, it was Omit Brooklyn managing to get themselves on over with the rotation, gave them that lead. The second time round was actually fantastic work from Orchid that got them back into things. And, well, unfortunately, the 4th time round, a huge fight in the back. Well, unfortunately, if you're Team Orchid, I don't care which way, but unfortunately, for Team Orchid in the back there, Yuli steps up and delivers, as he has done all the way through this tournament, to give his team that rotation, set them up for victory.
Well, it's a big win for them to get that one off the break, and I think you're right. I mean, such a slow start out of Orchid could have been the issue. They did fight back, but again, not getting that P2 rotation, it cost them dearly. And while they had a good one on the second rotation, game through quite a long period of it, but no good. Omit Brooklyn just too strong, and Standy just having an outstanding start. Too many points let slip.
No, absolutely. I think you end up in... There's a couple of moments, of course, to also look back on. There's that first P2 to P3 that, for some reason, Team Orchid invest in old, and that leaves them a little bit outnumbered over it too, which, you know, maybe you claw some of those points back and it ends up a different ending indeed. But I think that what you end up with there, as we said, with that great start off Standy, is just as it felt like we were starting to see Team Orchid get themselves back into the game, there was a bit of pushback, a bit more than it had been when they were on their run, through moments such as being paid out through Standy's Hellstorm to ensure you don't lose all of P4, and just little things like that that kept them in the fight, even when it wasn't necessarily going their way. Just able to claw tooth and nail through those moments where they're struggling, but then really ride the wave when it's going well for them. And well, that will give us that map 1 here towards Omit Brooklyn, of course, with Team Orchid now staring down a situation where they've got to come out on top in the S&D. You and me have spoken about it multiple times. We've been up here a lot today. A lot of 3-0 sweeps, and quite frankly, that also, of course, comes from the fact that our team's able to bounce back in the S&D.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for me, these two teams, I'm expecting to go probably the distance. It's supposed to be the case that the further you get into the tournament, the tighter the games get. It hasn't really been the case today, unfortunately. And we're expecting it to probably shift at any point. This could be that shift here. Omit Brooklyn and Team Orchid, both powerhouses of their respective regions, and now finally going against each other. Like we said, that game could have been even close to that hard point. Going into this S&D, you got to remember they probably won't have all the vol on each other. They won't have known every single break to expect, and that's where things can happen that change the flow of S&D very, very fast.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to prepare for challenger events. There will be some reviews, some tape on these players for sure, like that they've looked at over each other. But of course, from different regions, it's not the main people that they get to sit and study all the time. And also, it's just a case of there's so many teams and challenges you're going to come up against. Hard to remember every single thing that you're going to try and do out there on the map. So looking at those adjustments, how good are you as a team at being able to see what the opposing squad are doing and then relaying that information into future rounds and making movements based on that? That's what I'm looking at, especially when it comes to some of the veterans of our game here. I'm looking at Bance in particular. I'm looking at Harry for Team Orchid. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we of course have a bunch of veterans for this Omit Brooklyn lineup. So all about those leaders, all about those voices, especially when it comes to IGL S&D. And, well, we're going to be back on Hacienda. We're staying in the sunny Spanish Villa, my friend, and this means that it ends up being, for me, an offensively favored S&D. Defense is so difficult. You're so spread. So it's all about which teams can stand firm in those defensive rounds.
Oh, they jump straight into it. Let's find out. As we do go into our second of our Hacienda double. A bit of a stun check there. They are going to know our players here again, but we're seeing a very similar strategy that they've run many, many times. Bounce onto an island, but that island isn't in the game quite yet, and already Brooklyn get that first blood.
We talk about whether or not there's tape. Henry there going to get found by Standy, who seems to know exactly where he wanted to look. So I wonder just how much studying you have done if you are Omit Brooklyn. First blood. Second comes on through quite quickly. A 2v4. For Orchid, you've just got to get together here. Try and play in each other's pockets. Try and get yourself an isolated gunfight, or at least something that you can trade out to make it more manageable.
Oh, and that could have been bad timing for Lucifer, but just find it. Will Mythics be able to thread anything out of this one? Nobody giving him time. There will be a bit of a check there from the nade. 26 seconds to go. They're looking to strike. Lucifer in a bit of trouble. Nade going up top as well, but Mythics finds another one. Brings it back to 2 versus 2, but they just don't have the time. They have to get into the fight here, and, well, Harry still not really able to get into it, and with no time remaining, he would have to jump on that bomb and hope for the best, but I don't think he's going to get it. The player's not close enough either, and, well, it is unlucky that player has not gone the same way. Omit Brooklyn will get their second round onto the board.
Yeah, just that first couple of kills going the way of Omit Brooklyn. You almost put yourself in this position where you could chuckle it, but time, completely on your side there. Standy slips off into the distance, puts himself in a corner of his SMG and says, "Come and find me if you dare." We'll see that off, but yeah, Brooklyn, so far so good. 2 first bloods, rolling out really strong. Again, I just wonder whether or not they had a game plan coming into this Challengers event, knowing that eventually they might run up against Orchid.
Oh, only one way to tell. Oh, you're already finding Bance as well. Another first blood here for Omit Brooklyn. Almost a second, but not quite able to as the trade does come in. A 3 versus 3. Standy on the hunt. Mythics finds Uli as well. Advantage this time around to Team Orchid.
Oh, you missed Standy though. Harry just gets awful timing there. Henry's going to back on off. Did Brack spot you rotate away? I don't think so. But either way, you feel like you might have a little bit of breathing room. You check pretty much everywhere. Back to back. An army of 2 setup, as Standy likes to call it. Bomb will go down here. So for Orchid, it's about how he sets up this retake. Do you try and swarm it from different angles, or do you just punch through one side?
Looks like they're going to go for the trade option. Everybody in the close corner looking for it as well. Henry finds one, but Brad gets the kill as well under Mythics. Henry, now does he commit? Does he switch angles? He has switched. Unfortunately, Brack is pushed all the way through, and now he has no idea where that enemy player is going to be. Brack goes for the bomb check, and oh, he's going to be caught. Henry catches him. The angle was just right, and that means Orchid will get this round.
Outrageous shots with the Jackal. Again, these are some of our best players in Challengers. We do expect them to be able to shoot straight, but when that fight started to set itself up, I felt that it only favored Brack. And then when he turns away and heads off in the other direction, wasn't sure if Henry was going to be able to make it. This beautiful work there. Just gets a glimpse, a glimmer of the back of Brack's head. And straight on after it. Henry, a player that has been, for large parts of his career, passed around as a 4th man, but now that he's getting time on this Team Orchid lineup, just showing with that consistency the player he can build himself into. A lot of eyes on where his ceiling can go. Makes a huge play there to drag his team level in the S&D.
Again, Vance goes down first, but Henry gets the trade. Henry now backing it as well. Down he flies at the same time, and Orchid finds themselves in a 2 versus 3 very quickly off the rip.
You're going to retrieve the bomb. Harry here might step out, suddenly walk into, and everybody's going to walk into each other here. Bit of a pinstripe, and it will favor Brooklyn, of course, having picked up that earlier advantage in the First Bloods. And a moment there where every player basically runs into each other, but you see what Brooklyn's idea was. We've got the numbers advantage. Let's just play that trade situation. It's going to suit us in the end, and it most certainly does. Giving Brooklyn that lead back once again. Although I'm not sure if I'm just absolutely faded, or are we 4 rounds in, not 3? Am I lost? Am I lost, Bryce? It says 2-1, but I must be lost.
I didn't mention it.
I swear. Oh.
Well, anyway. We'll be updated on that one just to double check. But right now, we're going to see whether or not Team Orchid can suss this one out. This is a B hit coming in, and they're all around A.
Bomb goes down. Oh, that's the worst timing in the world. Means that you will get away with your life for a moment if you're banned. Probably will come back to fight this. Nade cooked. Will miss Bance on the duck down, and Bance and Henry find kills to break in towards this.
Stand, he fights back, but unfortunately will go down as well. And Dooley for a 1 versus 3. Timing is what he needs here. Timing, luck, and an incredible bit of gun skill. And not going to get any of them in that confrontation, unfortunately. And this will be 2-2.
Yep. I must have just blacked out for a moment or something. I'm going to assume that the game score is better at keeping track than I am. It's late over here in the UK, my friend. I'm gonna blame it on that. I'm gonna do my very best. Either way, these two teams won't care. They're tied up 2 apiece. Switching sides again. And for Team Orchid, building yourself a little bit of momentum here. 2 rounds on the bounce. For Brooklyn, it's a case of needing to stop that momentum, cut off the bleeding. Team Orchid is continuing to just flow and make those adjustments I spoke about before we came into this map.
Aggressive push here by Henry, looking for the first one. Bats will get a first blood this time. But this is a precarious position. He's hoping somebody's looking over him. That isn't going to be the case. Down they go to a 3 versus 3. Very high risk, that play by Bance. At the moment, over at Brooklyn have been looking over it.
Team Orchid here, you feel like you have a sense of A control, but whether you're aware that Proloot is in tin here, he might, if he gets a free kill out of this, he will be aware now. Somehow all players just pass each other, but Proloot isolated. But what that will allow Brooklyn to do is set up a pinch on the opposite side. It's whether they spot Mythics.
Gone all the way past Mythics. Will he catch somebody here as well? He is going to go for the flank. Finds Brack. Knows who he's going to be as well, but can't really reach out that. So he's going to take top control. At the moment, Orchid, not a horrible position. Somebody will have to check that bomb. That's what they're probably most worried about. He goes to the flank as well. Looks for him, finds the first. Doesn't know about the second, grabs him. Now, this should be a slide check. Going to check it as well. And now just knows all he's got to do is play the time. Does play the time. And that's good enough for Team Orchid to take the lead.
Yeah, great work there from Mythics. Just tucks himself off in an awkward off angle. Bides his time. And once Brack activates, he just assesses the situation. Make sure he's nice and clean on the kill for Brack, but also aware that there must be someone else there. Whether via team comms, whether just by a gunshot being fired out that he picks up on. Either way, he stops that push in through well, stops that pinch coming on through. And that just delays the time enough to ensure his team can come out on top there. 3 rounds on the bounce. All of a sudden, Brooklyn, that wave that they've had coming into this matchup feels very, very far away.
Another big hit going down. Bounces the first, but There's been a trade already going through as well as Standy finds 2. A massive 2. And, well, the trade's just in their favor. Mythic's left alone to try and clutch this up. But I think timing's against him and he has been seen. He's just running for his life. Almost goes for the reach out, but 35 health? Yeah, wait for another one.
I was getting a little bit overconfident in that moment, but I'm trying now set up a situation where he can try and retake this. I'm trying to use this doorway to just turn it into a bit of a 1v1. We'll see Proloot, but Proloot does the right thing and dips on out. Now trying to set yourself up in a bit of crossfire. Proloot, though, is going to reach out. Thankfully, comes out on top, because if Mythics finds that, opportunity would have certainly presented itself. But a quick hit there from Brooklyn to just get themselves those early kills. That numbers advantage means that they finally put an end to this string of rounds that Team Orchid had managed to put together, stem the bleeding, and because of the early start, now that you've finally slowed Team Orchid, it still means that the game is plenty in hand.
Well, still an awful lot to play for both of these squads. Adjustments flowing thick and fast. Here comes the push. A push coming in from Team Orchid. Sandy knows that nothing has pushed down to this one as well. Whole team is going to rotate onto it. Try and take as much map control as possible. Sandy checking every single corner. Lucifer backing down, but he gets caught sprinting just for a second. Banter trade it back for a 3 versus 3 as that bomb goes down, but he's having to give up map control as well. Foam at Brooklyn call this correctly. They will take every bit of control away here from Orchid.
Proloot. Has he been picked up in this? He might actually get a moment here where he does see Ban's cross, so he knows that one's bottom arches. Calls that out to Yuli, who finds 2. Mythics will answer back with 1. Gotta go and check the bomb, and Proloot's ready for it. Beautiful work there. Brooklyn just find themselves in a situation where they're able to surround that so quickly. And Yuli with a 2-piece mid-map. It happens off screen. We don't necessarily see how it plays on now, but we know the impact that it has. He has been so good every time we've seen him here on the Bravo stream. And yet another moment where he is able to just take an opposing team setup and splinter it for the rest of his team.
That's what I meant. Just didn't have the positioning, didn't have the opportunity they wanted to. And if you're Team Orchid, feeling a little bit of pressure, you've already lost the hard point. You're not feeling super solid at the S&D. It's still okay. But I'm at Brooklyn will take advantage of any mistake you make.
Patience here being shown. Brooklyn happy to just give up this middle of the map. Now, typically we end up in a spot here with Hacienda where those top corridors are so important, letting you out towards A, out towards B, especially for retakes and whatnot. But Brooklyn happy to just hand them on over and just fight a single lane, especially when you find first bloods and then follow up second kills like that. It's on Henry, it's on Harry to try and set up some sort of pinch.
Well, Henry's left alone. There's going to be no pinch there. One side of a pair of pliers cannot do very much. And now the team pushing forward like they are. I'm at Brooklyn are feeling very happy and secure in this S&D. It felt close. It doesn't really feel that same way anymore.
Feels a little bit like map 1. Only Brooklyn start well, Orchid go on a bit of a spree, suddenly looking good, and then Brooklyn find the way to answer back. Suddenly, once we start approaching match point, it is them on top. Again, a lot of impact at right moments. Yuli, 11 and 5 right now. Orchid, you got to see more out of your AR. In particular, got to see more out of Harry, 2 and 6. If you're going to see this map 2 through, he's got to step up in these remaining rounds. Quick plant coming through from Orchid. Brooklyn then, looking at the retake, will have all 4 members for it, but so will Orchid.
Goes the push. Yuli trying to just break through at the right time. Can he find the right corner? And this timing is unbelievable, by the way. And almost gets it. Does go down at 2 versus 2. Proloot's on 5. He's going for this as well. Are they close enough? Brack is watching up top. Nobody's actually going to be watching for the bomb, but they're going to get there in time. They find 1. They find 2. They lock it into the column. And that is a round that could have gone disastrously.
I'm pretty sure we missed an RCXD there as well off screen. I think that's Yuli who must have had it then, brings it in. I can't be 100% on that, but I think we catch it exploding just as we see players round arches. So a moment there where Orchid get that bomb down quickly, but then in the 4v4 managed to stabilize just enough that RCXD does not give the map presence to Brooklyn that they would have hoped for. And as such, Orchid able to close it out, but Prolu nearly pulls off something sneaky. We will head into a round 10. The Brooklyn flying at this A site.
Sandy back and forth. You know, they have a control so far, and Sandy gets caught by Mythics. Advantage now to Orchid. It means Brooklyn don't want to put this bomb down.
I'm a bit nervous. You're going to see that Yuli, by the way. Yeah, I was about to say, he's about to walk amongst all of the Team Orchid players. It kicks a Hornet's Nest and will be stung in return, so this will hand numbers advantage on over to Orchid. 3v2 is all about how you set up for this take back. You have the numbers set up a pinch, but time is ticking away. Just 30 seconds to make something happen. What's going on with Bans?
Moment, he's a little bit late to the party, and that could be disastrous. Well, doesn't matter. They eventually get it done with the trades regardless, and that last-minute play by Bans catches a player and brings us to a round 11. We said we thought it was going to get close, and it certainly has.
Bans there. I mean, I was questioning it at first, but he reads that there's going to be some sort of counter-aggression, and I think he's fully aware that maybe Brooklyn like to play out from a bomb site, especially if they're in a disadvantageous position. What they like to do is instead wrap out, try and find kills, or collapse back on the bomb, basically counter-wrap the situation. Bans reads it, calls it beautifully, and what the hell do I know? He does a wonderful job to ensure that his teammates are protected as they push on up for that bomb. My friend, we are headed to a round 11. I feel like we've been treated with nothing but blowouts, 3-0s all damn day. It's about time we got something that resembled a bit of a clutch factor on our screen.
There we go. Huge push. Or could have decided to throw caution to the wind. They're hitting this with numbers. Henry tries to already take down one. They're going for the early plant as well. Stanley's going to be here under the eaves. Looking for it, and Stanley's already made this play a week. Nade's going through at the same time. He's doing a wonderful job of basically putting all of Team Orchid on the back foot. Uni coming to back up as well. As this is unbelievable. They are retaking in force, and now it's just Lucifer for a 1 versus 4. They will not give him time of day, surely, and down he falls. And that is a very easy, very powerful retake as Brooklyn go 2-0 up in the series.
I mean, it's just got to be a kick to the guts for Team Orchid there. You get that bomb down, you're in a 4v4, you surely are already starting to chalk this one up as your map. But Standy with incredible work in the arches there. Just weakens everybody, as you said. And Julie just cleans up those 2 kills. Also finds himself the 3rd and final one in the round to go 15-7. Ridiculous work from him. Scoreboard is going to look very pretty indeed. But in that final round there, it's all that work from Standy. Puts the nade on out, damages up 1, backs the 2nd down. And that means that Team Orchid setup was just split in half. And no chance from there. Incredible stuff indeed. That scoreboard's insane.
Really is. I mean, just finding all those kills last round just really set it one step beyond. And got to give credit to Standy. Just throwing damage, throwing bodies and everything. In that last one, you can see he's got almost the same amount of damage as Yuli did. But he just forced the opening as Orchid could not deal with him, and that made the difference.
It indeed. I feel like, again, it's almost a little bit of a repeat of map 1 where Team Brooklyn come on out, come on out, very strong to start with, so Orchid makes a couple of adjustments, a couple of heads-up plays, and then counter what Brooklyn are doing. From there on, though, it's, again, Brooklyn just managing to go, okay, we've actually got a deep playbook here that we can work with. Impressively so in S&D, considering that this team has come together relatively recently compared to this Orchid lineup, but that round 11 is going to sting. For Orchid, you know how map 1 went. You come out, you go, okay, not a problem. We will deal with it here in map 2. We'll get ourselves back on the board and make a series out of this. Force it all the way to round 11. There's this moment here from Standy. Nate goes out to catch the first, gets the support out of Yuli, Charles for the second. I mean, even for Orchid themselves, the players in those moments, we're crossed over each other. We should be able to clean this up nice and tidy and split apart by one player who decides to call game.
Well, they've got enough to push this one even further through. Omit 2-0 up in the series. I'll be looking forward to the control. As while these have been very close games, it has been Omit that have walked away the victors, and that does instill a certain level of confidence.
It does, indeed. They just, especially, even if they're close and you're just edging them out all the time, you feel even more so that, well, if we perform in any way better than we have been doing, if we're able to make things happen on our footing, then we could walk away quite comfortably in this control. And for Vault as well, I'm looking at the 4 players over on that Omit Brooklyn lineup. Love to be aggressive. They love to play things very quickly, transition very well from A to B in what we've seen of them on Vault control so far. And one of the things that sometimes you can call out for this Orchid lineup, while they have some great brains in there, some great players in that lineup for sure, when the pace really steps up, sometimes they struggle to keep up. So what they've got to do is slow this game down and dictate it. Otherwise, I'm a little bit worried that we have got yet another 3-0 up here.
Certainly could be the case, but we'll have to find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. More action right after this at Dallas and Challengers. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers live at the Major. We're in the middle of a game in the semi-finals. Team Orchid and Omit Brooklyn. A couple of close games there, Enigma, but it has gone the way of Omit.
Yeah, it has indeed. And I feel like it's one man that stood above the rest when we look at our 8. And it is going to be Yuli. It felt like he had takeover moments very much so in map 1, dictated a lot of the play. And we've spoken a lot about the kind of things he's done all day up here. But also there in map 2, I think it finishes like 15-7. There's a couple of bits of help in there from some wonderful work by Standy, but largely being the impactful play that we've seen so much through this season. So for him, it's about whether or not he can help his team make this nice and tidy when we look to our map 3.
Yeah, it certainly does. And right now, if you're Omit Brooklyn, you're running pretty high and being pretty confident. I wonder if there's anything Orchid can do. Had some pretty good controls in the past, but could say that about everything we've seen so far. If you are just joining, of course, this is how it has gone. 250 to 188 on Hacienda Hardpoint. Good start by Omid. Bad middle, great ending. Omid Brooklyn, though, in the S&D, pretty much the same story. Got themselves ahead, fight back by Orchid, and then they eventually win it in a 5-5 screamer with a fantastic retake. Now onto the Vault Control next. If we get there, though, rewind Hardpoint, and then Dealership Search and Destroy to end it. I don't know if we will. At the moment, Omid Brooklyn are heavy favorites.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. And we said this when we tuned into them earlier on, that this lineup of Brack, Stanley, Prolute, and Yuli, I don't know how we allowed this to come together, to be quite honest with you. Brack and Stanley obviously being that duo for so long, felt like that they were a couple of pieces shy of putting the Infinity Gauntlet together. And in Prolute, who has well and truly seen the second half of the season come alive, especially with that win in the Elite. And then Yuli, who always felt like a strong player on Team War, jumps the Team War ship over to the Omid banner, further fueling that rivalry, but also showing exactly why he was wanted by Omid Brooklyn and is delivering in spades. For Orchid, I mean, you finished top 8 in Miami, so this has been a better showing so far, but no doubt you want to do far better than this. You're looking at Bance and Harry, ex obviously CDL pros, Bance with a ridiculous littered career. For Henry and Mythics, it's an opportunity to kind of prove that you deserve an opportunity at some point. Henry has been a player passed around through multiple teams, has now shown that he's got a real ceiling to him as he gets some consistency on a roster. And for Mythics, I feel like he's been almost like overdue a bit of a chance for a long time. Won 4 elites back to back to back to back. Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, never got that opportunity. LAN has always been a bit of a question, but did deliver in the Dallas event at the first open that we had for challengers. So it's weird calling that one Dallas and also this one Dallas, but you know what I mean, as we're in DreamHack. But it's, yeah, a case for me of a couple different storylines up in the air right now. Right now, it is going to be that North American squad, that Omid Brooklyn team that are just ruling the roost.
Well, we're going to see if they can push this one more map. But do this, we get into the winners final where we have an Omid off. If not, obviously, there'll be some questions asked because they are now looking down another 3-0 that we've had today. We do kind of expect it to be a little bit kind of crazy, but it just hasn't worked out.
I feel like, I don't know, yesterday I got absolutely blessed by that Vegas Falcons game that we had. It was an absolute heater, a banger of a series. Everything I've cast since then has been so straightforward. I don't know if it's me. I think study's the good luck charm, and I'm just causing games to be absolute slaughters. But hoping that Orchid can break that curse, because they will fly on in here for the vault control. And immediately here, you might miss Yuli, who's getting himself up towards Cat, collapsing. And, well, Henry pops off for 2 to at least give his team presence around the point.
Well, they get into this one and stop the clock and try to get some more through. But they've got to be careful because players have already hit the spawn. That's what they're looking for. Continue to just dominate, as they have done so many times before. And, well, at the moment, so far so good. First take in here for Team Orchid. Trading out, and Bance is probably wondering why he hasn't been pressured as much as possible. Omid Brooklyn went for the overextend rather than go for him.
Yeah, sizing up the hit for sure. Potentially looking to try and just cut off those reinforcements. Henry, by the way, is going to do the old misdirection, the old smoke and mirrors. It's about staying alive for as long as you can here, though. That's the difference maker as he shifts a couple of those white arrows over towards B, which then should allow his teammates to head to A. So one of those selfless plays that will see those ticks start to move on forward. But actually, that's opened a gap, and Orchid have pushed on through. They want B now.
Certainly going for it. And Bance getting back onto this B point. Has Lucifer with him as well, and they have the bodies. This second tick might go through. They've got to be careful. Trophy system should be up. There's going to be a flank as well. Yuli will be on the flank. Will he catch anybody through it? Then that is going to be an unfortunate nade for Team Orchid. 2 on each, but none complete.
Mythics actually finds Yuli there and then pushes on out to find Prolute. Will still be alive here, so B looks like it's coming. Orchid very quickly move on over from A to B and also still have presence on A as well. So Brooklyn are just going to have to hit this quickly as that tick is moving.
I think they're going to get there as well. Everybody's going to go down, and that'll be an Orchid win. They find every single kill they need, and this is certainly a better start than they've had in the last 2 maps. Orchid, maybe that little bit of a break has revitalized them.
I mean, I've got to hand it over to Henry. I feel like, you know, they were doing a decent job at A. They were making a little bit of progress, a lot of pinstripe kill feeds. And then he just decides, actually, what I'm going to do is leave this, head on over to B. And we've seen that happen multiple times. Quite often, it's just the idea is what I want to do is shift the defenders over to me. My teammates can set up at A, take A. But because he stays alive for so long and shifts so much of the defense around, that allows Orchid to just roll on over really easily. And from there, Brooklyn never got set up, forced into a scramble. It's one of those things, it's not going to look incredible on the scoreboard. Then again, Henry, 7-3 start, having himself a great map to show signs of life to this Orchid lineup.
The question is going to be is, can they have a successful defense as well? Put themselves into the driving seat. Let them take control of their own destiny. Bance being aggressive already finds one on a 4 streak himself. And, well, when you find Bance starting to slay out, that's normally when this team really is pushing the very envelope.
Prolute will just find himself double-challenged in the middle here. Suddenly feels like Orchid have a flow about them. A little bit of teamwork coming on through that we just saw lacking at crucial moments in maps 1 and 2. Then again, Brack answers back with 2 of his own. We're going to have a player playing up in Catwalk here in Henry. He's trying to decide whether or not to hit this through lights. Big gunfight here, but Yuli not on top in most of those that we've seen so far today, but will fall this time. Henry working work again, but Brooklyn, well, they're only moments away from seeing this 8-point off.
Bance trying to stop it from happening. Doesn't want to give him the extra minute. Doesn't want to give him that tick either. Somehow still wins that gunfight. I thought he got caught sprinting, but it's not to be. Henry finds another one as well, and they get a bit of a wipe going down. They may actually have been a little bit too slow to this. I don't know if they can stop it in time. Mythics tries to get over and somehow does an unbelievable job. They won't let them have A.
Continuing to just bleed this clock down. The one thing I will say, the life count is extremely close. So if you're Orchid, at some point, you may have to consider just setting yourself on up for B. And, well, it will be this moment. You lose 1. But, oh, well, I say that, you lose 2. You got to be careful here. This is one of those risky moments where teams can just quickly transition on over. If you're Orchid, you need to stabilize, slow things back down.
Yeah, he's already in a good position as well. That trophy is going to be a bit of an issue. Goes back onto the point, but that is an unfortunate teammate that catches him in the middle of it. On the other side of it, Bance is trying to get a little bit of the slaying underway. They're going to try looking for him as well. That'll be the key. There's a door bank. Bance will find one. Has got it.
Just trying to be a nuisance, a thorn in the side here, and make it so that Brooklyn never feel comfortable pushing on out. And at the very least, you just cut through time. But that life advantage is now 6 as well. Brack will be found again. Stanley will eventually clean this up, but superb work from Bance and from this Orchid lineup. They're going to push Brooklyn into a spot where they've got to start sending, and with very little lives to do so.
Just nothing they can really do with 3 lives. Would have to make 2 massive waves of kills. Bance is also going to hit the flank as well, because they have all the opportunity to do so, and finds Brack. Lucifer and Standy. A 1 versus 12 isn't going to happen. An Orchid 2-0 up on the control.
Impressive stuff. It feels like a team that we just didn't see before the break, so I'm not sure what was said. I'm not sure who exactly sat down and said, boys, let's get this all together. This is how we're going to approach this. Whatever the potion was, it seems to have cured them of something here. Orchid 2-0 up. Brooklyn, a team that have been so good at mid-map adjustments, especially when it came to that S&D. We saw it happen twice. Here, you're going to have to ask a couple of questions internally. Then again, I was on a control earlier. 2-0 up, saw it be reversed. So for Brooklyn, of course, it's plenty capable of that, but I'm looking at that scoreboard. Standy, 5-13. Prolute, 6-12. Those are not numbers we're used to seeing for players of that caliber.
Or is there a fight back from them? That's the question. If they can find it now and take 3 rounds, they'll end this series dead. But already very aggressive play on the B here. Nade's going to fly out as well. Prolute finding 1, but Mythics is pushed forward. Mythics finds a 2nd on that push. And they're still trying to capture B here. Orchid have thrown caution to the wind.
Dandy, and it just hits a little bit of everything, but kills nothing. Yuli will be found as well. Orchid just continuing to get aggressive here. You've got Brack trying to clear off on B, so that should... circle is white. That should tell you where at least one player is and give you confidence as you find more. Mythics turns burns for 2. 15-10. Great work from him thus far. And he's just going straight over to B. Orchid are like, fine, okay, we're happy to just continue to splinter you, push you over in this direction. You'll give us 1 point eventually. And for Harry, as he finds kills, unfortunately, everybody falls around him. That will be 3. Brooklyn swat this attack away, but continuing to look dangerous if you're the European team.
And so trying to play his life, just being a pain. Trophy out as well. No easy get back here for Omen Brooklyn. They will have to commit bodies towards this. And so at least takes one with him, but they're still keeping the pressure up. Orchid are being menaces on this map. They will not allow B to go free, and it means Omen Brooklyn keep having to respond. This is almost gone.
Mythics. Big gunfight gets support in from Harry as well, and that will be B cleared up. Oh, everybody by surprise. I think us included there. Yuli finds a huge 2-piece to let his team on out and push over towards A. But you have a minute 40 and relatively even lives here. So plenty of time for Orchid to still see this off in a clean 3-0. And what a surprise that would be coming into this map. Oh, okay.
Still a hard hold. Omen Brooklyn can't afford to make a mistake. They need map control. That's the most key thing here as well. More progress going on to it at the same time. Sandy trying to throw a body in as well, but he has nobody to trade off of him. And Yuli now has to commit to this point, and they are winning every gunfight. And that may just be enough. Bodies on here for Orchid. This map is done, dusted, and 3-0'd.
Struggling to put into words the bounce back that we've just seen from this team. I mean, don't get me wrong. Map 1, relatively close until we get to the final couple of hills. Some poor choices on rotations, potentially, that stop Orchid being the team to come out on top there. Game 2 does indeed go to around 11, but it felt a little bit deflated, splintered far too easily at key moments. But no such thing here in the control. For all that we can say about this Omen Brooklyn lineup and how good they look, Team Orchid, I don't know what was said, but they've come out, stuck their chests out, and decided they were going to take this from the very start. An incredibly aggressive round 1 has just given them a foundation to push out for rounds 2 and 3. I said sometimes they struggle when the pace steps on up, but actually they dictated it and they decided to turn the dial up in their favor time and time again.
And well, we asked them to deliver. We asked them for something different. And that was about as different as the last 2 maps as you could expect. Nothing but full throttle aggressiveness throughout that control, winning their attacks, just having a great time. Realistically, not what we expected. Omen Brooklyn were the favorites going into it, but Orchid, that control was something different entirely.
Yeah, and looking at some of the scoreboard as well there, Henry 23 and 14, and I feel like that play that he makes in round 1 is the start of this. It's one thing to sit there in the background and say, okay guys, it's time for us to step up here and prove who we are. It's another thing entirely to come out and under the lights, up on the main stage, turn around and be composed enough to go, okay, I'm gonna just push us out off this A point by getting on over to B. But we see so often a lot of players try and do that on this vault control, overchill, immediately fall, and then leave their teammates basically outnumbered on the old point. He stays alive, continues to be a nuisance, and then what he ends up doing is not only finding kills, but picking up enough information that'll let the rest of his team pile on over and turn it into a mad scramble. From there, Brooklyn just never recovered. We're seeing Standy and Prolute double neg. For Team Orchid, I mean, all of a sudden, you struck a significant blow going into what will be another respawn. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, of course, looking at that rewind and seeing, you know, the kind of map that it is, but Orchid, they've played on this multiple times before. They can slow it down, get those ARs in play. And if so, well, suddenly, my friend, we're looking at a hell of a series.
Well, we're going to find out as we go into this rewind hard point. It isn't over between these 2 squads just yet. And I'm looking forward to it. We got going pretty rapidly between the last 2 maps last time around. And I think, you know, maybe Brooklyn need a second to breathe. They're like, hold on a second. This is not what it's supposed to be going like. Somehow they have just blown us out of the water on the control. And there have been some evidence of that in the previous 2 maps. It's certainly not been the entire way from Brooklyn. The S&D, of course, was very, very tight. And that first hard point could have slipped against them. But a great P2 on that first hard point meant Brooklyn ran away with it. What will be the case in this next one?
Yeah, I think one of the things nice and early in the first hard point, something I want to see Orchid avoid here, is just failing to pick up key rotations. They had plenty of opportunities to see off that map 1. Brooklyn were handed just cracks in the door, and of course they're going to burst straight through those if they're handed them, as we saw before. As we will see again, Yuli finds 3 to get us started, and he wants to answer back with aplomb. Finds the 4th as well. So Orchid then sent packing, and you've already got Bans looking for that rotation to 2.
Oh, Yuli said, all right, enough is enough. We're just going to bury you here on this first hill. starts off about as well as you possibly can. There's 6. Really putting on a show. Looking for number 7. No, number 7 is no good. A bit of a fight back now from Team Orchid.
About to say, if that kill comes on through, just call it. Yuli in takeover mode as he was in the first map. That attempted a rotation, by the way, shut on down. Bans never got there, so Brooklyn will be able to set themselves up for the first real hill here, but get 2 kills. Answered back by 2 from Standy. Standy finds 3 in the end. Will eventually be picked on up by Henry. And although you haven't necessarily gotten a situation where you can hold this hill, do at least break it and force Brooklyn into an awful situation.
Oh, just so much fighting. Everybody trying to be the very best they can be onto this one as they know what steps in the balance. Getting into that winner's final, you feel very, very confident yourself, but over Brooklyn, just at the moment, eking out a bit of a victory, really waiting for the players to come through. Timing is easy here onto Mythics. And they get back control at this point.
Yeah, Brooklyn done really well to stabilize there. There's a potential situation of them just being bullied back into that spawn, or even potentially flipped on out, but they do enough. Take away the lion's share of the points. Now we're looking over towards Dumpsters, and Orchid have just overinvested a little bit here. They don't need to be continuing to fight for all. Set yourselves up around mid, get yourself on a rotation, and instead you lose Harry at new. As such, Bans will have these deep side spawns at least. Of course, you're trying to chain 3 into 4, so you want to be holding that right side of the minimap. But for Orchid, you also want to close this gap and not be starting to see a bit of a repeat of map 1.
And here comes this very important rotation for Orchid, and has to find that one, Henry. A little bit of trouble brewing towards this shop. Numbers here for Omer Brooklyn. They are going to push Lucifer. They know where he's going to be, and he loses the gunfight, and the rest of the support's not close enough to take advantage and get those trades back into it. Omer Brooklyn will take this scrap time and punish Orchid for leaving Lucifer alone.
One thing you do get at least, because you've got players stood so far back up, they spawn in, they hold, and they wait for the teammates to at least spawn in if you are Orchid. Then again, one player is going to flip out, so you are blocking at least with Brooklyn's pressure. Don't get me wrong, your teammates are still spawning out as well, but as you surround here, if you collapse and find Mythics, and you do, you manage to get yourself in for this hill. Orchid broken before they even get a real hold in yet again.
Brooklyn pushing forward as well, but got to be careful. That player on the flank there, Bans, wide in the open, completely cuts them to ribbons. And Orchid, when they lost everything, managed to find more off of a 2-piece. Get back to the point. Yuli, though, just isn't really missing in this series, already on 18 and 7. And Orchid really do feel like they're fighting from the back foot.
That moment there where Prolu, I think, thinks that Brack has control over that situation. They basically just hand the control of that lane. Oh my lord, Bans, okay. Suddenly come alive. He started 3 and 10, but has suddenly turned up here to just fight back in this 4th hill. Will also get a 3rd. Now wants to get aggressive towards the hill. That's potentially a little bit too much. But, well, at least it's going to continue to hand points to Orchid. But yeah, Brooklyn there. I think that you end up with Prolu and Brack just basically saying, okay, that lane's yours. Neither of them actually take control of the situation. Allows Bans to slip through, and he goes massive with what he was given.
This game feels like it probably shouldn't have been as tight as it currently is. Here comes a big push going through. Brack does find one as well. They get that trade back into this point at the same time. And, well, that's going to be a wipe. And it goes to Team Orchid. The question has got to be asked, realistically, Yuli going 21 and 10. How are they not further ahead?
Full agreement with you here. Henry shoots at one, pre-fires for a second, but they're actually getting shot in the back. Seeing Harry here flip on over to an SMG, just trying to flex in for a hill that requires everybody to get up close and personal, and a team kill will come on through that will favor Orchid. Mythics finds another. Brooklyn here needs to maybe slow down a second and assess the next push, because if you die in numbers here, it's going to hand a free rotation into the middle of the map, and that is 3 for Orchid. And you can feel that momentum, that pendulum swing in favor of them as they've closed that 50, 60 point gap that we had just moments ago.
That lead change. How does this go? I mean, Yuli is still shooting hammers into every single player of Team Orchid. And if it wasn't for him, this could be a very different scoreline. Again, unassailable whenever he goes into a gunfight, but somehow they barely squeak on, and Omer Brooklyn get back into this point. They have the lead once again. And 40 seconds to go. Orchid, though, circling around, looking for an entry.
Set up and hit it so well there, by the way. Just swarming from multiple different angles, giving Brooklyn no opportunity to breathe there. Smothered out of the point. Also, you've had Mythics push on through to apply enough pressure for Bants to spawn in. But again, one of those classic moments from the challenger teams that we see so often. Don't overinvest into old. Get yourself something set up for new. Don't chase bad time after good. And while Bants being picked up there is going to mean you got pressure on your back line from Brooklyn.
Henry, that's a big kill. Ready for this rotation. He knows the player's going to be here as well. Tries to shoulder. Ulius have none of it. And again, back into the point. I'm at Brooklyn. Still holding on to this very narrow lead, but probably being shot at from multiple angles. Team Orchid piling into the point. They have numbers as well, but Brack is holding the doorway. And this is becoming a bit of a TDM for position.
I feel like this is the least scored P2 I've seen in some time for a rewind hardpoint. No one really managing to get in on it in our first 20 seconds. Team Orchid do finally set foot in the point, but not for very long because Brack chows everything and decides he wants a piece of that fight, pistol or not. So Brooklyn punching through the front. You've now got numbers starting to surround and collapse, and Bants, well, he's on his own and he's doing the best bit of work that he can. Does find 1, 2, 3! Bants explodes in a moment just when his team needed him to. And that will flip Brooklyn out. I think actually that's maybe a bit of a worst case situation for you because that's going to hand the rotation on over. But a moment there where Bants is showing his life yet again in this map after such a slow start.
Well, there's only be 5 points as we hit this rotation again. If Orchid find it, could be huge for them, but Brooklyn will be trying to hold. There we go. Probably already shutting down that first player. They have reinforced in depth. Throwing up the layers of defense here with Brooklyn. Got to make sure that nobody can get the angle to punch them out of this point, and with the kills also flowing their way, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Orchid to get this.
To consider at some point, do we decide to rotate on over, hit something through the 18-wheeler, maybe set ourselves on up before, but before you can even get there, you got to check a couple of boxes first. You at least get yourself into the hill, punching in through Burger. So it's whether you go straight through, it's whether you pick up mid-control, and a big gunfight win from Henry should give you a route on over towards that backside. Yuli's going to try and do something fancy on the outside of the map, and, well, it'll be shut down. So Orchid, as they have so often through this map, just refusing to go away, continuing to be a nuisance.
Really determined to make this about as close as you can possibly have a hard point, but at some point, if they want to get this away, they're going to need a rotation. They're going to need to step it up again. It's a tall ask, but they're the ones who want to win this. There's a couple of kills already. So far, Brooklyn still using every second they can to extend that lead to try and get a little bit more safe from the pressure that's mounting. On towards the back spawn. Everybody onto the irons as Orchid do get in here. And Pro is caught in the corner. Stays alive for quite a while, but somehow they have punched Omid out of this point again.
Just a situation of two teams, just neither of them can hold. Both are just happy to break. That's just giving us an absolute spectacle here as both players just happy to square up. It's a bloodbath. Henry with 5 HP will just tuck himself on down, allow Bants and Cole to provide some cover on over the top. You are eventually cleaned out. That's 3 dead. You do still get a close spawn at least, so continuing to apply pressure. That being said, Mythics will spawn the opposite side of the map, and it's a big foot race on over to Jens.
Here comes Uli up top and somehow finds the second, but there is a kill from the back, and it's Mythics who finds his way in. And just when you thought Brooklyn had it, Team Orchid have taken the lead now. Going into this next hill, both teams cannot win it. It's only going to be, well, actually, with the contesting going on, neither team can now. Henry finds 2 as well, but Orchid, if they continue to hold, will put themselves in prime position.
Henry's got control here of 18-wheeler. Finds 1 as his teammates find 2 more. And that will leave just Brack then, who's would be smart to wait for his teammates to arrive, doesn't, and that's an awful chow that will leave his teammates lacking numbers. Orchid, again, they can't win it here, but they can get pretty damn close, and it's an easy rotation in from 5 to 1. But I will say, though, Brooklyn get a spawn out for Standy, so watch him set up that pinch.
And Team Orchid starting to hit this throttle. Gas flowing, injectors spitting as every single gear is engaged for them. Now, so close to the end, and Brooklyn with a fantastic start on not having a good end. Brack will find 2, looking for this one. He'll find a 3rd as well. This could be what they've needed. Into the P1, into the next rotation as Brack now starts spitting flames himself.
Orchid have done a wonderful job of retaking this last time, though. They surrounded it from multiple different points and decided to hit it again, and they only need the 5 points. They can commit to this late, something they've been egregious of in the past, but would serve them well here.
And here we go. They're looking for it. They've got the numbers. They've got the bodies. They've got the time. And we are going to a round 5 all the way in the maps, as it will be an unbelievable fight back from Team Orchid. With the way Uli started, you thought it was already game, set, and match. It is not to be. The hard point goes down to the wire. Team Orchid fight them off. And successive kills after successive kills means that we will see that final S&D.
To be a fly on the wall, by the way, when whatever was said to Team Orchid happened during their break. Don't get me wrong, they weren't awful beforehand, but you lose 2 maps, it felt like that they were deflated. And so often we talk about what shows the character of a team, of players as men. And, well, it's often about how you deal with adversity, and Team Orchid decided to square it up. Very much so, delivering in that map 3 to come out on top 3-0. But here, when I saw that, as you said, Uli starts so well, ends up 34 and 26 for the loss, by the way. 4,000 damage from an SMG on rewind for the loss is unthinkable. 24 non-traded kills. That's absolutely outrageous. But I guess it even hands more flowers, more over to Team Orchid on how they played here, because time after time after time, they were consistently broken, consistently struggling on the rotations, and yet they refused to die and go away and scrapped for every piece of land.
Well, this sets us up quite nicely as we move forward. Just when we thought it could be done, Home at Brooklyn were the favourites. We went into control, and Team Orchid said no, stop them completely dead. We went into the hard point, and Home at Brooklyn went up by quite a considerable margin. But the question was asked, why is this game still so close? And Team Orchid said they may get the kills, but we will continue to grab every point we can. And that theme continued until Home at Brooklyn stepped off just on one hill.
Mythic's going 36 and 25 is also something that I don't know if we felt like all 4 players contributed for sure, but Mythic's with that kind of stat line, just again proving that he deserves some sort of look on him, maybe a bit more respect on whether or not he's ready for that kind of call-up. Putting on here on LAN. Again, there was so many questions about his LAN performances and what he was able to do on the offline stage. Well, here he's taking what many see as the top team right now on through to a game 5. You're right about how close it was as well. I still felt, until we got to like that 3rd rotation over towards like P4, I still felt that this was Brooklyn's game to lose. And Orchid just managing to swarm so quickly after punching through, take that backside, that was the moment where it all suddenly seemed believable. And well, I guess maybe Team Orchid were the only team that believed from the start, but they have indeed tented to this game 5.
They certainly have. Well, that is coming up after this break. The thrilling conclusion of which team goes to the winners final and more. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Back in a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It is time to get back into challenges here, and we have a game for you. Team Orchid and Omid Brooklyn have fought bitterly, but they have come down to one more map to decide who goes to the winners final.
Yeah, and this entire series has been about resiliency for me. It's been a case of, for Team Orchid, it was how you bounce back in maps 3 and maps 4, and in particular during map 4. Map 3 went very smoothly indeed. That was more of a sticking out your chest and saying that we are here to fight. But in map 4, they were tested very much so by an Omid Brooklyn squad that were looking to repeat what they did in map 1. Now it's about whether or not Brooklyn have got that same bit of grit about them here. But we look at this dealership S&D, and you and me, we have ideas of how this map plays out, let's say. It's a tough one. There's a lot of teams that have tried to put it into their map pool, many of them unsuccessfully so. Difficult one to get a grip of. We've talked about the potential lack of tape for both teams on this, series. So yeah, this map could well be a toss-up. And again, going back to what we said before for the round 2, it is very much so a case of, can you find those mid-map adjustments as you go on?
Well, they're going to try and lock this one down. Both teams probably feeling entirely a new set of emotions. From it, Brooklyn, you were convinced maybe you could do this. For Team Orchid, maybe a little sense of vindication. First 2 maps didn't go your way, but you have fought your way back into this. Dominant control and a pretty good hard point. They've at least allowed you to control your own fate. Winner to the winners final, losers to the lower bracket to try and continue their run.
And again, for Team Orchid, this is already better than the top 8 that you achieved in Miami. While many of us may look at that as just icing on the cake, for players like Bance and Harry, been here many a time before. They're desperate to get themselves to that grand final. And of course, squaring up at a lack of ability to push this early for Brooklyn because of the trophies not being available. Skynades countering that would be a nightmare of all the cars available. And as such, Brooklyn back off and wait to see if they can get a bit of information about where to play out next.
Mythics in an advanced position. They're just trying to deflect all of this B pressure. They do not want them going towards B. Mythic almost finds that first blood, but we'll have to back off on 6 health.
So imperative that he stays alive in that moment. Otherwise, you feel like Brooklyn's hit is coming on through, but Bance, well, he's about to round the corner to 4 different Omid players looking at him. And it's all about just staying alive. Can your teammates get here? And the answer is yes. The fact that you walk away with 2 kills from that situation, incredible work. Won't look like much on the scoreboard, but it gives you a chance in this round.
Does. Now they're going to have to try and commit to this, bearing in mind, still the first round, still no trophy's going to be active as those nades start to bang around. Prolute is just trying to hold off for his teammate. He knows the players are going to be coming through. Another nade into him as well. Brack finds one, though. Prolute has to back off as Henry finds himself in a 1 versus 2, but since he was injured, couldn't take advantage.
Use out the vent, trying to apply a little bit of a misdirection here. You will have Brack looking at it, but you do still have Prolute staring straight down. And they see that cross. Henry tucks himself in, just trying to find a way to isolate these fights. He won't be handed them for free, but does find Brack incredibly. The numbers advantage going to be over to Brooklyn, who clean that up. Prolute there just in time. Wonderful work from Henry to at least make it interesting. But it will be the North American squad coming out on top in our first round. Impressive stuff, considering, again, you don't really get the opportunity to hit an offensive round in dealership the way you'd like to because of that no trophy situation.
Well, we'll see how this adjustment comes through. And it is always a weird one in that first round. You talk about the no trophies. He said so many cars, so many explosions. It's a bit of a nightmare to navigate. You don't really want to commit too hard to it. And you basically have to bait out so much to get anything going. And Team Orchid at least will have trophies this time if they try to make the same play.
Yuli might catch couple of plays by surprise here. Not often you see defensive teams get very aggressive through the middle early. Yuli has squeezed all the way up. Mythics will hop on into the room. That might open a moment for Yuli, but going to be backed on down, and Bance will find him. So that's first blood on over to Orchid. You also have a semblance of B-bomb control, but without the middle or without being able to push through, you're not happy about getting this bomb down.
Still, here comes a push. Always the same. Can't get into B. And well, sadly, that's actually a massive kill because that's the bomb as well. That's unbelievable Orchid thought they might be able to get the rotate in, and now they can't. Brack's overwatching it as well, and for Omid Brooklyn, that's got about as well as it could do. Down to a 2 versus 2. Brack still fighting here as well, and that is going to be huge. Mythics tries to flank him so they get the bomb out of here. Bance will grab it, but with no time remaining, going to find Standy and just unable to lock that one down. Omid Brooklyn with another round on the board.
You're going to be very disappointed with that one if you're Orchid. You get the first blood, you get yourself on over to that B site. The problem is you just can't push through. And as such, you make the call. All right, no mid, no control over the shack. Let's hit the rotation, and that kill comes through from Standy. Drops the bomb in no man's land. You have no idea that Brooklyn actually back off the back of that either, so you're slow to retake the bomb. And as such, time dwindles away, puts you into a spot where it basically turns into TDM. That suits the defenders. They come out on top there, so already 2-0 up if you're Brooklyn. And Orchid haven't played this badly so far.
And there's the first blood. Oh. A lot of baiting going on. You can see them dancing around the bomb site. They're worried about the nades coming in. Going to back off here as well. They're waiting for it at the same time. It's a 2 versus 3. Nade going to bounce out of that doorway. Shouldn't be able to catch anybody. Henry might commit to this. Knows where a player's going to be, but just cannot get the bullet into the bodies where he wants to. What is that, Henry? There's absolutely no way he should have managed to get that second snap on. It comes down to a 1 versus 1, but what on earth was that?
You might also have the read here. You have slowed things down if you're Brack. Henry's happy to let this flank come on through if Brack's willing to go for it. It's getting a little bit itchy now. Brack's trying to play the exact same game. Checks B, nothing. Although the timing is going to be the worst thing in the world. Brack will get this down. What I will say though, SMG against the names, there's still plenty of opportunity for Henry to make this a favorable fight.
The problem Brack has, he has no idea where Henry is. Could be coming from any direction, and well, Henry gets a little bit of luck there. That's all you're going to need, but that is an unbelievable clutch from Henry. It took a while. He gets it done. The ace and everything he needs in the round. Ridiculous.
Insane stuff from the young man. Again, a player that has started to show real class and glimpses of a player that many are turning towards, giving a bit of a nod and saying, maybe you deserve a bit more. He finds that first kill, sure, but the second the transfer on over, he's just relying on the muscle memory he's built up from switching away from it previously, engages in that, has to switch left, then snaps back right, and gives him a chance. Insane work from the young man.
And there's that little fire under Orchid. So they're going to try and commit to B again here. Players already getting on the point here. Bance trying to stay alive. Brack is fighting them off here, and I wonder if they're going to just try and escape. I think they've done that so far. This might be another rotate to A.
What about how long you delay it for? You were caught doing this last time, so you're a little bit nervous about that. So actually just going to push back on over towards B. You do have Mythics just controlling, just in case there is a pinch through mid. Brooklyn looks like they want to hit this through window. One big thing is if Yuli gets through and sets up that pinch of Mythics, misses it, it's going to be a nightmare. And oh, the bomb does go down somehow.
Henry took one to the back of his head but survived. Eventually will go down. Nowhere to get out of it. It's a point-blank fight. He will be traded out, but it's 2 versus 3. Advantage to Omid Brooklyn. Can Orchid defend this bomb? Lucifer not able to get that one either. They're tempted to go for the defuse here, but here comes the double chow. There's one. Can't even get it. Stanley cuts into bits of Mythics. Finds himself heavily outnumbered. And taken down pretty easy in the end.
It is indeed. Brooklyn do a wonderful job of just squatting up together and hitting various points based on the info they have, based on where the opposing players are going to be. The big thing there for Orchid is you get that bomb plant through, sure, but you lack mid control. You're also weakened up trying to get that bomb down, so you're forced to back on off. And all 4 of your players are basically forced to rotate into relatively similar positions, and that hands so much map presence over to Brooklyn. And essentially the bomb site as well. So Orchid trying to basically retake their own plant. And that puts them in a spot where Brooklyn will clean them all up. So a moment of magic from Henry has kept them in the matchup so far, but otherwise, pretty smooth running from Omit.
So maybe commit to A already. Lots of nades and tacticals flying around. That's always the key. You got to make sure you bait these out successfully. Trophies are a finite resource in these scenarios, and you're going to want them as well. But that's another huge couple of kills. I'm at Brooklyn, putting Team Orchid to the sword so far.
Leading convincingly in these first bloods. You will get a brief answer back from Bant, but bomb does go down. Henry does find a kill to make it at least interesting. Some of an insane clutch earlier, but a 1v2 with bomb down would be very impressive indeed, and you will not get away. So Brooklyn just finding those first kills, and often not turning it into a 2v4 for Orchid in these rounds, which is then obviously a situation that you can play very much so around, hand in hand. We've seen them multiple times, chal out together. You see here for Standy and Brack, I mean, if Henry had gotten away in that moment, Brack was there to clean it on up. In tandem with one another. Impressive for a squad that's been pulled together so much later than many others they are going up against right now. And well and truly in the driver's seat of our Game 5 series. Orchid have shown incredible grit to get to this point of the series. It would be a shame to see them fall away with a whimper now.
At the moment, it looks like they are going to play a little bit of bait. Bance might make some noise over towards B here, hoping to draw them away from A so his team can get in. There's the fight. Hasn't done an awful lot. There has been information from Brooklyn around the A. Trophy doing work to deflect the nades that have already poured down that street.
And just the first blood there handed on over. Yuli will find mythics and get away for free. Henry gets himself into the vent here, just trying to pick players out. And Harry, that donut will continue. 0-6, having himself a difficult map 5 here, to say the least. Henry finds one, and well, Bance may have got a little bit of timing on his side, but Standy knows where he's looking. Henry, again, in a potential clutch situation, makes it interesting. 1v2, the problem is just 25 seconds on the clock. Oh. Oh. Thought he got away there for sure.
Well for Orchid, yeah.
I feel like I wanted to see that final kill. Threading the needle here if you're Yuli. By the way, has been able to put his feet up just a little bit here compared to what we're used to seeing out of him, because Standy and Prolu have been so damn good, especially in these opening engagements.
To fight back like this, and Team Orchid have just not had a great time on dealership. Maybe it'll be the same story again, though. Is there hope? Is there an opportunity? Team Orchid need 5 rounds in a row to try and complete this reverse sweep. So far, not had a great time on dealership. Yuli is being aggressive. He is almost all the way through this point. He catches a player, but there is just a little bit of timing that goes against him.
You haven't dragged this bomb forward. I think if you're Omit here, you're a little bit worried about these nades coming in to push you off the site. And such, just taking yourself off in this corner. The safest place to be, really. Shots going on through, and well, you do get a first blood. Standy somehow walks away with 2 from that scenario, but it will be answered by 3 quick kills from Orchid. The Brack left in a 1v2. Does have the bomb at least, so can rotate this if need be. Oh, I was about to say, it was handed a free fight, which he will clean up, but an instant trade, thank God. Otherwise, Brack turning it into a situation that would have been very, very winnable indeed. Harry finally on the board. Finds 2 in the round. I hate to think it would be too little too late, but I'd love that to be the moment that springboards him into this map 5 and gives his squad an opportunity to close this gap.
Need so many more like it, though, Orchid. So many rounds to go. And all they have to do is make a mistake once. Get caught badly once. It's a huge hit here for a moment. Brooklyn on the beat. They might just send this. Hands over the door. Already gets a little bit tagged up. I think he's calling this and he's saying rotate.
Yeah, a mid hit that's going to come through here. You slam that door open. I'm not sure if someone picks up on a noise cue or if only Brooklyn just recognized that. Actually, we haven't seen anyone for a hot second here. Mythics will find the first blood at least. An opportunity for Orchid to see a rare numbers advantage of their own. Mythics just going to stick around here. Wherever for intel, just from a bit of map presence and control. You also have Harry watching the flank. Bance is pushing on through. This could be a huge setup for B.
Already got 2 down, and Orchid finding it as well. Prologue does manage to just drop the first person who chowed him. Not going to get the second, and well, it felt a little bit more difficult a couple of rounds ago, but Orchid are trying to claw this one back.
It was much more like it too. You find that first blood, which we said has been a problem for them so far through this map, but also it's not just getting the bomb down, it's the fact that you've got Mythics in mid to give you that intel about the B plant should it be required. You've got a player watching the flank just in case you've got that pinch coming on through, and then Bance also squeezing on through towards the shack. Gives you so much control, and even if you didn't have a high numbers advantage by the time that bomb finally goes down, it's a difficult retake for Brooklyn to pull off 2 rounds in a row. Orchid building a little bit of momentum. Harry on a 4.
I think he's actually getting a little bit aggressive here. Knows he has to maybe make a play. It will be home at Brooklyn. We hear the RCXD as well. And Henry is playing it very, very carefully. Gets a kill with it as well. Difficult to do with so many guns going forward, but he tucks it behind a car. Bomb's going to go down, but it will be advantage in numbers to Team Orchid.
Stunned. That blast gets Yuli from there, but Olu here's got so much work on. Standy calls out his own RCXD. We don't see it, but we certainly see the explosion that it brings on up. Traded back on out. 2v2. Standy makes it. Don't have bomb site control, but you do have the look on over. Brack will find one. Mythics will be last to stand. And that will be all she wrote for the Team Orchid comeback. 2-0 down in the series. Dragged it back to 2 apiece. It just felt like almost that entire series embodied in one map. As you see Brooklyn go up 5-1 in the search. It is a couple of rounds back on the board if you're Team Orchid, but too little, too late it was. Standy finishes 12-5 in a map 5.
Well, went huge when they needed him the most, and dejection on the face of Team Orchid. They knew maybe if they were a little bit better in some of those maps, it'd be a different scoreline. But Omit Brooklyn go through to the winners final to play against Omit GG. All Omit all the time. For Team Orchid, though, another opportunity. Maybe in the lower bracket to face back up against one of these teams. But it does make things a little bit.
It does indeed. A big shark falling into those waters. We said Team Orchid as well. I look at the scoreboard and largely across it doesn't look too bad. It's just I think one of the things is going to be Harry's going to want that map back. Starts off 0-6 and it's tough reading. In the end of the day, you're probably thinking in a lot of those situations if you'd had Harry potentially more involved and probably seeing a different scoreline. But on the opposite side of things, again, Yuli, he's been the superstar for this team by and large when we've gotten the opportunity to watch them. He's been so impressive. But able to largely put his feet up for this one as Pro Loot started off really well, slowed up towards the end, but Standy, he started hot and never let go of that momentum. 1,666 damage across 9 rounds is ridiculous.
Just did so much work when they needed to the most, and you know, standing in that last round I think was superb, staying alive even after the chow. He actually went for a rechow and 31 health. Could have been disastrous, made it work. Everything from the RCXD to the way he just managed to hold off, it pushed them over the top, and over the top is what they've gotten as they go towards that winners final. But Henry, that second kill still ridiculous, but just wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. And again, a lot of different storylines, of course, for all of our players and challengers. There's so much on the line here where it comes back to, you know, not only the prize pool, not only the opportunity for EWC, for champs, for EWC spots in which region they fall on into. That's a whole different story that we've got to talk about when we get to tomorrow. But also individually, you know, who is potentially next up? Who are we looking at and saying you should deserve an opportunity? Well, Henry making a very strong case through this series. A reminder, it was him that popped off in that vault control to get his team back into the series, and just generally very impactful across the map. A lot of plays that even on the scoreboard, if they don't look pretty, He's the one that spearheaded this drive forward alongside many vets and talented players. Of course, Omit Brooklyn, as you said, all the time, absolutely undeniable. They will go on through to meet their brethren in those winners finals and find out who punches their ticket on through to Grants.
They certainly will. It's been a tough road for them to get there. Maybe a little bit more difficult over at Brooklyn than it has been for over at GG. But hey, all's well that ends well. And you are right. A bit of a showdown about to happen on the main stage, as we do have that coverage tonight as well. Winners final is our final game of the night, while the rest of the lower bracket chugs along. And then, of course, even more games tomorrow, Enigma.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't stop. It's challengers. We squeeze the action into less days, and that just means more games up here on main stage. It's beautiful stuff. I mean, you know yourself, Bryce. We never get disappointed when it comes to challengers storylines and things that go on here. But that being said, again, one more game to come on through today. A winners finals, an Omit Classico. Can't wait for it.
It certainly will be. Well, all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Call of Duty Challengers here at DreamHack. We have got a winner's final waiting for us here. I'm Enigma. I'll be part of the duo, commentating on over this, and thankfully, I am not alone. Studdy is going to be here alongside me, my friend. How much are you looking forward to this one?
Oh, man, I cannot wait to get into this one. I'm telling you right now, Andrew, I was able to be blessed to cast all throughout the Challengers Elites, and the last one was the perfect one. It was Omit v Omit, and now we're going into a winners finals with Omit v Omit once again. It's totally different lineups on both ends, but this is going to be a grade A series between two top Challenger teams.
Yeah, I mean, as it is in Challengers, it's often we look at these brands and we say, okay, it's Omit against Omit Brooklyn. We've seen this one before, but those rosters rotate so much between themselves that there's often different storylines in play, but so many to come across once we get there. First, let's talk about the maps and modes, my friend. Now, you know all 8 of these players like the back of your hand. And we're going to be treated to a Skyline hard point to get us started here. So if we wanted to bang out to get everything going here in winners finals, we have got exactly that.
Oh my God, to start off this series with a grade A bang out on Skyline, it's going to be non-stop mixiness from start to finish of this game. But if you are Omid Brooklyn, you got to be able to manage what Mac and Craze are going to do with that SMG duo in hand. They were able to dominate in their previous series versus 5 Fears, but Omid Brooklyn, they were battle tested, and now they're ready for war.
Ready for war they will indeed need to be, because everyone just starts to square up here over P1. Find a lot of kills on the board if you are Brooklyn. For Omid, it was just 1 to answer back the 4. And Prolo straight into the point and continuing what he was doing just moments ago, lighting up the kill feed.
Oh my God, they are dominating this opening break-off. We're talking about spawning on the bad side for the P1 to P2 chain, getting every single kill, and now soaking up basically every single second off the P1. Omen have yet to be able to find any breathing room. They only have 2 kills tallied to their name, not the start that they were looking for.
Not at all. This has been a masterclass of a start here for Brooklyn. Vivid will answer back with 2 at least to start to put pressure on over towards P2. Stanley's going to try and find his way on up. We'll get support in Brack to find Mamba at least. So you do get yourself in, but Mac might actually slip the net here. We'll get one on Yuli. He's going to be pushed on out by 2, and that's the answer that you want from Brooklyn. They're immediately clearing out their backside so that Omit must hit this from the front.
Okay, now they have an opportunity to blow the game wide open. That's a clean 4 dead. Omit trying to find an avenue to approach this hard point once again. You're getting shut down, pushing through Piano. You find a little bit of success here, winning the trade fights, but with Vivid fopping a double, but still the spawns in favor of Brooklyn. They are ready, waiting, and with the guns up.
Brooklyn will finally see a couple of bodies fall here, but it's not going to be without having taken a sizable lead already in this one. As we get into our final 20 seconds then, bit of scrap time being handed the way of the team in blue, but that rotation is on, and it will of course be the team in white who are here first. Brack starting 9-4 here in our winners finals to get things underway, but cleaned on out as Craze finds 2, the man who won Elite 3 and had himself an insane season, starting to try and drag his team back into this.
Yeah, he won Elite 3, Elite 2, and Elite 1. The guy has been a non-stop winner all throughout Elite Challengers season in Black Ops 6. But not off to the best start is his teammate in Mac. This is a guy who was just on the Cloud9 lineup. He usually loves to play a lot of Skyline, but none of his timings are going correct, and that is due to the fact that Omid Brooklyn right now are just setting so much pressure with extra SMGs out. Brack has had one out at times. Prolo's picking one up off the ground. They're just consistently in your face, trading it out properly.
And well, truly understanding the assignment that is Skyline hardpoint, but 3 clean kills in the feed for Omit will see them jump onto the point and start to drag a little bit of time back in their favor. What I will say though, Brooklyn are in for bedroom spawns currently.
Oh!
As Proloop bounces on forward and finds 2, they will break that hill wide open again. Proloop 14-5 and a minute in the hill, Mr. Do-It-All.
And now this makes Omit's approach to the next hard point a lot more difficult, because you have to either push your way through top hallway or contest this old time. You're not going to have the numbers in either situation. So Omid Brooklyn fully set up now here at the P4, playing for the first wave of kills. They already find the initial 3. Mamba, last man standing in the hallway. He's able to be saved by his teammate, but still Omid Brooklyn are ready for the next push.
Brooklyn do a wonderful job there of just slowing it down as well, getting Prolo to spawn back in, letting push out the backside, but Omid will find some presence here. Craze with 2, finds his way, sees Prolo, looking for the 3rd, will tag him up quite heavily, but also forced to back on off himself as Prolo gets the numbers in support. And Craze then without that same favor will be sent packing. And right now, for Omit, it's about how to stem the bleeding, because Brooklyn have come into this winners finals ready for war and have taken over in our first rotation.
Yeah, they just ended a best-of-5 series, but they almost potentially got reverse swept, so you best believe the Gunnies are still going to be hot, filling off the momentum versus Team Orchid. Find yourself almost up by 80 every single time you're winning the rotations. You're only allowing Omit to soak up the final 5 to 10 seconds. This is not the way you need to get back into the game, but the first half wasn't their go-to. You got to make up for it in the second.
Concerning to think that Omit actually tried to push on out for this P1 rotation at one point, maybe trying to draw a bit of a line in the sand and pin Brooklyn back into bed. Didn't work, but you do at least then break on it, and Vivid with an important 2-piece to let you squeeze forward. Brooklyn, however, won't be too concerned right now. A sizable lead, an opportunity to bite back at P1, and you have P2, but look at Craze getting on through. A big kill, lighting you up at piano and letting you in. Standy shuts him down though.
Yeah, Standy last man standing. He's just trying to finesse his life. Saw a lot of time for his teammates to at least fight a couple fights through the middle side of the map and secure this side for his team. The only one that goes unaccounted for is going to be Mac, but I think he was able to spot him if you are Standy. Doesn't really matter, though. We are more focused on soaking up this final 20 seconds at the P1, keeping the lead very, very comfortable on the side of Brooklyn.
Max trying to be a nuisance in the backline here for this Omit team, but he will be sniffed out. Graze then, what can you do to this Brooklyn setup that last time was so strong at P2? With Standy going on 5 in a row, Graze really does have to find something. You'll shut down the man on a run, but then you are traded out instantly. And look at the map presence you have as Brooklyn. Omit is spawning in Narnia.
Yeah, because Brack is all the way pushed out towards Kitchen. He is knowing, I'm going to force you guys to have a more difficult approach towards this P2, and that's working your way through the P1. You do it initially to start, but already the gunfight's going in favor of Omit. You're going to get overwhelmed. Last man standing is going to be Prolute, who has been having a phenomenal hard point here. 20 and 11, make it 21 with the turn and burn onto Mamba. You're consistently just giving your team lifeline, and they are making the most of them.
Through this afternoon, we have spoken so much about the players on this roster, but Yuli has been the real standout, we feel. Everyone's had their moment in the limelight, but Prolute demands his respect here at the start of Winners Finals. Really turning up and turning this lead and screw into his Omit brethren. Mac will find one before being traded on out. Craze here, just trying to find a way to slow things. Standy gets away with the most ridiculous usage of Omni movement to not only stay alive, but then get on up and rip Craze off the heady.
They just keep on winning every single rotation, but finally Omit combined for every single kill in the feed. But the thing that's only going to hurt them now is because with the lead that Omit Brooklyn have, you can take your time on this break attempt. You can hit long routes. You don't instantly have to chow that time, so you're going to keep Omit on their toes, and that first kill already goes in favor of Prolute. But the more effective trades around the hard point, Mamba starting to come alive on 6 in a row. They needed this time to get themselves back into the game, but the biggest way is that they need to make sure that they maintain those spawns for P4 as well.
The best passage of play so far, but that might be ruined by Prolute, who finds his way through Underground to get one, and that could set up some sort of pinch on the hill. Thankfully, Craze is here to back on off and find this, and this, for the first time for Omit, needs to be a chaining of this 3 into 4. Set yourself up. You don't want to be too aggressive. I'm a little bit worried about where Craze goes, and we see Mamba spawn on the wrong side of the map. Misplay, potentially Brooklyn will just snuff this up all day.
Yeah, that's a good shot right there, Andrew. Good shout from Craze, getting a little bit too aggressive, but puts himself back into the play to find the double kills to secure the spawns here for his squad. A 60-point difference. You need to hold down the first couple of waves of gunfights. Craze trying to finesse. Yuli gets the better of him. The pressure's here through Kitchen. You got to ice up if you're Omit.
2 players going to try and hit then in through the hedges. Vivid's going to shut this down from the bench and gets the trophy on out as well to provide himself that little bit of extra protection. Brooklyn stormed into a strong lead, but the last 2 hills have largely belonged to the boys in blue, and they have dragged this back to 35 points. Mac, though, going to get shut down behind the bathtub. Prolute does have support here, and will use it for a second to stay alive. Craze, what can you do? You find 2, and the man of the moment, who's having himself a season, will give his team a lifeline, but Brack absolutely tucks Mamba into bed.
That's a big double there from Brack. It's not really allowed him to soak up a full 20 seconds. But Omit off the P3 to P4 chain, and now only down by 23. You need to find a kill. Craze already finds it through Kitchen. You're going to invest the Hellstorm, force them out of their positionings, and now you can hop in.
Julio will try and shut that down. Feels like for Brooklyn, just got to stabilize, just got to slow this for a second. We've seen how good you've been at that P2 setup so often. It might come to that. Unfortunate team nade will catch Craze actually and get him out of the top white steps, but then more kills in blue. Omit refusing to give this up quietly. I'm not sure if you get help there as Vivid. If not, that's absolutely disgusting. One from Mac, one from Craze, and you flip this on out. Omit suddenly looking over at Brooklyn and saying, you break us this time, we've got complete hold of the bedroom.
And the lead change is already in now for Omit. 3 straight hills where they have been able to dominate, and now they are on the preferred side to potentially close the game out. But Prolude, again, a massive one-on-one. You have the numbers now to block the spawns that you need. You can overwhelm for Craze. He just has to finesse, but he gets nothing. And Omit Brooklyn are set up now at P2.
You get 2 players trying to hit on through Barbecue. You've got Mamba. You've got Mac trying to find their way in. They both find kills then. So Standy left alone on the point. What can you do as the spawns do indeed flip on out? Standy happy to give it up for a moment and just buy time. Let his teammates arrive as Omit hit 200. We're relatively tied in this P2. No one can win it here, but it's about getting as many points as you can to make a contested P3 all yours.
And another lead change already here. They are going blow for blow. Mamba has been the difference maker for Omit to start to show some life on this skyline, but the break is good enough for now. The spawns are good enough for now for Omit Brooklyn, but Craze is not going to allow them to walk away with it for free. Again, Brooklyn take the lead, but there's only 15 seconds here. Omit need to cut their losses and set up properly at the P3 again.
You've got Mac tucked in at the windows, and he will step up at the right time to shut down Standy. So then, into the hill, go Omit. What kind of setup can you get? Players keeping an eye off towards Barbecue, off towards Bedside as well. You don't really have control over you right now. That's one place that Brooklyn could potentially hit on from. And Standy activates to find Craze. You're going to see this pressure come on through. A wave of white coming forward.
Where the hell did Vivid just go? Like, Vivid was looking for the play that got the kill on the pinch and Standy, but he just runs right past him, thinking that he was going to work his way back to Piano, but that's not the case. Now Omit Brooklyn only need 10 points. You have to try to find an opening kill, but the kill feed is currently dominated by Prolude, who is continuously trying to be the closing factor on the game. All you need is 4.
And 2 and 1, and Brooklyn will seal the deal here. Largely then, off the back of that start that they got off to, took themselves into a 90-point lead there or thereabouts. Omit fought back and managed even to exchange the lead a couple of times. But all of that gas that they had to put down through the middle of the map eventually means that they run out of steam. And Brooklyn, through trials and tribulations, finally close out map 1. My friend, if we said we wanted to get ourselves a bit of an absolute barnstormer here for our winners finals, we looked at Skyline, we knew we'd been blessed. But boy, what a map to get us going.
Dude, that was an insane map number 1 between both the Omit squads. Obviously, Omit not Omit Brooklyn. They just had a slow start. Like, Mac starts off the game 1-10, Vivid goes neg 10. Both of those guys are former pro players. You gotta expect a better performance there. But the fact that they only lose by 28 is unreal with those kind of stat lines, because the entire kill for the majority of the game was just dominated by Brooklyn. Prolude with his AR, he was tremendously great. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the hill as well. He was getting it done in the OBJ. But usually on a map like Skyline, you're expecting the SMGs to shine. This time it was Bracken Prolude really setting the tone, dominating their lanes, and not allowing any SMGs to get lost. And that was the difference there in that map number 1.
Absolutely right, and I think as well, as much as we've talked about the things that Prolude was doing out there on the map, and deservedly so, 2 minutes and 28 and putting up those kind of slaying figures, ridiculous. But Brack there with 4,500 damage, and we saw him flexing consistently between that AR and SMG, depending on what his team needed, and that could well be the difference that gets them over the edge. You called it there yourself. We take a quick look at the scoreboard. You see the numbers that Mac and Vivid end up putting up in the end. The fact that this was close just pays dividend to how well Mamba and Craze played in this. So impactful with their kills. So many moments where they split defenses apart, made themselves a nuisance on the map, and gave their team a lifeline. Unfortunately, not enough, but you can see why Craze has won all 3 elites this year, and why so many people are looking at Mamba right now as a player to really watch for the future.
Yeah, because that guy has tremendous amount of talent, and he has the utmost confidence to chow whoever the hell is across from him. Just a little bit too late to the party is Omit. You start off really slow, you're down by 80, you get the bounce back off of the P3 to P4 to P1 chain, and take the lead by a slight margin. But every single time where Omid Brooklyn needed to set up a proper break, you even saw it in situations where Omid win the rotation over towards P2, but Brooklyn, on the other hand, lose the initial 3 players. But Standy, the guy who was camping towards him, just backs on down, plays on the bottom side on the ground, and just waits for his teammates eventually to get back into play. Those little fundamental things are the difference on a very tight map like that. And Omid Brooklyn were able to capitalize on it. So now going into the red card search and destroy, we were able to be blessed to watch Brooklyn play this earlier on. They had tremendous amount of strategies, especially with their slow style of play, catching teams off guard, keeping them on their toes, and forcing them to change their defensive looks. I know it's a very frustrating opening map on the opposite side for Omid because you didn't come out guns blazing like you did earlier on. But this is where you need to hit the hard reset. Let's not scam on a map like red card because you know the ARs are going to be locking down the lanes, playing for the information. If you're going to send it in with everyone.
No, absolutely, fully agree. I think it's a tale of 2 different teams kind of coming into this a little bit. You and me got to watch some of Brooklyn and how they looked on this. And you mentioned about the ARs there. Prolute and Brack start so strong in map 1 that we're looking at them to continue that here in map 2. But from it, you had the momentum through the back half of that map, and that's what you've got to carry in these opening rounds.
And I don't know what the hell just happened there to Mac, but he's not having the performance that you want. Thankfully, Craze is instantly able to respond, make it a 3v3, but it's still chaos over here towards the hedge. Julie gets caught overextending. Mamba's able to find the second. Now Brack technically for a 1v3.
Oh, tries to finesse, but doesn't do it enough and will be picked on up. I'm not a clue what that just happened to Mac. He taken out by his own nade. Maybe it's a case of one of those popcorn moments. A nade comes on over, lands on him just as he releases his own.
Yeah.
But so super unfortunate then for Mac, who doesn't need a moment like that considering how much of a struggle you had in map 1. But your team stabilize and close out at least in the round. So Omid then, we said they needed to bring that momentum from map 1, well, the second half of map 1 at least, into the start of this. We very quickly hop into that second map. And it felt like in Mamba and Craze, they continued on that hot streak, finding all 4 kills between them.
Yeah, and the good thing about this Omid lineup with 2 former pro players on the season is that they can provide you with the experience to, even though you lost in a very tight map number 1, we can hit the hard reset, regain here in the map 2. Craze is not going to slow down his aggression. I feel like every time we're watching him in Search and Destroy, he's always finding a route to get behind enemy lines. Already off to a 3-0 start. It's a 3v3 with a minute left to go.
And kind of player that's just so invaluable. Someone that people struggle to land a glove on in a map. So much of our game is played around intel, but if you've got a player like Crazy who's able to just get lost, makes him such a nuisance to play against. Never allows opposing teams to play comfortably. But for Brooklyn, you will get into the bar comfortably at least. Doors will come open from Craze. Stuns go on out from Brack, which will back your opponents down. Bomb goes down, a 3v3 retake. And the problem for Omid here, you're hitting this basically through the front doors.
Oh, but that's going to make it a whole lot easier. Brack just gets caught. And Mamba now puts his team in a man-up advantage. In the 3v2, only 30 seconds. Yeah, everyone just fly on in. You gain info onto Pro Loot. You just still have to account for where Standy is. He's able to make it a 2v2 with 20 seconds to go.
Bullet here has done the right thing by backing off, but then you Chal and Craze will find you, so it's all onto Standy then. 1v2, can you clutch it? Oh my God. Dive the bomb, and I think they leave it to one another, and as they do, Standy just finds the kill for free. Mamba will clean it up, sure, but Standy clutches then in a 1v2. So many things to potentially break down there, but that's got to be just a miscomm that comes through for the boys in blue.
Yeah, that is unacceptable at this level of the tournament. We're talking about 14 seconds remaining on the game clock. We know that this guy was just outside, and the only way we're going to lose this round if we're not in a position to even think about the defuse. Both players push out towards the P5 area and just simply look for a ghost. By the time they wrap back over towards the site, you need to commit on the gunfight. It's just Standy just needed to win one and stall out the game clock, and that allows Omid Brooklyn to tally one on the board.
Both first blood so far gone to Brooklyn. One very unconventionally. Second one in one almost situation style. A bit of a slower play out here. You mentioned it before we came into this, my friend. Whoever the eagle-eyed analyst. Nice passive approach, patient approach from Brooklyn here, but it's being matched by Omid. They're also trying to sniff out a couple of things, and Mac finds Brack for free.
Brack cannot keep getting caught like this. He is in crucial positions for his team. And now you are forcing them to change their defensive look. Pro Loot rotates over. He's able to find one, but Craze instantly there to respond. And overcommits there onto Yuli there. It's a 2v2 with 40 seconds, and if you're Brooklyn, you know the play's developing at A.
Well, setting up to potentially retake this. Mamba has his head on a swivel and sees that Standy's rotating through the back.
Timing.
Actually calling through for support, but he just misses everything. You see the bomb get rotated over as well, but Mamba somehow comes out with the gunfight win. So Yuli then left in a 1v2, looking to just find a kill on this bomb planter and slip away potentially. No, doesn't get anything out of it. Mamba indeed has himself a hell of a round to give his team yet another lead in this.
Yeah, that is unbelievable out of Mamba. Because once it turns to a 2v2, he's the player spotting the guy, working on the deep pinch, gains the info, and repositions over towards stage. Some premature shots allows him to finesse with his life and then come back and actually win the gunfight. So it's well played right there from Mamba to secure that round and make it for the one previous. Omit now take the advantage in the search and destroy by 1. And Mamba's off to a flawless start.
Any stuff on the opposite side. I feel like I've got to see Brack be a bit more careful with his life. 2 rounds in a row where he's thrown it away for 3. Gets away with it in one of those rounds, but not so much there. Craze going to get aggressive and wins the gunfight onto Standy. That will also be a drop bomb. Craze then manages to slip away, gets himself up high and out of trouble, but Prolu will answer things up against Mac. Craze then, what can you do from here? You mentioned it before, he's one of those players who likes to slip away. He's going to catch Prolu, but doesn't do enough to kill him.
Yeah, he's too trigger happy right now. You're able to just be disciplined and chase them down. You could potentially caught a freebie, but now in the 3v3, Braum is going to get planted at B. If you're Brooklyn, you know there's definitely going to be pressure on the pinch, but can you read this correctly? If you're Brack, he's knocked down to 44. He's just got to finesse.
An awful position with that AR. Manages to get on out thanks to the distraction from the coverage. Prolute then to look on over. Craze gets himself up into the benches. Makes a lot of noise, but not much in the way of purchase there. Yuli will find Vivid. Craze will try and follow that up. Fight just against you, but Mamba finds Mamba with 3. Oh my god. Absolutely pops, flies in through the bar. We get the brief end of the second part of that fight. Looks like one he should never have managed to pick on up, and then snaps into the third gunfight to continue a ridiculous search and destroy.
Oh man, Mamba is looking like the guy. It's unbelievable what he is doing with the AR. Doesn't matter up close and personal, even swapping weapons. I'm still confident as hell to close out these rounds. A 9-0 start from the young man. Pretty sure with the defuse, he was able to earn himself a Hellstorm as well. So for Brooklyn, this only gets tougher and tougher.
It feels like a huge part of the conversation right now is as well shutting down Craze. His aggression, particularly on those defensive rounds, is really giving Brooklyn problems. With a Mamba, of course, 9-0. That's just something you can't factor in. That's something you can't study for. This guy needs to be shut down if Brooklyn are going to stand a chance.
And he was not able to earn himself that Hellstorm, so doesn't really want to give up his life for free. You're going to send in your aggressors, potentially open up the map. This time it's Max strikes for the first one, but Craze gets caught. So now Mamba and Vivid left to clutch on up. They were able to find 1 kill onto Brack, and the 2v2 were instantly going to commit on this bomb plan because we know they're out to play.
Mamba watching on over from top window, I'm pretty certain. No, where?
Gotta get out.
Mamba's worried about the pinch. So you're on your own. You've no eyes on bomb. If Vivid falls here, if Yuli continues Prolu straight on this, it's gone. Brooklyn pull off the instant defuse. While I understand Mamba's play there to just kind of watch the mid in case you're worried about a player collapsing in through the stairs, with complete lack of intel, just putting blind faith into its study, unfortunately, comes back to bite you.
Yeah, I don't understand the play at all there for Mamba. Like, it's a 2v2. Your teammate just finds a kill over towards stage, and you know the bomb is going to get down. You should put yourself in a position to play the clutch. Go to the top window and try to keep your teammate safe, but he was just banking on them, working on that pinch. And Brooklyn didn't even have to get a kill to secure the round there. So we're able to tally that one. Now down by 1. But your main focus is where has Mamba gone? We need to take care of him so we don't have to worry about the Hellstorm.
Oh man, by the way, finding a little bit more success in these first bloods the last couple of rounds. And, well, it's great and all. You've put yourself up in a 4v2, and then Mamba will unfortunately take Mac's life away with a car bomb. Keep an eye on Craze, by the way. Yep, he's managed the full wrap here. If he times this correctly, it's just about avoiding being trigger happy. We've seen him do it once already. Just gotta be patient, pick his moment.
You have everything cut off. Teammates are spotting over towards A. Viv is going to give the comm, so Craze should get a little bit more aggressive on this pinch. He's going to put himself in a position to go top window with that SMG in hand. And just keep that A-bomb safe. As time continues to tick on down, Brack is able to spot Vivid.
You're just stuck. If you are this Brooklyn lineup right now, Stanley's going to try and hop the bomb. He's hoping to get some sort of timing and get away. You will get bombed down at least, so it makes the situation more manageable. But do you miss Vivid? Standy is found. Ball on Brack in a 1v3. You get bullets into Vivid. Unfortunately, not the kill you're looking for. Mamba's going to be there. 410, the Hellstorm, the Defuse, and the whole damn round. Omit into a 4-2 lead, and Mamba's having his way with Brooklyn.
Dude, he is putting up a 10-0 stat line. Like, that is unbelievable. The KD is phenomenal. The gameplay is phenomenal. And I love this play right here out of Omid to simply bait and switch, allow Mama to secure that kill so he can earn himself that Hellstorm. Back up by 2. If you can use that Hellstorm properly, especially on the attack, you can guarantee yourself a round, but it has to be on the outskirts over towards stage.
Couple of rounds, been a recurring theme. Vomit stealing away these first blood, sometimes off the Crazy aggression, sometimes off Mamba looking on over the top. Brooklyn, their early success came from those bloods. They got to start to find them a little bit again. Matt can take a look here through the middle. Brooklyn have decided to just turtle up a little bit here, potentially aware of the fact, likely aware of the fact that they need to start doing better off the start of these rounds.
Yeah, they're definitely toning it up too because they know that Mamba has a Hellstorm, but you get picked off if you are Yuli getting aggressive Q-ticket. Now Craze isn't slowing down. Give me kill number 2. He has the utmost confidence and is never going to shy away from a gunfight, but Brack is able to take care of him, but instantly going to be traded. 1v3 now for Proloot.
And he will be caught and cleaned on up. Omit making a mockery of this map. Map 1 was a nail biter. Map 2, anything but currently, as Mamba sends into an 11-0 stat line. 0 deaths, by the way, 2 rounds lost. Mamba's wondering how the hell this isn't done already. Again, Brooklyn just struggling so much in those opening engagements. You're getting found for free so often. No ability to trade it on out. Craze is having a field day. His aggression is something that is just not being pushed back on. And, well, if you're Omit right now, you can full send it inside, push this bomb outside, lean on the Hellstorm.
Yep, exactly what it is. Everybody stack over towards B. If they go towards A, we have a Hellstorm to at least guarantee us 1 kill. But Brooklyn are playing the same exact way that they did in the previous round, which is indoors. They know that Mamba is waiting for his opportunity to strike with that Hellstorm to make an impactful play. But he's gaining a lot of information. They're taking mid-map away. Might be a good time to at least potentially set up an SMG.
And you do indeed, as Mac finds Standy. It's another one of those moments where a player from Brooklyn is just in a spot where they're untradeable. There's nothing in terms of support. Mamba going to back on off. 40 seconds left on the clock here. Mamba on Overwatch. You do lose Mac in connector, so if you're Omit Brooklyn, you at least get a lot of map presence, push on forward, but that being said, we know that this Hellstorm is available should they require in just 30 seconds to go. Bomb plant, coming on through.
Yeah, and if you're Mamba, like, what are we doing? Like, call it in. You know that the play's going to be at A, but you're just going to allow that bomb plant to get down. You get the trade almost onto Prolu, but he's able to find a kill, so would look to be a guaranteed closeout round here for Omit. Only gets tougher and tougher. Craze needs to win his one-on-one. He's able to do it at the same time. Mamba finds another. So 25 seconds to go. Prolu's got a finesse.
Should be where he is at this point. Got to be Archers. Got to be somewhere. Mamba comes on out. Gets plenty of damage in, but not the kill. And again, nobody really there to trade. So Craze then. Do you dive the bomb? Prolu's got to come and check it. Craze is indeed on it. Prolu does indeed make it there in time. Prolu there flips the round, really, for me, my friend. Gets that bomb plant down and somehow finds a kill on the bomb. But for all good Mamba's been through this, he's going to want that one back for not then trading on out.
Yeah, this is where you're expecting the vets to slow down the game. Like, you got players like Vivid and Mac who have been in and out of the CDL, and they understand when the pressure's at its highest, it usually makes diamonds. But in that situation where you have a Hellstorm, you get the first blood, you're reading the pressure that they're not going over towards B, we call that in. It's basically game. But now, Brooklyn are able to extend the game a little bit longer. Going back on the defensive side, and they just can't afford to get picked off early. Every time they have given the first blood in favor of Omen, they have taken full advantage of it, especially on their attacks.
Every stun grenade in the world going on out there, by the way. ProLuke going to bring in the RCXD. The idea is to delay time, but you basically do nothing with it. A little bit of information that someone's going to be stood outside, but that's not going to be the purchase you were hoping for that investment. So, 4v4. Omen sniffing for first blood. We've watched Brak give away his life for free twice from this position. Please don't let that happen again.
Yeah, finally. Is that the Hellstorm being invested, or is Mama just licking a wall in the back of his spawn? No, he's going to call it in. Force everyone indoors. And the bomb is going to get planted. Brooklyn, do not drop anyone, and they're going to be instantly here for a retake.
I mean, it's whether or not Mamba gets himself into a position to cover on over this. ProLuke's going to slip past Craze, who will then find yet another first blood. That stat line's going to look ridiculous by the end of this. Yuli, though, gets damage into pretty much everybody. Mac will then accidentally clean up Craze. 25 seconds still on the clock. You're trying to find this retake if you're Brooklyn. But for Omit, you're so far back. You're so deep on the map that you're able to watch over this. And that is where Mamba activates.
Yeah, that might be a GG. You got to be able to find both kills. And Brak knows he's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Omen are able to have the response now in the search and destroy to tie the series. And you better be giving some extra water or anything to Mamba, because that guy single-handedly was just the difference maker here in the game number 2 of 14 KD. You don't see that every day. He was phenomenal with his AR, but so was Craze, man. The fact that, again, even on a map like Red Card, he's consistently finding opening after opening to either get the first blood or give the information to his teammates of where the play is developing. And those two young men, the same thing that they were doing in that map number 1, just take over.
Yeah. No, absolutely. They well and truly were a phenomenal duo in map 1. And one of the things that Brooklyn, I feel, really struggled with, you are going to see Craze there with 4 first bloods. His aggression was absolutely phenomenal. Don't get me wrong, Mac with 3 is impressive himself, involved in those opening engagements, but Craze to find 4. But then it's the fact that it's him on the aggression that's so difficult for Brooklyn to shut down. But then if you do manage to overcome that, Mamba's on over the top in the right positions for the AR to put up the kind of map that he does. And Brooklyn just had very little answer. As well, the first blood situation just coming on through, we get confirmation of it there that it's not pretty if you are Brooklyn, and as such. I mean, to be fair, I think one of those is going to be credited to Mac, that is actually him killing himself. But other than that, I think that Brooklyn, they were constantly stacking those odds against themselves.
Yeah, you could just tell, like, they were just getting caught in certain situations where realistically they shouldn't be dying first. Like, Brak had multiple rounds where we have the man advantage, or there's a lot of time already being wasted and we're just gifting him a freebie off the rip, and that allows them to dictate the rest of the round after that. You just got to keep in mind too, like, Brooklyn's rounds that they secured in this map were all clutches. It was a standy 1v2, and then it was a ninja defuse over at the A site. It was just never clean from Brooklyn from start to finish on the red card. Got to now hit the reset. The series is tied up at 1, but now Omit have came to play.
And I feel like that this starts to mount a lot of pressure onto Brooklyn as we look on through the rest of our series, and not just, of course, because it's a 1-1 scoreline, but you're looking now at these 2 respawns as the way of getting you through this series, because considering how much of a gap there was there in that S&D, as you just said, 2 of those rounds basically are clutches that come on through. Otherwise, it's an absolute whitewashing walkover situation coming on through. Dealership S&D, yes, very different to Red Card S&D, but if you've just been outclassed that much, you don't want to get into that game 5, if you are Brooklyn.
Nah, you definitely don't want to get to that game 5, because it seems like you can't really have an answer for the pressure out of the SMGs. 7 first bloods combined between Craze and Mac. You're not going to win a search and destroy if their subs are that impactful in a map like that, especially on a map like Red Card. So hopefully we don't need that to be the case. We don't want to get to dealership. We watched Omid Brooklyn earlier on today have an insane comeback on the updated on-vault control. They were down 0-2. They started to fight, and never gave up. And that was the difference maker in that series, but now it's going to be the difference maker in this one.
It will indeed. I'm looking forward to it, my friend. We asked for our winners finals to be a banger. We started off with a ridiculous skyline. We got ourselves an interesting red card. Plenty of things to note down in our little books here and walk away from and assess. But could we get a vault control that delivers just as much as the one we got earlier on? We will find out, ladies and gentlemen, after this quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Winners Finals here at DreamHack. I'm Enigma, alongside me, of course, Studdy, and we have ourselves a hell of a Winners Finals here. A banger of a map one on the skyline went the way of Brooklyn, but answered back in stunning fashion. Omit running wild in that 6-3 S&D, and 6-3 doesn't really tell the whole story. It was quite a bit of a masterclass from the boys in blue, and as such, my friend, we look on forward to a vault control, and we've already seen some evidence of how one of these teams will play here.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into the vault control because after the update, it's definitely offensive heavy now. So for the squads who are finding early success on the attacks, you don't want to find a little bit too much success on the attacks, especially in the segment column, because if you get to that round number 5, you want to be the team on the attacking side. But both teams so far have stepped up to the plate here in the winners finals. Brooklyn answer the call on the skyline. Omit respond on the search and destroy. Omit were a little bit late to the party. Looks like the guns weren't as hot as they were, but now they have settled in here on the main stage. All tied up at 1. This is going to be the swing map. Who's going to come out firing?
So far for Omit, it has been the story of Mamba, of Craze. For Brooklyn, it feels like you've had a lot of investment from all of your players across the board. I think Yuli's probably been their standout across the day, and he will find one there onto Mac, get squeezed on up towards Trophy, but Mamba will clean him on up and allow his team to continue to put this pressure on at A. Craze is actually going to get on the hunt, and that will be even better for Omit then, with a bit of a chokehold on this point. Craze will be cleaned on up, but that's the first stick through.
Yeah, first stick's already through. The double stack is going to be good enough to at least secure the second one as well, and Mamba just created an extra layer through mid-lion, keeping them away from this point. Craze now off the respawn, being the aggressor that he always is. Goes 1 for 1, sets up his teammate for the trade, and Vivid, last man standing, should be able to close at the safe point.
Yeah, it takes it as Brooklyn happy to just back on off for a second and try and regain. The problem is you actually let Mamba and Max slip on through and find 2, so this could turn into an instant transition. Prolu needs to go huge in the moment, finds 1. You do at least manage to get Brack up into top art, but he isn't able to do much. He's backed on down. Natic is already starting to move.
And now you're working on his pinches. You better make it count. Thankfully, Brack finds a kill through top side, but instantly going to get traded. It's a one-on-one on the point. The spawns are so damn far for Brooklyn. Yuli's just trying to finesse, and he might have just stalled out enough time for his team to get back into the play.
Mac finds 1. Vivid and Craze find yet another. So it's all on Standy then. What can you do? You do find 2 at least. So Mac's going to keep his head on a swivel as Standy tries to hit this through the water side. Great work from Mac again. But Brooklyn managed to at least get the bodies. But it's 5 ticks. It's 1 minute 50. And you're up by a good handful of lives here. Omit, a fantastic start in this one.
Yeah, you could just continuously play trades from this point on if you are Omit. You only need 1 segment, but 1 set of kills. I can guarantee you that final one. 1 minute and 35 seconds to work with. We're going to start to slow down this game a little bit. Craze trying to be the aggressor on the point. He is going to fall, and the ARs are now hitting for Brooklyn.
Brack trying to find Mamba here just to push on out. But it's a case of maybe you've missed Vivid getting himself into P4. Oh, Brack spins, finds him. Craze is there to at least trade that situation on out. Right now for Omit, you've got a lot of time. That life advantage, though, has been burnt through as Julie manages to get yet another. But for Brooklyn, I'm a little bit worried about how aggressive you are being as Mamba has an opportunity to rip your foundation out. Oh, my lord.
And now he's in a power spot. You're just banking now on your teammates to find some kills on the way towards this B point. Mamba's just playing his life beautifully in towards top art. But if his teammates aren't able to get out of the spawn or clear out their base, this is for absolutely nothing. There's only 40 seconds to go and you're down by 2 lives.
Hoping his teammates will activate, and as Mamba finds yet another in arc, Craze will indeed do something. It's coming on through. Max on the point, and that will be all she wrote then from round 1. Omit with a stunning statement here to carry the momentum off the back of that S&D win into this control. Picked up incredibly quickly, but it's that transition moment where Brooklyn just stood back, took a moment to go, okay, you can have that point, and then still lost everything on the rotation over to the next one.
Yeah, big-time players continuously are making big-time plays. Mamba was unbelievable to search and destroy, and had a big moment there in that round to just sneak his way through bottom art, win that one-on-one. Even though his teammates were going trade for trade, they were just looking for one moment to stand on with a multi-kill, and it was Craze working through middle while Mamba finds a second. Now the last two players are in your spawn, and they really weren't in a position to even contest it. So Omid come out swinging, secure every single segment in that opening round, and are now looking to potentially chain it here to the defense.
On to Brooklyn, answer back. Bodies immediately onto B. Standy will find Craze and dips, dodges, dives, finds Mac. Vivid's up close and personal. Will manage to answer back at least. Brack potentially been missed here in the body count. Finds Mamba, so that's going to scramble these blue arrows back on over, and a big win from Vivid to set a bit of a foundation here.
Yeah, now they have the numbers to fight their way back in. Yeah, they got the numbers to fight their way back in towards the middle of the map. Standy and Yuli are able to find two, but there's still two men standing on the side of Omid. Able to clear out that mid-map pressure. 30 seconds already wiped off of the round. The ARs are finding success through B Street, but we need to put the game clock at a pause. We need some segments to go our way.
Yeah, tale of two very different offensive rounds here, but Brooklyn will at least get that first tick to come on through. Progress at least. The problem is no catwalk control. It's going to allow Craze to drop him. Well, I was going to say relatively for free, but Yuli at least gives a heads-up play there. Stays up on the point as well, but Vivid finds two. Mamba with one. Yuli still on the point at least, but, well, I say that, the timer, now just 40 seconds.
And that's just one of those situations there. If you're Brooklyn, we have to capitalize on it. And I'm pretty sure it's one of our observers that potentially crashed. That's usually how this thing goes. Oh, no, we're right on back into the game. 33 seconds remaining on the round. They're slowly working up that progression over towards B, but still, Omid Brooklyn not fully set up anywhere around the map.
That B segment doesn't come through in the end. You get off it to get yourself on over towards A. It does shift Omid over, but all that rewards you with is a flurry of bullets, and Mamba, who just cannot be stopped right now, is flowing. 3 kills do come on through for Brooklyn at least, so if you manage to see off this A segment as an opportunity, but Craze will be here to be a bit of a thorn in the side to stop that instant transition happening.
Yeah, but the time is going to be extended. Now you're just playing for the exit kills. More map control, especially over towards that B Street side. It's all about the initial fight. Brooklyn have hit the reset. Everyone going to slow down their aggression on the map. And they're going to attack that B point through bottom vault.
Probing, finding a weakness here. And for Mac, well, you find Prolu and you find Standy as they try and dive on the point through that mid-tunnel. So 13v9, a whole set of lives up. You do get a player at least onto the zone, but with Craze now finding purchasing trophy as well, Brooklyn are in dire straits with just 45 seconds to go.
Okay, but they do have Yuli in a back position over towards Art. And with the update now, you're consistently spawning over towards P2 side, so you're thinking, okay, we're probably clear on that aspect. But 10v6, Mac working on the pinch, is able to locate Pro. He's going to be stuck between them and Standy, and now it's on Yuli to make an impactful play here. Your teammates are finding success in the street. You need to be doing something at Art, and he at least finds one.
Yuli probably thinking that Omid were going to come and fight him back for Art, but they just never do. So just with TDM, Vivid will find Yuli, so that makes it a 6v3. Players though stacking the point, so that is 5 ticks on through. Trophy's going to protect as well. You are stacked up here. There's an opportunity for it to come on through, and you get it. In the 6v3, Brooklyn just stacked the point, put all odds in their favor, force Omid to run at them, and they can't get there in time. For the team in blue right now, you're wondering how the hell this round just got away from you.
Yeah, man, if you're Omid, that's one that we cannot allow to slip away. Like, we have the numbers heavily in our favor. They're on their last hoorah push over towards this B point. All we have to realistically do is put an AR in towards top art, but we're consistently just overextending, working our way through pool, through top cat, and trying to take some map control, when realistically, that is not necessary at all. You set up Mambo towards top art, he's able to put down shots, and your SMGs have an easier approach to take him down off of that point. But no one in the proper positions allows Omid Brooklyn to stack it, secure all 6 segments, and it's basically a wash so far in round 1 to start this game.
Mac comes out, finds 2 instantly to bully his way onto A here. Mamba just trying to make a bit of noise in street side. Right now, look for Standy to potentially be a bit of a thorn in the sides. He finds a route back on over. The problem is, and again, I always like the play. Someone goes over and plays B, forces those white arrows to turn, It just allows you to get free progress on this A point. Mac with another one. Mac with yet another double. Brack will finally shut him down, but it feels like this A point, if not now, is very, very soon going to fall. Vivid, surely then, has cleaned it up and secured it. And Brooklyn, this time, well, you don't have a great setup for the transition because Mamba's in arc.
Yeah, he's already in art, and we saw what he was able to do in this position last go-around, basically secure the round for his team. He's able to find 2, make it 3 in the feed, and now all you got to do is get a trade onto Standy. He's the last one standing.
Omet here.
Oh my god.
Putting Brooklyn into an absolute blender. Mamba has still not been found. Has 4, a jackal in hand. Make it 5. Will there be a 6th? No, finally. Cut down by Prolute, but the stack is in, and you might touch. You don't even do that if you're Standy. And Omet, with the simplest offensive round I've seen in a hot minute on Vault Control.
It's just way too easy. The breakoffs, they're consistently winning the trade fights, putting themselves in the early numbers advantage, and then reading where the pressure is coming in. The fact that they're finding so much success around that mid-map area with a lot of time left on the game clock is not really allowing Brooklyn any opportunities to even contest that or think about a setup at that B point with the aggression that Omen are currently setting on the map. Mamba is making so many fantastic plays here. Just every single time that guy realizes, okay, I have an opportunity to take space here, and if I can get kills here, it's basically going to be a GG on the round. 23 and 13, he is dominating.
Tournaments like this, I often ask members of the community, so many people, who the players that we're watching out for, and everybody had Mamba in their lineup. And he is well and truly showing why in these winners finals, even in the map loss, was fantastic. Having himself a statement of a series, and he gets aggressive here to push out Prolute and then up towards Trophy. Finds 4 in a row. And Brooklyn bullied back into their spawn by a one-man mountain by the name of Mamba.
Oh, but Brack is able to respond with 3. Brack is able to find 3, so mid-map is completely open. Mac trying to get something done, but he gets absolutely nothing. So if you're a Brooklyn, stack, earn yourself some segments, extend the time early on because you make something out of nothing, and now it might work out.
Well, Grace answers with 3 of his own. Who needed it, by the way. It was at 11 and 20. Now 4. Decides wisely to back on off from that engagement. But Vivid just farming spawns. Brooklyn here down by 5 lives. Little time left on the clock. Feels a little bit like the last offensive round where they still pulled it on through. But Omet right now turning the screw and making Brooklyn fight for every single inch.
Yeah, and already the initial kill goes in favor of Vivid, so it's going to be a 3v3 on the retake in towards A, and now Craze is starting to feel himself a little bit. Another double. Turn around. Let's start to play for the spawners. Slide and glide. Come back. I know you're going to come. Oh, nope. He's not going to commit on the gunfight, but 20 seconds to go. You find the initial kill. You also find the second, so you can still extend the game clock. You just got to get past Mamba.
Finds 2. Vivid, a little bit of discipline, but potentially the worst timing ever as Standy picks one up. This will come on through shortly. It will be hotly contested for a second, but with that minute, at least for Omet, you have something that Brooklyn never had, and that is 2 players set up ready to defend B here. So a minute 5 on the clock, 6 life advantage. This is your game to lose if you're Omet.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to let this situation away again. This time we're putting Mamba towards top art. The guy is absolutely beaming. Overextension is being watched by Craze off the respawn. Only 6 lives remaining for Omet Brooklyn. This is basically their last hurrah.
You get onto the point at least if you're standing. That is a beautiful nade to find Mamba. So 2 come on through. Craze gonna have to be the impact player. Finds 1. Stun connects onto Brack. Nade goes out well. Finds Brack to clean up. He's trying to pinch, and that kill, that set of kills right there, forces Standy off the point. He's then cleaned up. 10 and 1. And while it looked interesting for just a moment there, I mean, it would take a generational breakdown, and it won't happen. Omet find the rounds to get themselves 2-1 up in the series. But every bit of analysis that we could ever give, it has to be topped by a ridiculous performance from Mamba.
Dude, this guy is going bananas. He's going berserk. I don't even know what other words I can use for his type of play right now, but he is insane. Like, what he is doing on the map, people don't usually find a lot of success doing. You're playing against an established team, and you got to keep in mind, Mamba was a part of that old Royal Spartans roster alongside Dak, alongside Wiz, and was always putting himself in a great position to contest with the top, but could never get over the edge. Finally, a couple roster changes happen. Players get called up into the big leagues, and you need to make something shake out of absolutely nothing, and Mamba gets the perfect call. We're sitting alongside a guy who has won 3 elites so far this stage, and 2 former pro players who were just in the league a couple weeks ago. This is an insane opportunity for Mamba, and he is making the most of it. A 32-17 stat line, 21 non-traded kill was almost 4K damage. He is on a roll right now. He is unstoppable.
Is indeed, and it's an important point to make, because in a winners finals against the other team that have cruised on through the bracket, particularly using the term cruised quite strongly, but it is a case of there's so much on the line here. Yes, there's EWC qualification for the winners, of course, very important thing to settle tomorrow. Win this, you're guaranteed through to champs. Don't think that that was a worry anyway, but at least secures a extra spot for your region, so for North America here. But on top of that, it is, of course, setting the statement of I deserve my chance in the big leagues. And you said it yourself there, Craze. He's had to watch all of his teammates go on up into the big leagues and has won 3 elites in a row. And he's wondering, how the hell do I get my chance? Obviously, ridiculous talent alongside Mac and Vivid, who've just come on down. And yet, if you're Mamba, you are overshadowing all of them. And that's not to mention the players on the opposite side of the board. They aren't bad either, my friend.
No, they are definitely not bad. They're not slouches. They are some of the best Challengers players that we've ever seen. They are just running into a different beast right now with Omid. With the way that Mamba is shooting, with how aggressive Craze is playing, and you got the veteranship, the experience in Mac and Vivid. This is going to be so tough now. Try to fight your way back into this one, because when you play a map like Vault, ARs need to show out. And the way that Mamba is shooting, no one has been able to gun him. Brack has had a slow performance, especially in that control alongside ProLu. They were both great on the opening skyline, but on a map like Vault, where your AR definitely needs to be felt, you got to be able to shut him down.
Absolutely. And the thing is as well, it has felt, even though we are sitting at a point where it is 2-1 here for Omid, there's a realistic line where it could have been 3-0. I mean, if you don't get off to such a strong start, if you're Brooklyn, Omid bullied their way back into that match with so much aggression, largely off the back of Mamba and Wiz coming on through. And you end up in a situation with Mamba where it's, again, like you mentioned it there, your AR's coming in huge. Vault hardpoint, a great place for an AR to be popping off to chain that P3 into that P4, set you up for success, get you on through here, and guarantee yourself at least second here by getting that grand finals ticket booked. Over on the opposite side, Omid, we've said it ourselves, there's a lot of talent there. We are looking at their ARs, we are looking at Brack, we are looking at ProLu to step up and shut him down. Otherwise, this will be our final map of the day.
Oh, yeah, Brooklyn, you need to come alive. You need to come alive right now. At least in the map, number 1, you were able to dominate off the rotations, and that has to be the case here. They're already into the mix fest, but the SMGs firing on all cylinders are able to walk away with at least 3 out of the 4 kills. Standy's able to find a double, but Omid are in the time.
It's just going to be a bloodbath here with the pace that these two have played at all the way through this winners finals. Nobody's surprised to see everyone just square up here on Vault P1. Brack finally starts to put some pressure on over towards the catwalk, finds Mac indeed, and flurry of kills go the way of Brooklyn then, and that will also mean that they hold on to those P2 spawns as we get to the final 15 seconds. But Brooklyn have multiple times been egregious of getting too over aggressive at the wrong times, flipping their opponent out. I'm a little bit worried about where Standy's getting to, and he is finally wrapping back here. So Brooklyn then, with most of the points so far and those P2 spawns, how will Omid break?
Yeah, Standy understands that the new hill has yet to pop, so I could be as aggressive as hell over towards the lion side as long as my teammates are consistently spawning to block it. So they're fully set up here at the P2, but now Yuli trying to create an extra layer over towards Top Cat. Gets a little bit too aggressive, and the spawns come in for a moment on the back end. Craze finds a double, and the brink is already in.
Oh, Craze doesn't finish up that one. Does turn eventually, finds 3. Yeah, little bit of an overheat there. Yuli will punish you for that, but that just allows Vivid to clear dirt side out. It should hand all the spawns to Omid.
Dude!
Mamba, AR, SMG, does not matter. This guy will destroy you with absolutely anything. 5 in a row, and already hitting the rotation on to find this art control. Finally, cleaned on up. But another moment in this series where he has said, this belongs to me, my boys.
And the CD is already done for the day, Andrew. So, like, you best believe the pro players are watching this winners finals right now, and he is making such a massive impact to his career with his performance so far throughout this series. SMG in hand, AR in hand, it doesn't matter. I'm still popping triples. And that's what has currently led to a 10-point lead. As we go over towards the P3 side, if you are Brooklyn, no, you have the side of the map that you currently want. But with Vivid popping that double, it's going to spawn 2 players across the map. This is where you need to be aggressive if you're Omid.
And you actually get a bit of a read coming in from Craze there. He turns to take a quick look. Vivid gets himself into Art, so Mamba then dives in on the point, takes a quick look. Will eventually be snuffed on out, but then just to set yourself up for this P4. I feel like Craze has got a big job here to just try and find mid. The support from Mac means that you will get a hold of it. Beautiful work there to just find a kill and head on back. But yeah, Yuli has got himself on through. Big fight against Vivid and comes out on top. So suddenly that changes everything into our final 10 seconds of this hill.
Yeah, this is massive. This is massively played right here from Yuli to secure this side of the map for his team. You have the numbers. All you need to do is locate where has Mac gone. Only one here for Omid. Trying to make a big impactful play. Finds the first kill and finds the second. That's what a pro player looks like. Secures a big-time play there for his squad to now soak up a lot of time.
And a bit of a reminder of the fact that Mac is pretty damn good on the sticks. Finds a second that he had no right to. Craze will find Standy, who was trying to be a bit of a nuisance around the back side of the hill. And to be honest, probably could have done a little bit more with that. But that being said, Omid will establish themselves at about a 40-point lead here. Unfortunately, Craze doesn't have the support. Pushes on out. Cleaned up by Yuli. But Yuli, isolated a little bit right now, might get Prolu over in time, but likely swarmed and is indeed cleaned off the point. Oh, Mac.
Oh my god, he is doing everything right now. That's another double kill there from Mac. Allows his teammates to fly in to secure the rest of this time. You're currently up by 40. Craze knows we already have the rotation we want over towards the middle side, so let me just play for a couple spawners and make it easier for my team to soak up some uncontested hill time. As we go into our second set of the HPs, Mamba sitting at 10 and 10, being the guy to cut off everything over towards Lion, and as long as we consistently are trading, Omid are in a great spot.
Mac finds one. Will be a bit of a pinstripe feed, but then answered back a little bit. Standy against Craze then to fight for the point. Standy comes out on top. Do you have enough left in you? The answer is no. Mamba's managed to get back in off of his own spawn and finds 2. And, well, potentially didn't need to challenge out for the 3rd, but is picked up in the end eventually. It's a bit of a flip of last time, at least, for Omid. You have this P2 side. Can you hold on to it? Brooklyn had it last time. You broke it so quickly. But Yuli starting to light up, finds a force break, and that will mean that Omid don't have that solid defensive place, and the spawns actually flip on out.
Oh, yeah, so now, if you are Crazy, you got to value your life on the backside of Ammo. Thankfully, Mac, who was alongside of him, wins the one-on-one. The teammates off the respawn secure all their one-on-one gunfights. Now the last one standing is going to be Standy on the backside of the P2. He's trying to finesse. Eventually, he's going to get taken down, and Omid win the rotation and are fully set up.
How they hold on to that from there, despite being splintered down to 2. Impressive stuff from Omid, showing so much resiliency in moments of adversity. Yuli and Prolu, they're going to cause a bit of trouble at the front, and Prolu reads this wrap out from Vivid, so it's a clean break for Brooklyn. Giving themselves an opportunity to close this gap, and they need it right now, down by 50, but as I say that, 2 more kills come on through in blue, make that 3, make that all 4. Omid immediately break back and answer to the call.
Yeah, and that just can't happen right there for Brooklyn. You did everything right to find that break. But on their first attempt, they open up with the 2 initial kills, spawn you all the way across the map, and all that stuff that you just did was for absolutely nothing because Omid still walk away with the majority of the time. It's going to be an 80-point lead. And now if you are Brooklyn, your only way back into this game is to get a good chunk of time here at P3, but you need a full 60 at the P4.
First spawn, that checkbox then becomes doing well here on P3. As you lose the first 2 fights, 3 fights, it's all on Brack to hold things down at Art. Does at least catch Mac crossing. Will be able to apply a little bit of pressure to the hill, and Mamba in deep side. But the problem is here, it's going to do nothing for your situation around the hill. 2 kills should at least allow you to start getting some time. But again, another shaky look at a defensive hold from Brooklyn here. Need to do a job of holding out this last 20 seconds and then setting themselves up for that rotation on over to 4.
Yes, they do, because you don't want to allow Omid to take this potential 320, because they're not really focused off the rotation. They have been so successful at finding breaks whenever the hell they wanted to, and they might be in a position to do it again. The aggressors try to be aggressive up through B Street, but Prolute is able to catch a double, and now all of Omid spawning in Africa need to haul ass to get over towards the P4, and this is where Brooklyn can get themselves back in it.
And he's just going to hold down mid here, just force this Omid team to go around him like Around a rock. Does very well to come out on top in that fight. Will also put plenty of damage into Max, so stalls his push out for now. Proluk top bulk finds one. A bit of help from Yuli. You're in for the point here. We did say that if they were going to build themselves back into this map, it was going to be a P3 to P4. P3 probably wasn't as clean as we'd like, but they have this P4 setup in place. Can they hold on off? And those 2 kills probably say no.
No, absolutely not, because you're going to spawn all the way across the map. Now the last man standing is going to be Standy. And this is time that you desperately needed to get yourself back into this map number 4 to potentially get yourself back into this series, because all this time going in favor of Omen, they're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark, and now are getting closer and closer to that grand finals.
Omen's ability to break in this map has been truly a sight to behold. For Brooklyn now, it's a case of trying to hem your opponents in, but you've not achieved that at all, as Vivid gets all the way around the back. A couple of kills do come your way at least, so you can step onto that point for now. Again, trying to do so much better than you managed the first 2 rotations. Take line share here at 1, set yourself up for 2, and hold. Important word there for Brooklyn.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to hold. That is the biggest thing, man. You can find breaks, you can rotate, you can be the team set up early on, but just the aggression from the SMGs is way too much to handle. We said it before the map started that the ARs needed to be impactful. Brack at 15 and 18, Prolu at 17 and 25. You need to start to win some of these key one-on-one gunfights. It's an 80-point difference, but they're still soaking time here.
You're going to be late on this rotation, potentially, unless a string of kills suddenly come your way here. And actually, they're going to go the wrong way if you are a fan of Brooklyn. Sandy's going to get in around the back. I don't know if you need to challenge that by yourself. I'll be completely honest with you. And so, as such, with the pressure that Omit have across the map, Brooklyn are spawning so far out, literally the other side of the map. You have done a couple of bits of breaking here if you are Omit. But for now, it's just holding on to this. And you will see off this map and book your ticket to Grands.
Oh, yeah, you only need 30 seconds. Brooklyn need to find success in the slaying department, and it has to start right here, right now. They at least apply the pressure through the front side, walk away with the majority of the gunfights, but Vivid, the warrior, he is making big-time plays. It was Mamba and Craze carrying them through the last couple of maps, but the vets, the experienced players, the former professional players are putting the finishing touches on it.
Come online, and Craze wants to put a bit of style on it as well. Brack will find 2 at least, but Mamba's there to answer because, of course, it is him. Stepping on up. You turtle up if you're Omit to close this out in 2, in 1. We're done, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Omit who punched their first ticket into Grand Finals. Brooklyn, for all their efforts, seen off relatively handedly from a fantastic performance, and you said it there yourself. A couple of vets who finally came online in the series. But from Mamba, from Craze, a real statement about why they are the duo that everyone is talking about right now.
It's unbelievable the way that they played, because you got to keep in mind they came out slow to start this series, but they did not allow that to affect them at all. They dominate in the search and destroy. They dominate in the control, and they also dominate on the map number 4 on the Vol. That's just way too easy, man. And for any other team that's sitting in challengers, waiting for potentially their chance to play these guys in the grand finals, you better be ready to rock and roll, because they have slayers galore. They have the experience to be able to bounce back in any situation that they're going to be put into. And they just seemingly are the best team right now in the game, in the challengers division. They're going to be the squad to move on to the grand finals, and Craze once again gets the better of Brack and Standy in a big-time moment.
And it just comes back to, I mean, you said it yourself there, the ability to withstand anything. It feels like Omit came out cold. They got off to that skyline slowly, and that's the only reason they ended up losing map 1. After that, it was very pretty work from them. You know, we've mentioned already about the individual players, but that map 4 kind of summed it up quite a bit. For Brooklyn, it was an inability to hold, but I think that speaks so much into the volume, because we've seen how good Brooklyn have looked all the way through the day. We've got a lot of opportunities to kind of cast over them and assess how they're playing. They've been phenomenal, almost untouchable at points. But for Omit, I guess it speaks into their ability to break and the ridiculous raw power they have in that lineup to smash so many teams apart. And as you said, whoever makes that run through the lower bracket and into grand finals, you are running up against the toughest final boss that we could set you up for this one.
And you got to keep in mind, too, with Omit securing this W here, they're going to control a majority of the maps that they play in that best of 7 tomorrow.
Yep.
So They're going to see probably a Skyline into the mix. I know for the control-wise, they're going to definitely put Protocol and Vault into the mix. But realistically, I don't know what you want to ban against these guys, because even the big maps, we're not expecting them to be as impactful with those SMGs. They're still getting behind enemy lines and making big-time plays. Omen are just on point today. Sometimes COD could be so day today, but today was their day, and now they're sitting comfortably in that grand finals awaiting their opponent.
Absolutely has been their day. That being said, of course, congratulations to Brooklyn. They will still get the opportunity to run on through. We will see them down in that lower finals. An opportunity, of course, and confirmation on your screen there of the bracket and how it has looked through the day. We've seen a whole chunk of these games up on mainstream, starting up in that top left-hand corner. 5 Fears against Cabal, and all the journey all the way through. Omit, of course, walking through 5 Fears, and before that, Team Ligers. Now Brooklyn to get into Grands, but Brooklyn themselves seeing off Royal Spartans in style, then Team Orchid in a game 5. Again, they will wait in that lower finals. We currently have Cabal and Team Orchid at 2 apiece down in that elimination round 2, and then 5 Fears and Team Notorious 1-0 right now. Team Notorious looking a little bit shaky than we probably expect. They lose earlier on
100%.
to Cabal. I think that's a squad that a lot of us are kind of like, okay, where are you at right now after winning the last event? That being said, that sets us up beautifully for, of course, tomorrow, my friend. We will have that opportunity to cast over a couple of those games they've run on through. That winners quarters, Cabal, 5 Fears will be there. Brooklyn, I believe that is the incorrect schedule for tomorrow, but
that was for today. That was the schedule.
Yeah, that was indeed for today. Thank you. I thought I was absolutely faded there for a second. It's been a long day up here on stream, my friend. And of course, an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you. I've got to say, you had the opportunity to look over so many of these teams. We will, of course, tomorrow get down to settling all the storylines in our schedule for tomorrow: the elimination semis, finals, and of course, grand finals. Is there a team that you've seen today and thought actually they can lay a glove on this Omit team, or is everybody else the underdog in this one?
No, everybody else is the underdog. There's not a team that I think right now in Challenger that can contest them, just because of the roster that they have. You have the guy who has won the most throughout Challengers throughout this entire season in Craze. You pick up Mambo, who has been really consistent throughout this entire year, getting good placings, just really didn't find himself being consistent with his former lineup. And then you bring in 2 former pro players. The guys are more than happy to just come down here into challenges and absolutely reap the competition. It's been unbelievable to watch the way that they play the game, because they look like a pro team. It's insane to see, and I'm excited to see what they can bring tomorrow. But all these other teams who are going through the gauntlet tonight, you better be locked in, because it's going to be a long night for challenger squads.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Will indeed be a long night, and we've got all those storylines to, of course, tie up in a neat little bow tomorrow for Championship Sunday and everything that will bring. But for now, study, my friend, an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you. I've been Enigma, and for today, well, I'll admit they booked themselves a grand finals ticket. Craze and Mamba, they make a statement, and everybody else is staring up and wondering how they overcome the final boss. That's been everything for day 2. We'll see you tomorrow for everything to be settled in day 3.